"What a curious face that Monsieur Antoine has," she was saying. "He seems to be a nice young man, but I'm sure he's far from robust. He spoke most kindly to me yesterday about Paul. He seems to have been very much attached to him, sincerely so." "Oh, Antoine," thought Harriet, a little reproachfully. Then she remembered the mad mother and the imbecile brother, and thought instead, "Poor Antoine." But the thought was still an unpleasant one. "It's all very well for Lord Peter," she grumbled to herself. "He's never wanted for anything." Well, Lord Peter should be brought into this matter she could not explain, but there is undoubtedly something irritating about the favourites of fortune. In the meantime, that wayward sprig of the nobility was trying not to be idle. He was, in fact, hanging round the police station, bothering the inspector. The reports about Bright were coming in, and they fully corroborated his story, so far as they went. He had come to Wolvercombe, as he said, from a lodging-house in Seahampton, and by the train specified, and he was now living peacefully in a cheap room in Wolvercombe, without seeing any strangers and without showing the least sign of wanting to disappear. He had been taken over to Seahampton by the police on the previous day, and had been identified by Merryweather as the man to whom the Endicott razor had been sold some time previously. In the course of a few hours, his movements for the last few weeks had been successfully checked, and were as follows. May 28th. Arrived in Ilfracombe from London. 4 days' employment. Dismissed as incompetent and intoxicated. June the 2nd. Arrived in Seahampton. Called at Merryweather's and purchased razor. 5 days in that town looking for employment. Details checked. June the 8th. Wolvercombe. Called on Morton, the barber on the Esplanade. Told that there might be a job later. Recommended to try Ramage's in Leston Hoe. Same day, went on to Leston Hoe, taken on by Ramage. June 15th. Dismissed from Ramage's, drunk and incompetent. Returned to Wolvercombe. Informed by Morton that post was now filled, which it was not, but his reputation had preceded him by telephone. Tried 1 or 2 other shops without success. Slept that night in free lodging-house. June 16th. Tuesday. Again tried for work. No result. Slept that night in workmen's lodgings, where he arrived shortly after midnight. They were reluctant to admit him, but he showed a £1 note to prove that he could pay for his bed. June 17th. Took 9:57 train to Seahampton. Called on hairdresser named Littleton and asked for work. Was told that Mr. Littleton was away, but that he could call the following morning after 11:30. Visited 2 more hairdressers. Took a bed in lodging-house, and spent the evening and night there in company with other residents. June 18th. Day of Alexis's death. Left the lodging-house at 10 a.m. and went directly to the public library, where he had sat for an hour in the reading-room studying the situations vacant columns in various newspapers. The guardian of the reading-room had identified him. He remembered Bright perfectly, on account of some question he'd asked about the dates of publication of the local papers, and also recollected showing him the shelf on which the local directory was kept. At 11 o'clock, Bright had asked whether the library clock was right, as he had an appointment at 11:30. At 11:15, he had left, presumably to keep his appointment. The appointment was, of course, with Littleton, who also had no difficulty in identifying Bright. Littleton had returned to Seahampton by the 11:20 train, and on reaching his shop had found Bright waiting to see him. He told Bright that he could come and try his hand if he liked, and could start at once. Bright had worked in the toilet saloon until 1 o'clock, when he had gone out to lunch. He'd returned just after 2 o'clock, and had remained at his job for the rest of the day. The proprietor had then decided that his work was not good enough, and paid him off. It was true that nobody was able to identify him at the small restaurant where he claimed to have lunched, but it was perfectly clear that nothing short of a magic carpet could have transported him 40 miles to the Flatiron and back in order to commit a murder at 2 o'clock. Whatever part Bright had played in the tragedy, it was not that of first murderer. With regard to Bright's earlier history, they had made very little progress. principally because Bright himself did not even pretend to remember the various aliases under which he had passed from time to time in the last few years. The only statement they had so far succeeded in confirming, up to a point, was that there certainly had at one time been a hairdresser's establishment in Massingbird Street, Manchester. The proprietor's name had been Simpson, and this agreed with Bright's story. But Massingbird Street had long disappeared in the course of town improvement, and, as Bright himself had warned them, it was difficult to find anybody who remembered what Simpson the hairdresser had looked like. "Oh, he must have lived in Manchester all right some time or other," was the inspector's conclusion, "or he wouldn't know all about Massingbird Street. It's quite probable he may be Simpson, as he says, but what he's been doing with himself between then and now is quite another matter." A further item of police information concerned old Pollock and his boat. A young constable, who had only recently joined the Wilvercombe force, and was therefore likely to be unknown to the local fisherfolk, had been sent, disguised as a holiday-maker, to dawdle about the beach near Darley, in company with his young lady, and persuaded Pollock to take them both out for a sail in his boat. The trip had been an uncomfortable one, owing in the first place to the old fisherman's extreme surliness, and in the second to the young lady's unfortunate tendency to mal de mer. They had asked to be taken out as near as possible to the seaward end of the Grinder's Reef, as the young lady was that keen to see them drag for the body. Pollock had grumbled a good deal, but had taken them. They'd kept the shore in view the whole way, but had finished their outward trip at a point too far from shore to make out clearly the movements of the search party, who, at that particular moment, seemed to be engaged on shore in the immediate neighbourhood of the Flatiron. They had asked Pollock to put in close by the rock, but he refused very definitely to do so. During the voyage, the constable had examined the boat as closely as he could for signs of anything unusual. He had gone so far as to lose a hypothetical half-crown and insist on having the bottom boards up to see if it could have slipped below them. He had searched the musty space below thoroughly with a flashlight and seen no appearance of bloodstains. For the sake of verisimilitude, he had pretended to find the half-crown, and for the sake of peace had handed it to Pollock by way of a tip. On the whole, the expedition had been disappointing, having yielded nothing but seasickness and a close-up view of a considerable number of lobster pots. A question about Alexis's passport found the inspector very much on his dignity. Did his lordship really suppose they had overlooked that obvious point? Alexis certainly had a passport, and what was more, had had it visaed within the last month. Wherefore? Why, for France, to be sure. But of course he could have got fresh visas from the consul there if he'd wanted them. That offers some support for the theory that our young friend intended to flit, eh? Ah, yes, my lord. And if he was going to some remote place in Central Europe, I dare say he'd have found gold sovereigns a sight handier than notes. Though why he shouldn't have taken currency notes and changed them in Paris, I don't know. Still, there it is. He must have had some idea in his mind. I don't mind admitting, my lord, that I'm coming round a bit to your way of thinking. Here's a man with what I might call a purpose in view, and that purpose isn't suicide. And he had 300 in gold on him, and there's plenty as 'ud do murder for less than that. At least we're supposing he had it on him. We can't tell till we find the body. If he was murdered for the sake of the gold, you won't know even then, said Wimsey. No, my lord, that's a fact. Unless we was to find the belt or what not he had it in. And even then, like as not, the murderer would have taken the belt and all. The inspector looked unhappy. But there might be papers or something to tell us. Always supposing the murderer didn't take them as well, or the salt water hasn't made pulp of them. Do you know, said Wimsey, I feel inspired to make a prophecy. I think you'll find that Alexis was murdered all right, but not for the sake of the money. I mean not for the £300. Why do you think that, my lord? Because, said Wimsey, you haven't found the body. The inspector scratched his head. You don't mean that somebody came and took the body away? What should they want to do that for? What indeed? If my idea's the right one, that's the last thing they would want to do. They'd want the body found. Why? Because the murder was not committed for the £300 in gold. But you said that was why the body hadn't been found. So it is. "Your proper walk in life," said Inspector Umplety, "if you'll excuse me, my lord, is setting crossword puzzles. Say that again. They wanted the body found because they didn't murder him for the £300. And because they didn't murder him for the £300, we can't find the body. Is that right?" "That's right." The inspector frowned heavily. Then a radiant smile illuminated his broad face. He smacked his hand jubilantly upon his thigh. "Of course, my lord. By George, you're perfectly right. Oh, ho, ho! What months we were not to see that before. Why, it's as clear as daylight. It was just your way of putting it that muddled me up. Oh, I must try that one on the super. Bet you we won't see through it first go off. They didn't want the body found. No, that's wrong. They did want the body found because they didn't. Try it in rhyme, suggested Wimsey. Why did they want the body found? They didn't want £300. They didn't want £300, and that's why the body wasn't found. "Oh, very good, my lord," said the inspector. "Well, you're quite a poet. Ha, ha!" He drew out his notebook and solemnly made an entry of the quatrain. "You could sing it very nicely to the tune of 'Here We Go Round the Mulberry Bush,'" suggested Wimsey, "with the refrain all on a Thursday morning. Or it should be Thursday afternoon, but that's just poetic license. You have my permission to perform it at your next police concert. No fee." "Oh, you will have your little joke, my lord. Ha, ha!" The inspector smiled indulgently, but as Wimsey left the police station he heard a deep voice laboriously humming, "Why did they want the body found, body found, body found? Why did they want the body found all over Thursday morning?" Wimsey went back to the Bellevue and found a note from Harriet containing the substance of her conversation with Mrs. Weldon. He frowned over it for a moment and then abruptly summoned Bunter. "Bunter, my man," said he, "I think it's time you took a trip to Huntingdonshire." "Very good, my lord." You will go to a place called Leamhurst and find out all about Mr. Henry Weldon, who owns a farm there." "Certainly, my lord." "It's only a small village, so you must have some reason for going there. I suggest that you purchase or hire a car and are benighted owing to some intricate kind of engine trouble." "Precisely, my lord." "Here is £30. If you want more, let me know." "Very good, my lord." "You will naturally stay at the principal pub and pursue your inquiries in the bar." "Naturally, my lord." "You will find out everything you can about Mr. Weldon, and in particular what his financial standing and reputation may be." "Quite so, my lord." "You will be as quick as you can about it and return here as soon as possible." "Very good, my lord." "You will start immediately." "Very good, my lord." "Then be off." "Ah, very good, my lord." "Your lordship's dress shirts are in the second drawer, and the silk socks in the tray on the right-hand side of the wardrobe, with the dress ties just above them." "Very good, Bunter," said Wimsey mechanically. 10 minutes later, Mr. Bunter, suitcase in hand, was on his way to the railway station. Chapter 18. The Evidence of the Snake. There is a little hairy, green-eyed snake, of voice like to the woody nightingale, and ever singing pitifully sweet, that nestles in the berry bones of death, and is his dearest friend and playfellow. Death's Jest Book. Wednesday, 24th June. On leaving the Turkish baths, Miss Harriet Vane went out on a shopping expedition. This was her second venture of the kind since her arrival in Wilvercombe, and on both occasions her purchases were dictated by the desire of pleasuring a man. On this occasion she wanted an afternoon frock. And why? She was going out for a picnic. She'd picnicked before with Lord Peter, and for him the old tweed skirt and well-worn jumper had been good enough, but today these garments would not do. Her appointment was with Mrs. Weldon and Henry. The curious inhibitions which caused her to be abrupt, harsh, and irritating with Lord Peter did not seem to trouble her in dealing with Henry Weldon. For him she produced a latent strain of sweet womanliness, which would have surprised Wimsey. She now selected a slinky garment composed of what male writers call some soft clinging material, with a corsage which outlined the figure and a skirt which waved tempestuously about her ankles. She enhanced its appeal with an oversized hat, of which one side obscured her face and tickled her shoulder, while the other was turned back to reveal a bunch of black ringlets, skilfully curled into position by the head hairdresser at the Resplendent. High-heeled beige shoes and sheer silk stockings with embroidered gloves and a handbag completed this alluring toilette, so eminently unsuitable for picnicking. In addition, she made up her face with just so much artful restraint as to suggest enormous experience aping an impossible innocence, and thus embellished presently took her place beside Henry in the driving seat of Mrs. Weldon's large saloon. Mrs. Weldon sat at the back of the car with a luxurious tea-basket at her feet and a case of liquid refreshment beside her. Henry seemed gratified by the efforts made to please him, and by Miss Vane's openly expressed admiration of his driving. This was of a showy and ill-tempered kind, and involved putting the wind up other users of the road. Harriet had herself driven cars and suffered as all drivers do when being driven, but even when Henry rounded a corner very wide at 50 miles an hour and crammed a motorcyclist into the ditch, she merely remarked, with some truth, that the speed made her feel quite nervous. Mr. Weldon, braking violently at the unexpected sight of a herd of cows nearly under his radiator, and crashing his gears as he changed down, smiled indulgently. "No point in these damn machines if you don't make a move," he said. "Not like a horse. No life in 'em. Only useful for getting from one place to another." He waited while the cows dawdled by, and then let his clutch in with a bang which nearly shot the liquid refreshment to the floor. "You don't catch me motoring for pleasure," said Mr. Weldon. "I like fresh air. None of these beastly stuffy boxes and stinking petrol. Used to breed G's once, but the bottom's dropped out of the market. Damn shame." Harriet agreed and said she was so fond of horses. Life on a farm must be wonderful. "All right if you don't have to make it pay," growled Mr. Weldon. "I suppose it is rather hard nowadays." "Damned hard," said Mr. Weldon, adding, however, as though recollecting himself, "Not that I have a lot to grumble at as things go." "No? Oh, I'm glad of that. I mean, it's nice for you to be able to leave your work and come down here. I suppose a really well-managed farm runs itself, so to speak." Mr. Weldon glanced at her almost as though he suspected her of some hidden meaning. She smiled innocently at him, and he said, "Well, as a matter of fact, it's a beastly nuisance. But what can one do? Couldn't leave my mother all by herself in this hole." Of course not. No, I think it's splendid of you to come and stand by her. And besides, it makes such a difference to have somebody really nice to talk to." "Oh, jolly of you to say that." "I mean, it must make all the difference to your mother." "Oh, not you, eh? Dukes and lords are good enough for you." "Oh," Harriet wriggled her shoulders. "Oh, look, if you mean Lord Peter, well, he's all right, of course, but he's a little... you know what I mean." "Blah-de-da," said Mr. Weldon. "What's he want to wear that silly thing in his eye for?" "That's just what I feel. It isn't manly, is it?" "Lot of affected nonsense," said Mr. Weldon. "Take that fellow away from his valet and his car and his evening togs, and where'd he be? Thinks he can ride because he's potted round with a fashionable hunt, trampling down people's crops and leaving their gates open. I'd like to see him—" He broke off. "See him what?" "Oh, nothing. Don't want to be rude to a friend of yours. I say, what's he after down here?" "Well," Harriet smirked demurely behind the drooping brim of the preposterous hat, "he says he's interested in this crime, or whatever it is." "But you know better, eh? Ha!" He nudged Harriet familiarly in the ribs. "Well, I don't blame the fellow for making the running while he can. But I do wish he wouldn't raise false hopes in the old lady. That's a dashed awkward hat of yours." "Don't you like it?" "Oh, it's topping. Suits you down to the ground, but it does keep a fellow at a distance." "No, I don't want to shout because my mother can hear. Look, I say, Miss Vane." "Yes?" "Listen." Henry pushed his face as far as possible under the guard of the hat and blew his confidence onto Harriet's cheek. "I wish you'd do something for me." "Well, of course, I'd do anything I could." "That's nice of you. Do persuade this Wimsey fella to drop it. As long as she thinks there's anything in that bolshy idea of hers, she'll hang on here like grim death. Then good for her. Morbid, you know."
Besides, she's making an ass of herself. I want to get her away and go back to my work.
Ah, yes, I see. Yeah, I quite understand. But I'll do my best.
Good girl. Henry patted her encouragingly on the thigh. I knew you and I'd get on like a house on fire together.
Harriet smiled. I don't know if I shall be able to persuade him. He doesn't like taking advice. You know what men are.
Oh, I bet you know all right. Don't suppose there's much you don't know, by Jove, what, eh?
Henry was obviously well aware that he was talking to a rather notorious young woman. He chuckled.
Don't say I've said anything. Just try what you can do. I bet you can twist him round your little finger if you try, eh?
Oh, Mr. Weldon, look, I hope I'm not one of those managing sort of women.
You don't need to be. You know how to get your own way, I bet. I know you could do anything you liked with me.
You mustn't talk like that.
Mustn't I? Oh, can't help it. You've got a way with you, haven't you, eh?
Harriet wished that he would not say "eh" so often, and she disliked the grossness of his voice and the coarseness of his skin and the little tufts of hair in his ears. Look, don't drive with one hand like that. Supposing anything came along suddenly.
Henry laughed and patted her leg again. That's all right, don't you worry. I'll look after you and you look after me, eh? Alliance, offensive and defensive, just between you and me, eh?
Oh, rather.
That's fine. And when all this stupid business is over, you must come and look Mother and me up. She's taken a great fancy to you. Get her to bring you along to my place. You'd like that. What about it?
Oh, well, that would be lovely. If Henry wanted to be vamped, she would vamp him. One gets so tired of the kind of men one meets in London, and the stuffy, restricted, literary kind of surroundings. I don't suppose you ever come to London, Mr. Weldon?
Not often. Don't care for the place.
Oh, then it's no good asking you to call on me.
Oh, isn't it, though? Of course I'd come and call on you like a shot. Some inducement, eh? Where do you live?
I've got a little flat in Bloomsbury.
All on your own?
Yes.
Isn't that a bit lonesome?
Oh, well, of course, I have plenty of friends, and a woman comes in for the day. I could give you tea if you cared to come along sometime to cheer me up.
Oh, that'd be sweet of you. We could go and do a show together or something.
Oh, I should like that. No, Henry was really too easy. Surely even his colossal vanity could not suppose that he'd really made a conquest. Yet there he sat, smiling away, and almost audibly purring. No doubt he thought that Harriet Vane was any man's game. He really imagined that placed between Lord Peter and himself a woman could possibly... Well, why not? How was he to know? It wouldn't be the first time that a woman had made a foolish choice. If anything, he was paying her the compliment of supposing that she was not mercenary. Or Horrid thought that he expected her to be completely promiscuous. That was it, he did. He was informing her now, in reasonably plain language, that somebody like himself would be a nice change for her, and that he couldn't make out what a fine woman like herself could see in a fellow like Wimsey. Oh! Rage rendered her speechless for a moment. Then she began to feel amused. If he thought that, he could be made to feel anything. She could twist men round her little finger, could she? Ah, well, then, she could twist him. She would fool him to the top of his bent. She begged him not to talk so loudly. Mrs. Weldon would overhear him. This reminder had its effect, and Henry behaved himself, until the arrival at the spot selected for the picnic compelled him to return to his former attitude of ordinary politeness. The picnic itself passed off without any remarkable incident, and Henry did not succeed in getting Harriet to himself until the meal was over and they went to wash up the plates in a little brook that ran close by. Even then Harriet was able to avoid his advances by sending him to do the washing while she stood by with a dishcloth. She ordered him about prettily, and he obeyed with delighted willingness, tucking up his sleeves and getting down to the job. However, the inevitable moment arrived when he returned with the clean plates and put them into her hands. Then, seizing his opportunity, he advanced upon her and clasped her with clumsy gallantry about the body. She dropped the plates and wriggled, pushing his arms away and bending her head down so that the faithful and long-suffering hat was between them.
"Damn," said Henry. "Well, you might let a fellow up."
It was then that Harriet became really frightened. She gave a scream, which was no mockery, but a real determined yell, and followed it up with a box on the ear that was no butterfly kiss. Henry, astonished, relaxed his grip for a moment. She broke away from him, and at that moment Mrs. Weldon, attracted by the scream, came running to the top of the bank. "Whatever is the matter?" I saw a snake," said Harriet wildly. "I'm sure it was a viper." She screamed again, and so did Mrs. Weldon, who was terrified of snakes. Henry, grunting, picked up the fallen plates and told his mother not to be silly. "Oh, come back to the car," said Mrs. Weldon. "I won't stay another moment in this horrid place." They went back to the car. Henry looked glum and injured. He felt that he'd been badly treated, as indeed he had. But Harriet's face was white enough to show that she had had a real shock, and she insisted on returning in the back of the car with Mrs. Weldon, who made a great fuss over her with a smelling bottle and ejaculations of horror and sympathy. When they got back to Wolvercombe, Harriet was sufficiently recovered to thank Henry properly and apologize for having been so stupid. But she was still not quite herself, refused to come into the hotel, and insisted on walking back to her room at Mrs. Lefranc's. She would not allow Henry to go with her. She wouldn't hear of it. She was quite all right. The walk would do her good. Henry, who was still offended, didn't press the point. Harriet walked away, but not to Mrs. Lefranc's. She hastened to the nearest telephone cabinet and rang up the Bellevue. Was Lord Peter Wimsey there? No, he was out. Could they take a message? Yes. Would he please come round and see Miss Vane at once, the minute he came in? It was frightfully urgent. Certainly they would tell him. No, they would not forget. Harriet went home, sat down on Paul Alexis's chair, and stared at Paul Alexis's icon. She really felt quite upset. She sat there for an hour without removing her hat and gloves, just thinking, when there was a commotion on the staircase. Feet came up 2 steps at a time, and the door burst open so hard upon the preliminary knock as to make the knock superfluous. "Hello, hello, hello, here we all are. What's up? Anything exciting? So sorry I was out." "Here, I say, hold up. It's all right, you know. At least it is all right, isn't it?" He gently extricated his arm from Harriet's frenzied grasp and shut the door. "Now then, my dear, what's happened? You're all of a doodah." "Peter, I believe I've been kissed by a murderer." "Have you? Well, it serves you right for letting anybody kiss you but me. Good heavens, you raise all sorts of objections to a perfectly amiable and reasonable, virtuous man like myself, and the next thing I hear is that you are wallowing in the disgusting embraces of a murderer. Oh, well, upon my soul, I don't know what the modern girl is coming to." "He didn't actually kiss me. He only hugged me." "Well, that's what I said. I said disgusting embraces. And what is worse, you sent urgent messages to my hotel so that you can get me here to be gloated over. It is abominable. It is repulsive. Sit down. Take off that vulgar and idiotic hat and tell me who this low-down, bone-headed, bird-witted, dissipated murderer is, who can't even keep his mind on his murdering, but rushes about the country embracing and hugging painted-faced females that don't belong to him." "Very well. Prepare for a shock." It was Haviland Martin. Haviland Martin? Haviland Martin. Wimsey walked very deliberately to a table near the window, laid down his hat and stick upon it, drew forward a chair, placed Harriet in it, drew up a second chair, sat down in it himself, and said, "You win. I'm astonished. I am thunderstruck. Kindly explain yourself. I thought you were out this afternoon with the Weldons." "I was." "Am I to understand that Haviland Martin is a friend of Henry Weldon's?" "Haviland Martin is Henry Weldon." "You have been wallowing in the embraces of Henry Weldon, only in the interests of justice. Besides, I boxed his ears. Go on. Begin from the beginning." Harriet began from the beginning. Wimsey bore fairly well the story of the vamping of Henry Weldon, merely interjecting that he hoped the man wouldn't make himself a nuisance later on, and listened patiently till she came to the incident of the plate-washing. I was sort of wriggling, because I didn't want him actually to kiss me, you know, and I looked down and saw his arm. It was round my waist, you understand. Yes, I grasped that. and I saw a snake tattooed all the way up his arm, just as it was up Martin's. And then I suddenly remembered how his face had seemed kind of familiar when I first saw him, and then I realized who he was. Did you tell him so? No. Oh, I just yelled, and Mrs. Weldon came up and asked what was the matter. So I said I'd seen a snake. It was the only thing I could think of. And, of course, it was true. What did Henry say? Nothing. He was rather grumpy. Of course, he thought I was just making a fuss about his kissing me. Only he couldn't tell his mother that. No. But do you suppose he put two and two together? I don't think he did. I hope not. I hope not. Or he may have bolted. I know. I ought to have stuck to him like glue, but I couldn't. I couldn't, Peter. Honestly, I was frightened. They were silly, but I saw Alexis with his throat cut and the blood running all over the place. It was horrible. And the idea of that... Ugh. Look, wait a moment. Let's think this thing out. You're sure you aren't mistaken about the snake and that Weldon really is Martin? Yes, I am sure he is. I can see it perfectly now. His profile's the same, now I come to think of it, and his height and size, and his voice, too. The hair's different, of course, but he could easily have dyed that. So he could. And his hair looks as if it had been dyed recently, for the matter of that, and rebleached. I thought it looked funny and dead. Well, if Weldon is Martin, there's undoubtedly some funny business somewhere. But, Harriet, do put it out of your mind that he's a murderer. We have proved that Martin couldn't possibly have done it. He couldn't get to the place in time. Had you forgotten that? Yes. Yes, I believe I had forgotten it. Oh, well, it seems so obvious somehow that if he was there at Darley, in disguise, he must have been up to something or other. Well, of course, he was up to something or other, but what? He couldn't be in two places at once, even if he was disguised as Beelzebub. No, he couldn't, could he? Oh, what an idiot I am. I have been sitting here, having the horrors, and wondering how in the world we could ever break it to Mrs. Weldon. Oh, we may have to do that in any case, I'm afraid, said Wimsey gravely. It looks very much as if he had some hand in it, even if he didn't do the throat-cutting part of it. The only thing is, if he wasn't the actual murderer, why was he at Darley at all? Goodness knows. Something to do with the bay mare, that's a certainty. But what? What was the point of the bay mare at all? Oh, it beats me, Harriet. It beats me. So it does me. Well, there's only one thing to do. What's that? To ask him. Ask him? Yes, we'll ask him. It's just conceivable that there's some innocent explanation of the thing. And if we ask him about it, he'll have to commit himself one way or the other. Yes. Well, that means open warfare. Not necessarily. We needn't tell him we suspect. I think you'd better leave this to me. I rather think I had. I'm afraid I haven't handled Henry as well as I thought I was going to. Oh, I don't know. You've got hold of a pretty valuable piece of information, anyhow. Don't worry. We'll turn friend Henry inside out before we're done with him. I'll just pop round to the Resplendent now and see that he hasn't taken alarm. He popped round accordingly, only to find that Henry, so far from bolting, was dining and playing bridge with a party of other residents. Should he break in on them with his questions, or should he wait? Ah, better wait, perhaps, and let the matter crop up quietly in conversation the next morning. He made a private arrangement with the night porter to give him the tip if Mr. Weldon showed any signs of departing during the night, and retired to his own quarters to do some hard thinking. Chapter 19. The Evidence of the Disguised Motorist. Confess or to the dungeon. Pause. Death's Jest Book. Thursday, 25 June. Mr. Weldon did not bolt. Wimsey had no difficulty in catching him the following morning, and was rather glad he'd waited, for in the meantime he had received a letter from Chief Inspector Parker. My dear Peter, what will you do next? I have got a little preliminary information for you, and if anything fresh turns up, I will keep you posted. First of all, your Mr. Haviland Martin is not a Bolshevik agent. He's had that account in Cambridge for quite a long time, and owns a small house, complete with lady, in the outskirts of the town. He took it, I believe, in 1925, and makes his appearance there from time to time, dark spectacles and all. He was recommended to the bank by one Mr. Henry Weldon of Leamhurst Hunts, and there has never been any trouble with his account, a small one. He is thought to travel in something or other. All this suggests to me that the gentleman may be leading a double life, but you can put the Bolshevik theory out of your head. I got hold of Morris, the Bolshevik waller, this evening. He doesn't know of any communists or Russian agent who might be knocking about Wilvercombe at the present time, and thinks you got hold of a mare's nest. By the way, the Cambridge police, from whom I had to wangle the Martin dope by telephone, want to know what's up. First Wilvercombe, then me. Fortunately, knowing their super pretty well, I was able to get him to put pressure on the bank. I fancy I left them with the impression that it had something to do with bigamy. Talking of bigamy, Mary sends her love and wants to know whether you are any nearer committing monogamy yet. She says I am to recommend it to you out of my own experience, so I do so, acting strictly under orders. Affectionately yours, Charles. Thus armed, Wimsey descended on Henry Weldon, who greeted him with his usual offensive familiarity. Lord Peter bore with this as long as he thought advisable, and then said carelessly, "By the way, Weldon, you gave Miss Vane quite a turn yesterday afternoon." Henry looked at him rather unpleasantly. "Oh, did I? Well, I don't see why you need to come butting in." "I wasn't referring to your manners," said Wimsey, "though I admit they are a bit startling. But why didn't you mention that you and she had met before?" "Met before? Well, for the very simple reason that we never have met before." "Oh, come, Weldon. How about last Thursday afternoon at the top of Hinks Lane?" He turned an ugly colour. "I don't know what you're talking about." "Don't you? Well, it's your business, of course, but if you want to go about the country incognito, you ought to get rid of that pattern on your arm. I understand that these things can be removed. Re-tattooing in flesh colour is the simplest method, I believe." "Oh." Henry stared for a few moments. Then a slow grin spread itself over his face. "Oh, so that's what the little hussy meant when she said she'd seen a snake. Sharp girl, that, Wimsey. Fancy her spotting that." "Manners, please," said Wimsey. "You will kindly refer to Miss Vane in a proper way, and spare me the boring nuisance of pushing your teeth out at the back of your neck." "Oh, all right, just as you like. But I'd like to see you try." "You wouldn't see it. It would happen, that's all. But I've no time to waste in comparative physiology. I want to know what you were doing in Darley in disguise." "What affair is that of yours?" "None, but the police might be interested. Anything that happened last Thursday interests them at the moment." "Oh, I see. You want to fix something on me. Well, just as it so happens, you can't, so you can put that in your pipe and smoke it. It's a fact that I came down here in another name. Well, why shouldn't I? I didn't want my mother to know I was here." "Why?" "Well, you see, I didn't like this Alexis business at all. No harm in admitting that. I've said it already, and I don't mind saying it again. I wanted to find out what was happening. If this marriage was really going through, I wanted to stop it." "But couldn't you have done that openly, without blacking your hair and dressing yourself up in dark spectacles?" "Well, of course I could. I could have burst in on the lovebirds and made a hell of a row and frightened Alexis off, I dare say. And then what? Had a devil of a scene with my mother and been cut off without a shilling, I suppose. No, my idea was to snoop around and see whether the job was really being put through, and if it was, to get hold of the young blighter and buy him off privately." "You'd have needed some cash to do that," said Wimsey dryly. "I don't know about that. I'd heard some stories about a girl down here, don't you see, and if my mother got to know about that—" "Ah, yes, a qualified form of blackmail. Oh, I begin to see the idea. You were going to pick up information in Wilvercombe about Alexis's previous entanglements, and then present him with the choice between having Mrs. Weldon told about it, and possibly getting nothing out of it, and taking your cash in hand and letting his credit as a faithful lover go. Is that it?" "That's it." "And why Darley?" "Because I didn't want to run into the old lady in Wilvercombe. Pair of specs and a bottle of head. I might be all right for the yokels, but to the sharp eye of mother love, you'll understand, they might not be as impenetrable as a brick wall." "Quite so. Do you mind my asking whether you made any progress with this delicate investigation?" "Oh, not much. Only got to the place on Tuesday evening, and I spent most of Wednesday tinkering with the car. Those fools at the garage sent it out—" "Ah, yes. Just one moment.
Was it really necessary to hire a car with all that parade of secrecy? Well, it was, rather, because my mother would have recognised my own bus. Rather an unusual colour. You seem to have thought it all out very well. Did you have no difficulty about hiring it? Oh, no, how stupid of me. No, you could give your own name to the garage, naturally. I could, but I didn't. To be perfectly frank, well, I don't mind saying that I had another name and address all ready to slip into. Sometimes I slip off to Cambridge on the quiet, see, to visit a lady there. You get me. Nice little woman, devoted and all that. Husband in the background somewhere. He won't divorce her, and I'm not worrying. Suits me all right as it is. Only there again, if my mother got to hear about it, well, there's been trouble one way and another, and I didn't want to start it again. We're right as rain in Cambridge. Mr. and Mrs. Haviland Martin. All perfectly respectable and all that, when it's easy enough to slip over when one wants a spot of domestic bliss and so on. You get me? I get you. Do you also perambulate Cambridge in disguise? Well, I stick on specs when I go to the bank. Some of my good neighbours keep an account there. So you had this handy little disguise ready to slip into. Well, I do congratulate you on the convenience of your arrangements. They really fill me with admiration, and I am sure Mrs. Martin must be a very happy woman. It really surprises me that you should be so anxious to pursue Miss Vane with your attentions. Ah, but when a young lady asks for it... Besides, I rather wanted to find out what the girl, the lady, that is, was after. When your mother's pretty well off, don't you see, you rather get the idea that people are looking out to make a bit out of her. Oh, Wimsey laughed. So you thought you'd vamp Miss Vane and find out? How great minds do think alike. She had rather the same idea about you. Wondered why you were so damned anxious to push her and me out of the place. I'm not surprised you each found each other so easy to talk to. Miss Vane said she was afraid you had seen through our little plot and were pulling her leg. Well, well, well. So now we can come out into the open and be perfectly frank with one another. So much jollier and all that, what? Henry Weldon looked at Wimsey suspiciously. He had a dim notion that he had somehow been jockeyed into an absurd position. It was all very well. That damn girl and this chattering lunatic of an amateur detective seemed to be working hand in glove. But it did cross his mind that all this talk about frankness was a little one-sided. "Oh, yes, rather," he replied vaguely, adding rather anxiously, "No need to tell my mother all about this, eh? She wouldn't like it." "Possibly not," said Wimsey. "But you see, the police, what? I don't quite see British justice, duties of a citizen and all that, don't you know? I can't prevent Miss Vane from going to Inspector Umplety, can I? Free agent and so on, and she's not over and above pleased with you, from what I can make out." "Oh, I don't mind the police." Henry's face cleared. Oh, I've nothing to hide from them, you know. Not a bit. Rather not. Look here, old man. Look, if I tell you all about it, couldn't you just tip them off and get him to leave me alone? You're damn thick with that inspector fella. If you tell him I'm all right, he'll take it from you." "Oh, yes, good fellow, the inspector. Not his business to betray confidences. There's no reason whatever, so far as I can see, that Mrs. Weldon should know anything about it. We men must stick together." "That's right." Undeterred by experience, Mr. Weldon instantly entered into another alliance, offensive and defensive. "Well, look here. I came along to Darley on Tuesday evening and got permission to camp in Hinks Lane. You knew the place pretty well, I gather." "Never been there in my life. Why?" Sorry. I thought you meant you knew about Hinks Lane before you got there." "Eh? Oh, I see what you mean. Well, I got it from some chap I met in a pub in Heathbury. Don't know his name." "Oh, quite." "I got in some stores and so on and settled in. Then next day, that was Wednesday, I thought I had better make a start on my inquiries. Stop a bit. That wasn't till the afternoon. I just loafed around in the morning. It was rather a grand day, and I was tired with trekking across country, especially as the car hadn't been going any too well. After lunch, I had a go at it. It took me a devil of a time to start the bus, but I got it a go at last and ran over to Wilvercombe. I went first of all to the registrar's and found that there was no marriage notice put up there, so I followed that up by a round of the churches. There was nothing there either, but of course that proved nothing very much, because they might be going to get married in London or somewhere by licence or even by special licence." Well, the next thing I did was to get the address of this chap Alexis from the people at the Resplendent. I took good care to dodge the old lady. I rang up the management with a story about a parcel that had gone to the wrong address and got it out of them. Then I went round to the address they gave me and tried to pump the old woman there, but she wasn't having any. However, she said I might find Alexis in a restaurant she told me about. I went round. He wasn't there. But I got talking with a fellow who dropped in, some Dago. I don't know his name. He said something which made me think I could find out what I wanted at the Winter Gardens. Henry paused. Of course, he said, this must look pretty fishy to you. Me hanging round there asking about Alexis and then all this business happening next day. But that is exactly what I did. Well, I went back to where I left the car and had more trouble with it than ever. I began to curse the fool who'd hired it out to me and thought I'd better take it to a garage. Well, naturally, having once been started and warmed up, it went all right, and the garage people couldn't find anything wrong with it. They undid a few things and tightened a few things and charged me £50, and that was all. By the time they'd finished, I was getting fed up, and I thought I'd better take the beastly thing home while she was running. So I went back to Darley, with the engine missing all the way. After that I went for a walk, and that was the end of that day, except that I dropped in a bit later for a pint at the Feathers. Which way did you walk? Oh, along the beach for a bit. Why? I just wondered if you'd rambled as far as the Flatiron. 4.5 miles? Oh, not likely. Matter of fact, I haven't seen the place yet, and I don't want to. Anyway, Thursday's the day you wanted to know about. All the details, as they say in the text stories, eh? I had breakfast about 9 o'clock. Eggs and bacon, if you want to be particular. And then I thought I'd better see about getting along to Wolvercombe. So I went down to the village and flagged a passing car. That was, well, let me see, just after 10 o'clock. Whereabouts was this? Where the main road enters Darley, the Wolvercombe side. Why didn't you hire a car in the village? Have you seen the cars you can hire in the village? If you had, you wouldn't ask. Couldn't you have phoned up a Wolvercombe garage and got them to come out and pick you and the Morgan up? Well, I could have, but I didn't. The only garage I knew at Wolvercombe was the place I tried the night before. I knew they weren't any good. Besides, what's wrong with taking a lift? Nothing, if the driver isn't afraid about his insurance. Oh, well, this one wasn't. Very decent sort of woman she seemed to be. Drove a big red open Bentley. Made no bones about it at all. You don't know her name, I suppose? Well, I never thought to ask. But I do remember the number of the car. It was a comic one. OI 0101. Ha 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 ha. Sort of thing you couldn't help remembering. Oi, oi, oi. Ha ha ha. Well, I said to this woman what a funny one it was, and we laughed about it a good bit. Ha ha ha, said Wimsey. Oh, that's a good one. Oi, oi, oi. Yes, it made us both laugh. I remember saying it was a bit unfortunate having a number like that, because it would stick in a bobby's mind. Oi, oi, oi. Ha 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 ha. Mr. Weldon yodeled gleefully. So, you go to Wolvercombe. Oh, yes. And what did you do there? Well, the good lady put me down in the market square and asked me if I would like to be taken back. So I said that was very kind of her, and when we should be leaving. She said she had to go just before 1 o'clock, because she had an appointment in Heathbury. So I said that would do me all right, and she arranged to meet me in the market square again. So then I had a wander round and went down to the Winter Gardens. The chap I'd talked to said that this girl of Alexis's had something to do with the Winter Gardens. Sung or something. She doesn't, as a matter of fact. Her present young man plays in the orchestra there. Oh, yes, I know that now. He got it all wrong. Anyhow, that's where I went, and I wasted a good bit of time listening to a tomfool classical concert. Oh, my God. Bach and stuff at 11 in the morning. I'm wondering when the real show began. Were there many people there? Oh, Lord, yes, yeah. Packed with tabbies and invalids. Well, I soon got fed up and went round to the Resplendent. I wanted to get hold of the people there, only, of course, I had the luck to run slap bang into my mother. She was just going out, and I dodged behind one of those silly palm trees they have there so that she couldn't see me. Then I thought she might be going off to meet Alexis, so I padded after her. And did she meet Alexis? No. She went to some damn milliner's place. How provoking. I believe you. Well, I waited a bit, and she came out and went to the Winter Gardens. Hello, I said to myself, what's all this? Is she on the same tack as I am? So away I toddled, and, dash it, if it wasn't the same infernal concert, and if she didn't sit through it all by herself. I can tell you what they played, too, a thing called the Eroica Symphony. Oh, such stuff. Oh, tut-tut, how wearisome. Yes, I was wild, I can tell you. And the funny thing was, Mother looked as if she was waiting for somebody, because she kept looking round and fidgeting. She sat on right through the programme, but when he came to God Save the King, she chucked it and went back to the Resplendent, looking as sick as a cat when you've taken its mouse away. Well, then I looked at my watch, and dashed if it wasn't 20 to 1. A sad waste of time. So I suppose you had to give up your drive home with the kind lady in the Bentley. What, me? Oh, no, not a bit of it. She was a dash fine woman. Oh, there wasn't such a devil of a hurry about Alexis. I went back to the Market Square, and there she was, and we went home. Well, I think that was all. No, it wasn't. I bought some collars at a shop near the War Memorial. I believe I've got the bill about me somewhere, if that's evidence. Yes, here we are. One stuffs these things into one's pocket, you know. I've got one of the collars on now, if you'd like to look at it. No, I believe you. Good. Well, that's all, except that I went along and had some lunch at the Feathers. My good lady dropped me there, and I think she went off up the Heathbury Road. After lunch, that is at about 1:45, I went and had another go at the car, but couldn't get the slightest sign of a spark. So I thought I'd see if the local man could make anything of it. I went and got him, and he came, and after a time they traced the trouble to a fault in the HT lead and put it right. Well, that seems pretty clear. What time did you and the lady in the Bentley get to the Feathers? Just on 1 o'clock. I remember hearing the church clock strike and saying I hoped you wouldn't be late for a tennis party. And what time did you go to the garage? Oh, blessed if I know. About, 3 or half past, I should think. But they could probably tell you. Oh, yes, they'll be able to check that up all right. It's very lucky you've got so many witnesses to your alibi, isn't it? Otherwise, as you say, you might have looked fishy. Now, here's another thing. While you were in Hinks Lane on Thursday, did you happen to notice anybody or anything going along the shore? Not a soul. But as I've been trying to explain, I was only there up to 10 o'clock, and after 1:45, so it wasn't very likely I should see anything. Nobody passed between 1:45 and 3 o'clock? Oh, between 1:45 and 3 o'clock. I thought you meant earlier. Yes, there was a chap, a little pipsqueak of a fellow in shorts with horn-rimmed goggles on. He came down Hinks Lane just after I got back, at 1:55 to be exact, and asked the time. Did he? Where did he come from? From the village. I mean, from the direction of the village. He seemed to be a stranger. I told him the time, and he went down to the shore and had his lunch on the beach. He cleared off later. At least he wasn't there after I came back from the garage, and I think he went earlier than that. I didn't have much conversation with him. In fact, he wasn't keen for any after I'd booted him one in the behind. Great Scott, what for? Nosy Parkering. I was struggling with the infernal car, and he stood about asking silly questions. I told him to clear out. Standing there bleating, won't it start? Blasted idiot. Wimsey laughed. He can't be our man, anyhow. What man? The murderer? You still want to make out it's a murder? Well, I'll swear that little shrimp had nothing to do with it. Sunday school teacher, that's what he looked like. And he was the only person you saw? Nothing else? Neither man, woman, nor child? Neither bird nor beast? Why, no, nothing. Well, I'm much obliged to you for being so frank. I'll have to tell Umplety about all this, but I don't imagine he'll bother you much, and I don't see the least need to inform Mrs. Weldon. I told you there was nothing in it. Exactly. What time did you leave on Friday morning, by the way? 8 o'clock. Early start, wasn't it? Well, there's nothing to stay for. Why? Well, Alexis was dead, wasn't he? How did you know that? Henry broke into a great guffaw. Ha, 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 ha! Thought you'd got something that time, didn't you? Well, I knew it because I was told. I went into the Feathers on Thursday night, and of course they'd all heard about the dead man being found. Presently the local bobby came in. He doesn't live at Darley, but he comes through on his bike from time to time. He'd been over at Wolvercombe for something or other, and he told us that they'd got a photo of the body and had just developed it up, identified it as a fellow called Alexis from the Resplendent. You ask the bobby and he'll tell you. So I began to think I'd better pop off home, because that's where my mother would expect the condolences to come from. Ha! How's that, eh? Overwhelming, said Wimsey. He left Henry Weldon and made for the police station. Watertight, 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 he muttered to himself. But why did he lie about the horse? He must have seen it if it was running loose, unless it broke out of the field after 8 o'clock in the morning. And why shouldn't it? Ha! Watertight, watertight. Damned suspiciously watertight.
Chapter 20. The Evidence of the Lady in the Car. Madam, we're strangers, and yet I knew some while ago a form like thine. The Bride's Tragedy. Thursday, 25 June. The superintendent and the inspector were perhaps even more surprised than pleased to hear of the identification of Mr. Haviland Martin. They felt that the amateurs had stolen a march on them, although, as they both hastened to point out, the case now remained as obscure as ever, if not more so. That is to say, considered as a murder, it was obscure. On the other hand, the evidence for suicide was perhaps a little strengthened, though only negatively. Instead of the sinister Martin, who might have been anybody, they now have merely Mr. Henry Weldon, whom they knew. True, it was now extremely plain that Henry Weldon had a most cogent reason for wishing poor Alexis out of the way, but his own explanation of his presence at Darley seemed plausible if foolish, and there remained the absolute certainty that he could not possibly have been at the Flatiron at 2 o'clock. Moreover, the fact that he had been known for 5 years as the bespectacled Haviland Martin of the tinted glasses robbed his latest masquerade of half its significance. The character of Martin had not been invented for the present purpose, and since it already existed, it was natural enough that Weldon should have assumed it for the purpose of spying on his mother. As to the outstanding points of Weldon's story, these could easily be checked. The bill for the collars was dated June 18th, and the date did not appear to have been altered in any way. A telephone call to the shop confirmed it, and brought the additional information that the bill referred to was one of the last half-dozen made out on that day. Since Thursday had been the early closing day, when the shop closed at 1 o'clock, it was fairly evident that the purchase had been made shortly before that time. Next, perhaps, in importance, was the evidence of the Darley policeman. He was quickly found and interrogated. He admitted that Weldon's account of the matter was perfectly true. He had been in Wolvercombe that evening at about 9 o'clock on a visit to his young lady, being then off duty, and had met one of the Wolvercombe police, Rennie by name, outside the Resplendent. He had asked if there was any news about the body found at the Flatiron, and Rennie had mentioned the identification. Rennie confirmed this, and there was no reason to doubt it. The photographs had been developed and printed within an hour of their arrival at the police station. The hotels had been among the first places visited by the police. The identification had been made shortly before 9 o'clock, and Rennie had been on duty with Inspector Umplety while the manager of the Resplendent was being interrogated. The Darley constable further admitted having mentioned the identification in the bar at the Three Feathers. He had gone into the bar, quite legitimately, just before closing time, in search of a man who was suspected of some trifling misdemeanour, and he distinctly remembered that Martin was present at that time. Both constables were reprimanded for talking too freely, but the fact remained that Weldon had been told of the identification that night. "So what have we got left?" inquired Superintendent Glacier. Wimsey shook his head. "Nothing very much, but still something. First, Weldon knows something about that horse, I'll swear he does. He hesitated when I asked him if he'd seen any persons, thing or animal, and I'm almost certain he was wondering whether to say no or to make up a taradiddle. Secondly, all this story is so thin. A child would know better than to set about his precious inquiries in the way he did. Why should he twice go into Wilvercombe and twice come away without really doing anything much? Thirdly, his story is so glib and so full of exact times. Why, if he wasn't deliberately preparing an alibi? Fourthly, just at the most crucial moment of all, we get an account of his having been seen by an unknown person who asks the time. Now, why on earth should a man who had just passed through a village full of people and clocks walk down Hinks Lane to ask a casual camper for the time? The man who asks the time is part of the regular stock-in-trade of the alibi maker. The whole thing is so elaborate and fishy. Don't you think so? Glacier nodded. I agree with you. It is fishy. But what does it mean? Ah, there you've got me. I can only suggest that whatever Weldon was doing that morning in Wilvercombe, it wasn't what he said he was doing, and that he may somehow be in league with the actual murderer. How about this car? Oi, oi, oi. Well, it's a Blankshire number, but that means nothing. Everybody buys second-hand cars these days. Still, naturally, we'll send out an inquiry. A wire to the Blankshire authorities will put us on the track. Not that that helps us very much about what Weldon was doing later in the day. Not a bit. But there's no harm in getting hold of the lady. And have you asked the Winter Gardens what the performance was last Thursday morning? Yes, Constable Ormond is down there now. Oh, here he is. Constable Ormond had inquired minutely. It was a classical concert starting at 10:30. Eine kleine Nachtmusik by Mozart, two Lieder ohne Worte by Mendelssohn, Bach's Air for G-string, a suite by Handel, interval. Beethoven's Eroica, all present and correct. Bach and Beethoven, as per statement, and approximately at the correct times. No printed programme that anyone could have taken away or memorised. Further, the Eroica had been substituted at the last minute for the Pastoral, owing to some difficulty about mislaid band parts. Each piece had been announced from the platform by the conductor. If anyone still nursed a suspicion that Mr. Henry Weldon had not been present at that particular concert, it could only be out of surprise that he should have troubled to remember the items he had heard so exactly. Positive confirmation of his story there was none, though P.C. Ormond had carefully questioned the attendants. Persons in tinted spectacles were, alas, as common in the Winter Gardens as black beetles in a basement. Some additional confirmation of Weldon's story was brought in a few minutes later by another constable. He had interviewed Mrs. Lefranc, and discovered that a gentleman in dark glasses really had called on Paul Alexis on the Wednesday and tried to get information about Leila Garland. Mrs. Lefranc, scenting trouble, had packed him off with a flea in his ear to the restaurant where Alexis frequently lunched. Here the proprietor remembered him. Yes, there had, he believed, been some talk about the Winter Gardens, with a gentleman out of the orchestra who had happened to drop in. No, not Mr. de Soto, but a much humbler gentleman, who played at the fourth desk of the second violins. Finally, a sequel to a series of inquiries put round the principal Wilvercombe garages, a mechanic was found who remembered a gent calling on Wednesday evening with a Morgan and complaining of trouble in starting and feeble ignition. The mechanic had been able to find no fault beyond a certain amount of wear in the platinum points, which might have caused bad starting when the engine was cold. All these things were of little importance as regarded the actual crime, if there was one. They served, however, to support the general accuracy of Weldon's statement. One of the minor irritations of detective work is the delay which usually occurs in the putting through of inquiries. Trunk calls are held up. People urgently required for interviews are absent from home. Letters take time to travel. It was therefore gratifying and surprising to find the identification of the owner of OI 0101 going along like oiled clockwork. Within an hour, a telegram arrived from the Blankshire County Council stating that OI 0101 had been last transferred to a Mrs. Morecambe, living at 17 Popcord Street, Kensington. Within 10 minutes, the Wilvercombe Telephone Exchange had put through a trunk call. Within 15 minutes, the bell rang, and Superintendent Glacier was learning from Mrs. Morecambe's maid that her mistress was staying at Heathbury Vicarage. The call to the vicarage received immediate attention. Yes, Mrs. Morecambe was staying there. Yes, she was at home. Yes, they would fetch her. Yes, this was Mrs. Morecambe speaking. Yes, she distinctly remembered driving a gentleman in dark glasses from Darley to Wilvercombe and back last Thursday. Yes, she thought she could remember the times. She must have picked him up about 10 o'clock, judging by the time she'd started out from Heathbury, and she knew she had dropped him in Darley again at 1 o'clock because she had consulted her watch to see if she would be in time for her luncheon and tennis party at Colonel Cranton's, the other side of Heathbury. No, she had never seen the gentleman before and did not know his name, but she thought she could identify him if required. No trouble at all, thanks. She was only glad to know that the police had nothing against her. The silvery laughter. When the maid said the superintendent was on the phone, she had been afraid she might have been trespassing on the White Lines or parking in the wrong place or something. She would be staying at the vicarage till next Monday and would be happy to assist the police in any way. She did hope she hadn't been helping a gangster to escape or anything of that sort. The superintendent scratched his head. "Oh, it's uncanny," he said. "Here we are, and we know all about it. Not so much as a wrong number. But anyhow, if the lady's a friend of the Reverend Trevor's, she's okay. He's lived here for 15 years and is the nicest gentleman you could wish to meet. Quite one of the old school. We'll just find out how well he knows this Mrs. Morecambe, but I expect it's all right. As to the identification, I don't know that it's worthwhile." "You probably couldn't expect her to identify him without his dark hair and glasses," said Wimsey. "It's astonishing what a difference it makes having the eyes concealed. You could make him put the spectacles on, of course, or you could bring her over and get him to identify her. I tell you what, ring up again, ask if she can come over here now. I'll get hold of Weldon and park him out on the veranda of the Resplendent. And you can fetch her along casually. If he spots her, all's well. If she spots him, we may feel differently about it." "I see," said Glacier. That's not a bad idea. Well, we'll do that." He rang up Heathbury Vicarage and spoke again. "It's all right, she's coming." "Good. Well, I'll toddle round and try to detach Weldon from his mamma. If she's present at the interview, the good Henry will be in the soup. If I can't get him along, I'll ring you." Henry Weldon was readily found in the lounge. He was having tea with his mother, but excused himself when Wimsey came up and asked for a word in private. They selected a table about halfway along the veranda, and Weldon ordered drinks, while Wimsey embarked on a rather verbose account of his interview with the police that morning. He harped a good deal on the trouble he had taken to persuade Glacier not to let the story come to Mrs. Weldon's ears, and Henry expressed a proper sense of gratitude. Presently a burly figure made his appearance, looking exactly like a policeman out of uniform, and escorting a rather young old lady dressed in the extreme of fashion. They passed slowly along the veranda, which was well filled with people, making for an empty table at the far end. Wimsey watched the lady's glance roam over the assembly. It rested on him, passed on to Weldon, and then, without a pause or a sign of recognition, to a young man in blue glasses who was toying with a chocolate sundae at the next table. Here it paused for a moment. Then it moved on again. At the same time, Weldon gave quite a convulsive start. "I beg your pardon," said Wimsey, breaking off short in his monologue. "Did you speak?" No. "No," said Weldon. "No, I thought I recognised somebody, that's all. Probably a chance resemblance." He followed Mrs. Morecambe with his eyes as she approached them, and raised a tentative hand to his hat. Mrs. Morecambe saw the movement and looked at Weldon with a faint expression of puzzlement. She opened her mouth as though to speak, but shut it again. Weldon completed the hat-raising gesture and stood up. "Good afternoon," he said. "I'm afraid you don't—" Mrs. Morecambe stared with polite surprise. "Oh, surely I'm not mistaken," said Weldon. "You were good enough to give me a lift the other day." "Did I?" said Mrs. Morecambe. She looked more closely and said, "Yes, I believe I did. But weren't you wearing dark glasses that day?" "Ah, I was. Yeah, makes rather a difference, doesn't it?" "Well, I really shouldn't have known you, but I recognise your voice now. Only I had an idea— But there, I'm not very observant. I carried away an impression that you were quite dark. Probably the glasses put it into my head. So stupid of me. I hope the Morgan's recovered itself.
Oh, yes, thanks. Well, fancy meeting you here. Well, it's a small place, isn't it?
Very. I hope you're having an enjoyable holiday.
Oh, very much so, thanks. Now, that car of mine is behaving itself again. I'm tremendously grateful for you for having taken compassion on me that day.
Oh, not at all. It was a pleasure. Mrs. Morecambe bowed politely and moved away with her companion. Wimsey grinned. So, that was your attractive lady. Well, well, you're a gay dog, Weldon. Young or old, they all go down before you, spectacles or no spectacles.
Oh, chuck it, said Henry, not displeased. Lucky thing her turning up like that, wasn't it?
Remarkably so, said Wimsey.
Don't like the hick she's got with her, though, pursued Henry. One of the local turnip heads, I suppose.
Wimsey grinned again. Could anybody be as slow-witted as Henry made himself out to be?
Well, I would have tried to find out who she was, said Henry, but I thought it would look a bit pointed. Still, I dare say they'll be able to trace her, won't they? Rather important to me, you know.
Yes, it is, isn't it? Very good-looking and well off, too, from the looks of her. I congratulate you, Weldon. Shall I try and trace her for you? I'm a most skilful go-between and an accomplished gooseberry.
Ah, don't be an ass, Wimsey. She's my alibi, you idiot.
Oh, so she is. Well, here goes. Wimsey slipped away, chuckling to himself.
Well, that's all right, said Glacier, when all this was reported to him. We've got the lady taped now, all right? She is the daughter of an old school friend of Mrs. Trevor's and stays with them every summer. Been at Heathbury for the last 3 weeks. Husband's something in the city. Sometimes joined her for weekends, but hasn't been here this summer. Lunch and tennis at Colonel Cranton's, all correct. No funny business there. Weldon's all right. Well, that will be a relief to his mind. He's been a bit nervy about this alibi of his. He skipped like a ram when he caught sight of Mrs. Morecambe.
Did he?
Skipping for joy, I expect. After all, you can't be surprised. How's he to know what time the alibi is wanted for? We've managed to keep that part of it out of the papers. And he probably still thinks, as we did at first, that Alexis was dead some time before Miss Vane found the body. He can't help knowing that he had a jolly good motive for killing Alexis, and that he was here under dashed suspicious circumstances. In any case, we've got to let him out, because if he did the murder, or helped to do it, he wouldn't make any mistake about the time. He's scared stiff, and I don't blame him. But his not knowing lets him out as surely and certainly as if he had a really cast-iron alibi for 2 o'clock. Much more, surely, my dear man. It's when I find people with cast-iron alibis that I begin to suspect them. Though Weldon's 2 o'clock alibi seems to be as nearly cast-iron as anything can be. It's only when somebody comes along and swears himself black in the face that he saw Weldon behaving with perfect innocence at 2 o'clock precisely that I'll begin seriously to weave a hempen necktie for him. Unless, of course, well, unless, I was going to say, there was a conspiracy between Weldon and some other person to kill Alexis, and the actual killing was done by the other person. I mean, supposing, for example, Weldon and our fellow Bright were both in it, and Bright was scheduled to do the dirty deed at 11 o'clock, for example, while Weldon established his own alibi. And suppose there was some hitch in the arrangement, so that the murder didn't come off till 2. And suppose Weldon didn't know that and was still sticking to the original timetable. Now, how about that? Well, that's supposing a lot. Bright, or whoever it was, has had plenty of time to communicate with Weldon. He wouldn't be such a fool as not to let him know. True, true. I'm not satisfied with that suggestion. It doesn't seem to fit Bright. Besides, Bright really has a cast-iron alibi for 2 o'clock. I know. That's why I suspect him. But what I mean is that Bright is a free agent. Even if it was too dangerous to meet Weldon, he could always have written or telephoned, and so could Weldon. You haven't got anybody in Jug who would fit the bill, I suppose? Or any sudden deaths? The only thing I can think of is that the accomplice may have been in some place where he couldn't communicate with anybody. Quad, or 6 foot of elm with brass handles. Or how about a hospital? Or, as you say, a hospital. That's an idea, said Glacier. Oh, we'll look into that, my lord. It can't do any harm, though I haven't much faith in it. I seem to have lost my faith lately, as the good folks say. Well, thank heavens, it's nearly dinner time, and one can always eat.
Hello, 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 what's all the excitement? Superintendent Glacier looked out of the window. There was a noise of trampling feet. They're carrying something down to the mortuary. Well, I wonder... The door burst open with scant ceremony, and Inspector Umplety surged in, damp and triumphant. "I'm sorry, sir," he said. "Good evening, my lord. We've got the body." Chapter 21. The Evidence at the Inquest. At the word, "I'm murdered," the jailers of the dead throw back the gravestone, split the deep ocean, and unclose the mountain to let the buried pass. Death's Jest Book. Friday, 26 June. The inquest upon the body of Paul Alexis was held on June 26 to the undisguised relief and triumph of Inspector Umplety. For years, it seemed to him, he had been trying to make an investigation about nothing tangible. But for Harriet's photographs, he might, in his more worried moments, have begun to think that the body was a myth. Now, however, here it definitely was. A real, solid, or comparatively solid, body. True, it was not quite so informative as he'd hoped. It was not served out to him complete with a ticket marked in plain figures, "Suicide with Care," or "This year's murder model, body by Bright." However, there was the corpse, and that was something gained. To quote Lord Peter Wimsey, who seemed to be specializing in the provision of mnemonics, he might now say, "'Twould make a man drink himself dead on gin toddy, to have neither a corpus delicti nor body. But now, though by destiny scurvily tricked I, at least have a corpse, though no corpus delicti." There was some little debate whether the whole matter should be thrashed out at the inquest, or the complicated series of clues and suspicions suppressed, and the inquest adjourned for further inquiries. In the end, however, it was decided to let matters take their course. Something useful might come out. One never knew. In any case, the possible suspects must know by this time pretty well where they stood. Certain clues, for example the horseshoe, could, of course, be kept up the sleeves of the police. The first witness to give evidence was Inspector Umplety. He explained briefly that the body had been found tightly wedged into a deep crevice at the far end of the Grinder's Reef, from which it had been recovered with considerable difficulty by means of dredging tackle and diving. It had apparently been washed into that position by the heavy seas of the previous week. When found, it was considerably distended by internal gases, but had not floated, being heavily weighted down by the presence of a cash belt containing £300 in gold. Sensation! The inspector produced the belt and the gold, which the jury inspected with curiosity and awe, and also a passport found on the deceased. This had recently been visaed for France. 2 other items of interest had also been discovered in the dead man's breast pocket. One was the unmounted photograph of a very beautiful girl of Russian type wearing a tiara-shaped headdress of pearls. The photograph was signed in a thin, foreign-looking hand with the name Theodora. There was no mark of origin on the photograph, which either had never been mounted or had been skilfully detached from its mount. It was in a fairly good state of preservation, having been kept in one of the compartments of a handsome leather note-case, which had protected it to some extent. The note-case contained nothing further but a few currency notes, some stamps, and the return half of a ticket from Wilvercombe to Darley Holt, dated 18 June. The second item was more enigmatical. It was a sheet of quarto paper covered with writing, but so stained with blood and seawater that it was almost undecipherable. This paper had not been folded in the note-case, but tucked away behind it. Such writing as could be read was in printed capitals, and in a purplish ink, which, though it had run and smeared a good deal, had stood up reasonably well to its week's immersion. A few sentences could be made out, but they were not of any encouraging nature. There was, for instance, a passage which began musically sol fa, S-O-L-F-A, but swiftly degenerated into TGMZ, DXL, LKKZM, VXI, before being lost in a dirty crimson stain. Further down came AIL, AXH, NZMLF, NAGMJU KC and MULBY MS SZLKO, while the concluding words, which might be the signature, were UFHA AKTS. The coroner asked Inspector Umplety whether he could throw any light on this paper. Umplety replied he thought 2 of the witnesses might be able to do so, and stepped down to make way for Mrs. Lefranc. The lady of the lodgings, in a great state of nerves, tears and face powder, was asked if she had identified the body. She replied that she had been able to do so by the clothes, the hair, the beard, and by a ring which deceased had always worn on his left hand. "But as for his poor face," sobbed Mrs. Lefranc, "oh, I couldn't speak to it, not if I was his own mother, and I'm sure I loved him like a son. It's all been nibbled right away by those horrible creatures, and if ever I eat a crab or lobster again, I hope heaven will strike me dead. Many's the lobster mayonnaise I've ate in the old days, not knowing, and I'm sure it's no wonder if they give you nightmares, knowing where they come from, the brutes." The court shuddered, and the managers of the Resplendent and the Bellevue, who were present, dispatched hasty notes by messenger to the respective chefs, commanding them on no account whatever to put crab or lobster on the menu for at least a fortnight. Mrs. Lefranc deposed further that Alexis had been accustomed to receive letters from foreign parts, which took him a long time to read and answer. That after receiving the last of these on the Tuesday morning, he had become strange and excited in his manner. That on the Wednesday he'd paid up all outstanding bills and burnt a quantity of papers, and that night he had kissed her and referred mysteriously to a possible departure in the near future. That he had gone out on the Thursday morning after making rather a poor breakfast. He had not packed any clothes, and had taken his latchkey as though he meant to return. Shown the photograph, she had never seen it before. She had never seen the original of the portrait. She had never heard Alexis speak of anyone named Theodora. She knew of no ladies in his life except Leila Garland, with whom he had broken some time ago, and Mrs. Weldon, the lady he was engaged to marry at the time of his death. This naturally focused public attention on Mrs. Weldon. Henry handed her a smelling bottle and said something to her, and she responded with a faint smile. The next witness was Harriet Vane, who gave a detailed account of the finding of the body. The coroner examined her particularly in the matter of the exact position of the body and the condition of the blood. Harriet was a good witness on these points, her training as a mystery writer having taught her to assemble details of this kind coherently. The body was lying with the knees drawn up, as though it had crumpled together in that position as it fell. The clothes were not disarranged at all. The left arm was doubled so as to bring the hand and wrist directly beneath the throat. The right arm and hand hung over the edge of the rock immediately beneath the head of the corpse. Both hands and both arms, as well as the front part of the body, were saturated with blood. The blood had collected in a pool in a hollow of the rock just under the throat, and was still dripping down the face of the rock when I saw it. I cannot say whether there might not have been sea-water as well as blood in the hollow. There was no blood on the upper surface of the rock, or on any part of the body except the front and on the hands and the arms. The appearance presented was as though the throat of the deceased had been cut while he was bending forward, as, for example, a person might do over a sink or a basin. When I shifted the body, the blood flowed freely and copiously from the severed vessels. I did not observe whether any splashes of blood had been dried by the sun. I do not think so, because the pool of blood and the blood beneath the corpse were sheltered from the direct rays of the sun by the corpse itself. When I lifted the corpse, the blood gushed out, as I said before, and ran down the rock. It was quite liquid and ran freely. I handled the sleeves and breast of the coat and the gloves which deceased was wearing. They were soaked in blood and felt limp and wet. They were not stiff at all. They were not sticky. They were limp and wet. I have seen bandages which had been soaked in blood some time previously, and am acquainted with the stiffness and stickiness of clotted blood. The clothes were not like that at all. They appear to have been soaked in fresh blood. The body felt warm to the touch. The surface of the rock was hot, as it was a hot day. I did not move the body, except when I turned it a little over and lifted the head at first. I'm sorry now that I did not attempt to drag it further up the beach, but I did not think I was strong enough to make a good job of it, and supposed that I should be able to get help quickly." The coroner said he didn't think the jury could possibly blame Miss Vane for not having tried to remove the corpse, and complimented her on the presence of mind she had shown in taking photographs and carrying out investigations. The photographs were handed to the jury, and after Harriet had explained the various difficulties she had encountered before getting into communication with the police, she was allowed to step down. The next witness was the police surgeon, Dr. Fenchurch. From his examination of the photographs and of the body, he had formed the opinion that the throat of the deceased had been completely severed by a single blow with a sharp-bladed instrument. The lobsters and crabs had eaten away the greater part of the soft tissues, but the photographs were here of very great value, since they showed definitely that the throat had been cut at the first attempt, without any preliminary surface gashing. This was borne out by the condition of the muscular tissue, which showed no signs of any second cut. All the great vessels and muscles of the neck, including the carotid and jugular veins and the glottis, had been clearly cut through. The wound commenced high up under the left ear, and proceeded in a downward direction to the right side of the throat, extending backwards as far as the vertebral column, which had, however, not been nicked. He concluded that the cut had been made from left to right. This was characteristic of suicidal throat-cutting by a right-handed person. The same appearance, however, would be produced by a homicidal cut, provided the murderer was standing behind his victim at the time. Such a wound would, of course, produce a great diffusion of blood? It would. In the case of a murderer, standing in the position you described, his hands and clothes would necessarily be very much stained? His right hand and arm, probably. His clothes might not be stained at all, since they would be protected by the body of his victim. Did you carry out a post-mortem on the body to ascertain if there was any other possible cause of death? The doctor, smiling slightly, said that he had, in the ordinary course of things, opened up the head and body, but had seen nothing of a suspicious nature. In your opinion, what was the cause of death? Dr. Fenchurch, still smiling slightly, said that in his opinion the cause of death was acute hemorrhage, coupled with the severance of the respiratory canal. In fact, deceased had died of having his throat cut. The coroner, who was a lawyer and seemed unwilling to let the medical witness have his own way entirely, persisted. "I'm not trying to quibble over absurdities," he remarked acidly. "I'm asking you whether we are to understand that the death was actually caused by the wound in the throat, or whether there is any possibility that the deceased was killed in some other way, and the throat cut afterwards to produce the appearance of suicidal throat-cutting." "Oh, I see. Well, I can say this, that the throat-cutting was undoubtedly the immediate cause of death. That is, the man was undoubtedly alive when his throat was cut. The body was completely drained of blood. In fact, I've never seen a body drained so completely. There was some very slight clotting about the heart, but it was remarkably little. This, however, is no more than one might expect from the great extent of the wound. If the man had been already dead when the wound was inflicted, there would, of course, have been little or no bleeding." "Quite so. It is as well to have that clear. You said that the throat-cutting was the immediate cause of death. What precisely did you mean by that?" "I meant to exclude the bare possibility that the deceased might also have taken poison. It's not unusual to find suicides doubling their precautions in this way. As a matter of fact, however, the internal organs showed no sign of anything of this nature having taken place. If you wish, I can have an analysis made of the visceral contents." "Thank you. Perhaps it would be as well. It would equally, I suppose, be possible that the man had been previously drugged by some other party before the delivery of the blow or slash that cut his throat." "Certainly. A soporific might have been administered beforehand in order to make the attack more easy." Here Inspector Umplety rose and begged to draw the coroner's attention to the evidence of Harriet and the photographs that the deceased had walked to the rock on his own feet and alone. "Thank you, Inspector. We shall come to that later. Permit me to finish with the medical evidence.
You heard Miss Vane's account of her finding the body, Doctor, and her statement that at 10 minutes past 2 the blood was still liquid. What inference do you draw as regards the time of death? I should say that it had occurred within a very few minutes of the finding of the body, not earlier than 2 o'clock at the outside. And would a person die quickly from the effects of having his throat cut in the manner described? He would die immediately. The heart and the arteries might continue to pump for a few seconds by spasmodic muscular contraction, but the man would be dead from the moment that the great vessels were severed. So that we may take it that the wound was actually inflicted certainly not earlier than 2 o'clock. That is so. 2 o'clock is the extreme limit. I myself should incline to put it later. Thank you. There's just one more question. You have heard that a razor was found in proximity to the body. Inspector, would you kindly hand the exhibit to the witness? In your opinion, Doctor, is the appearance of the wound consistent with its having been inflicted by that weapon? Decidedly so. This or a similar razor would be an ideal instrument for the purpose. In your opinion, would great physical strength be required to deliver such a blow with that or a similar weapon? Considerable strength, yes. Exceptional strength, no. Much would depend upon the circumstances. Will you explain what you mean by that? In the case of a determined suicide, wounds of this kind have been known to be inflicted by persons of quite ordinary or even poor physique. In the case of homicide, much would depend on whether the victim was able to offer any effective resistance to the attack. Did you find any other marks of violence on the body? None whatever. No signs of throttling or bruising? None. There was nothing remarkable beyond the natural action of the water and the complete absence of post-mortem staining. I attribute the latter to the small amount of blood present in the body, and also to the circumstance that the body was not left lying in one position, but was washed from the rock shortly after death and tumbled about in the water. In your opinion, does the condition of the body suggest suicide or homicide? In my opinion, and taking all the circumstances into consideration, suicide appears rather more probable. The only point to set against it is the absence of surface cuts. It's rather rare for a suicide to be completely successful at the first attempt, though it's not by any means unknown. Thank you. The next witness was Miss Leila Garland, who confirmed the evidence of Mrs. Lefranc with respect to the cipher letters. This naturally led to an inquiry into the relations between Miss Garland and Mr. Alexis, from which it transpired that their acquaintance had been conducted on a footing of rigid and even Victorian propriety, that Mr. Alexis had been terribly distressed when Miss Garland had put an end to the friendship, that Mr. Alexis was not by any means a likely person to commit suicide, that, on the other hand, Miss Garland had been terribly upset to think of his having done anything rash on her account, that Miss Garland had never heard of anybody called Theodora, but did not, of course, know what follies Mr. Alexis might not have committed in a despairing mood after the termination of their friendship. Miss Garland had not so much as set eyes on Mr. Alexis for ever so long, and could not imagine why anybody should think this terrible business had anything to do with her. With regard to the letters, Miss Garland had thought that Mr. Alexis was being blackmailed, but could produce no evidence to prove it. It now became obvious that nothing on earth could keep Mrs. Weldon out of the witness box. Attired in near widow's weeds, she indignantly protested against the suggestion that Alexis could possibly have made away with himself on Leila's account, or on any account whatever. She knew better than anybody that Alexis had had no genuine attachment to anyone but herself. She admitted that she could not explain the presence of the portrait signed Theodora, but asserted vehemently that up to the last day of his life Alexis had been radiant with happiness. She had last seen him on the Wednesday night, and had expected to see him again on the Thursday morning at the Winter Gardens. He had not arrived there, and she was perfectly sure that he must have been lured away to his death by some designing person. He had often said that he was afraid of Bolshevik plots, and in her opinion the police ought to look for Bolsheviks. This outburst produced some effect upon the jury, one of whom rose to inquire whether the police were taking any steps to comb out suspicious-looking foreigners residing in or hanging about the vicinity.
He himself had observed a number of disagreeable-looking tramps on the road. He also noticed with pain that at the very hotel where Alexis had worked, a Frenchman was employed as a professional dancer, and that there were also a number of foreigners in the orchestra at the Winter Gardens. The dead man was also a foreigner. He did not see that naturalization papers made any difference. With 2 million British-born workers unemployed, he thought it a scandalous thing that this foreign riffraff was allowed to land at all. He spoke as an Empire Free Trader and member of the Public Health Committee. Mr. Pollock was then called. He admitted having been in the neighbourhood of the Grinders Reef with his boat at about 2 o'clock on the day of the death, but insisted that he had been out in deep water and had seen nothing previous to Harriet's arrival on the scene. He was not looking in that direction. He had his own business to attend to. As to the nature of that business, he remained evasive, but nothing could shake his obstinate assertion of complete ignorance. His grandson Jem, having now returned from Ireland, briefly confirmed this evidence, but added that he himself had surveyed the shore with a glass at, he thought, about 1:45. He had then seen someone on the Flatiron Rock, either sitting or lying down, but whether dead or alive he could not say. The last witness was William Bright, who told the story about the razor in almost exactly the same terms that he'd used to Wimsey and the police. The coroner, glancing at a note handed up to him by Umplety, allowed him to finish what he had to say, and then asked, "You say this happened at midnight on Tuesday, 16 June?" "Just after midnight. I heard the clock strike shortly before this man came up to me." "How was the tide at that time?" For the first time, Bright faltered. He glanced about him as though he suspected a trap, licked his lips nervously, and replied, I know nothing about tides. I don't belong to this part of the country." "But you mentioned in your very moving account of this interview the noise made by the sea lapping against the wall of the esplanade. That suggests, does it not, that the tide was then full?" I suppose so." "Would you be surprised to learn that at midnight on the 16th of this month the tide was actually at the lowest point of the ebb?" I may have sat there longer than I thought." "Did you sit there for 6 hours?" No answer. "Would it surprise you to know that the sea never comes up to the wall of the esplanade, except at the top of the spring tides, which on that particular date would occur at about 6 o'clock in the evening?" "Well, I can only say that I must have been mistaken. You must allow for the effects of a morbid imagination." "You still say that the interview took place at midnight?" Yes, I am confident about that." The coroner dismissed Mr. Bright with a warning to be more careful with statements he made in court, and recalled Inspector Umplety with an inquiry into Bright's movements and character. He then summed up the evidence. He did not attempt to disguise his own opinion, which was that deceased had taken his own life. Incoherent protests from Mrs. Weldon. As to why he should have done so, it was not the jury's business to speculate. Various motives had been suggested, and the jury must bear in mind that deceased was a Russian by birth, and therefore excitable, and liable to be overcome by feelings of melancholy and despair. He himself had read a great deal of Russian literature, and could assure the jury that suicide was of frequent occurrence among the members of that unhappy nation. We, who enjoyed the blessings of being British, might find that difficult to understand, but the jury could take it from him that it was so. They had before them clear evidence of how the razor came into the hands of Alexis, and he thought they need not lay too much stress on Bright's error about the tide. Since Alexis did not shave, what could he have needed a razor for, unless to commit suicide? He, the coroner, would, however, be perfectly fair, and enumerate the 1 or 2 points which seemed to throw doubt on the hypothesis of suicide. There was the fact that Alexis had taken a return ticket. There was the passport. There was the belt of gold. They might perhaps think that deceased had contemplated fleeing the country. Even so, was it not likely that he had lost heart at the last moment and taken the shortest way out of the country and out of life itself? There was the odd circumstance that deceased had apparently committed suicide in gloves. But suicides were notoriously odd. And there was, of course, the evidence of Mrs. Weldon, for whom they must all feel the deepest sympathy, as to deceased's state of mind. But this was contradicted by the evidence of William Bright and Mrs. Lefranc. In short, here was a man of Russian birth and temperament, troubled by emotional entanglements and by the receipt of mysterious letters, and obviously in an unstable condition of mind. He had wound up his worldly affairs and procured a razor. He had been found in a lonely spot, to which he had obviously proceeded unaccompanied, and had been found dead with the fatal weapon lying close under his hand. There were no footprints upon the sand but his own, and the person who had discovered the body had come upon it so closely after the time of death as to preclude the possibility of any murderer having escaped from the scene of the crime by way of the shore. The witness Pollock had sworn that he was out in deep water at the time when the death occurred, and had seen no other boat in the neighbourhood, and his evidence was supported by that of Miss Vane. Further, there was no evidence that anybody had the slightest motive for doing away with the deceased, unless the jury chose to pay attention to the vague suggestions about blackmailers and Bolsheviks, which there was not an atom of testimony to support. Wimsey grinned at Umplety over this convenient summary with its useful suppressions and assumptions. No mention of clefts in the rock, or of horseshoes, or of the disposal of Mrs. Weldon's money. The jury whispered together. There was a pause. Harriet looked at Henry Weldon. He was frowning heavily and paying no attention to his mother, who was talking excitedly into his ear. Presently the foreman rose to his feet, a stout person who looked like a farmer. "We're all agreed for certain sure," he said, "as deceased come to his death by cutting of his throat, and most of us thinks he took his own life. But there's some," he glared at the Empire Free Trader, "who will have it as it was Bolsheviks." "A majority verdict is sufficient," said the coroner. "Am I to understand that the majority is for suicide?" "Yes, sir. I told you so, Jim Cobley," added the foreman in a penetrating whisper. "Then your verdict is that deceased came to his end by cutting his own throat?" "Yes, sir." A further consultation. We should like to add as we think the police regulations about foreigners did ought to be tightened up. Like deceased being a foreigner and suicides and murders being unpleasant in a place where so many visitors come in the summer." "I can't take that," objected the harassed coroner. "Deceased was a naturalised Englishman." "Ah, don't make no difference," said the juror sturdily. "We do think as the regulations ought to be tightened up, none more for that. And that's what we all say. Put it down, sir, as that's our opinion." "There you are," said Wimsey. "That's the breed that made the Empire. When Empire comes in at the door, logic goes out of the window. Well, I suppose that's all. I say, Inspector." "My lord?" "What are you doing with that scrap of paper?" "I don't quite know, my lord. Do you think there's anything to be made of it?" "Yes. Send it up to Scotland Yard and ask them to get the photographic experts onto it. You can do a lot with coloured screens. Get hold of Chief Inspector Parker. He'll see that it's put into the right hands." The inspector nodded. "We'll do that. It's my belief there's something for us in that bit of paper, if we could only get at it. I don't know where I've seen a queerer business than this. It looks just about as clear as a case of suicide as you could wish if it wasn't for one or two things. And yet, when you look into those things separately, they seem to melt away like. There's that Bright. I thought we got him on one point anyhow. But there, I've noticed that these landsmen 9 times out of 10 haven't the least notion where the tide's in or out or where it is. I think he was lying, so do you. But you couldn't expect a jury to hang a man for murder on grounds that he didn't know high water from low water. We'll try to keep an eye on the fella, but I don't see how we're going to detain him. The verdict's suicide, which suits us well enough in a way, and if Bright wants to move on, we can't stop him.
Not unless we offer to pay for his board and lodgings for an indefinite period, and that wouldn't suit the ratepayers. He's got no settled address, and seeing what his business is, we can't hardly expect it. We'll get out a general call to have him kept under observation, but that's about all we can do. And, of course, he'll change his name again." "Isn't he on the dole?" "No," the inspector snorted. "Says he's got independent spirit. That's a suspicious circumstance in itself, I should say. Besides, he'll be claiming this reward from the Morning Star, and won't need any doles for a bit. But we can't force him to stay in Wilvercombe at his own expense, reward or no reward." "Get hold of Mr. Hardy and see if the paper can't hold the reward up a bit. Then, if he doesn't turn up to claim it, we'll know for a certainty that there's something wrong with him. A contempt for money, Inspector, is the root, or at any rate the very definite sign, of all evil." The inspector grinned. "You and me think alike, my lord. There's something fishy about a bloke that doesn't take all he can get. Right you are. I'll speak to Mr. Hardy, and I'll try and fix up with Bright to hang on here a couple of days. If he's up to anything queer, he won't try to bolt for fear of looking suspicious." "It'll look much more suspicious if he consents to stay." "Yes, my lord, but he won't reason that way. He won't want to make trouble. He'll stay for a bit, I dare say. Fact is, I was thinking, if we could pull him in over some other little matter. I don't know, but he's a slippery-looking customer, and I shouldn't wonder but what we might find some excuse or other to detain him on." He winked. "Framing him, Inspector?" "Oh, good Lord, no, my lord. Can't do that in this country. But there's lots of little things a man may do in the way of breaking the law. There's street betting, and drunk and disorderly, and buying stuff after closing hours and so on. Little odds and ends that come in handy at times." "My conscience," said Wimsey. "First time I've heard a good word for Dora. Well, I must be getting along. Hello, Weldon. I didn't know you were there." Funny business, all this."
Mr. Weldon waved his hand vaguely.
"Lots of silly stuff people do talk, eh? You think the whole thing was plain as pie, but here's my mother still talking about Bolsheviks. Take more than a coroner's verdict to keep her quiet. Women. You can talk yourself black in the face reasoning with them, and all they do is to go on bleating the same silly nonsense. You can't take any account of what they say, can you?"
"Well, they're not all alike."
"So they say. And that's all part of this equality nonsense. Now take Miss Vane. Nice girl and all that, and decent-looking when she takes the trouble to put her clothes on."
"What about Miss Vane?" demanded Wimsey sharply. Then he thought, "Damn being in love. I'm losing my lightness of touch." Weldon merely grinned.
"No offence," he said. "I only meant taking that evidence of hers. How's a girl like that to be expected to know about blood and all that? See what I mean? Women always get that idea of blood running about all over the place. Always reading novels, wallowing in gore. That kind of stuff. No good trying to persuade them. They see what they think they ought to see. Get me?"
"You seem to have studied feminine psychology," said Wimsey gravely.
"Oh, I know women pretty well," said Mr. Weldon with solemn satisfaction.
"You mean," went on Wimsey, "that they think in clichés?"
"Eh?" "Formulae. There's nothing like a mother's instinct. Dogs and children always know. Kind hearts are more than coronets. Suffering refines the character. That sort of guff, despite all evidence to the contrary." Yes," replied Mr. Weldon. What I mean is, they think a thing ought to be so, and they say it is so."
"Yes, I grasped that was what you meant." Wimsey thought that if ever a human being had the air of repeating a formula without a clear idea of its meaning, Mr. Weldon was that human being. Yet he pronounced the magic words with a kind of pride, taking credit to himself for a discovery. "What you really mean," went on Wimsey, "is, I take it, that we can't rely on Miss Vane's evidence at all. You say she hears a shriek, she finds a man with his throat cut and a razor beside him. It looks as though he'd that moment committed suicide, therefore she takes it for granted that he has that moment committed suicide. In that case, the blood ought to be still flowing. Therefore she persuades herself that it was still flowing. Is that it?"
That's it," said
Mr. Weldon. "Therefore the jury bring in a verdict of suicide. But you and I, who know all about women, know that the evidence about the blood was probably wrong, and that therefore it may quite well have been murder. Is that it?"
"Oh, no. No, I don't mean that," protested Mr. Weldon. "I feel perfectly certain it was suicide."
"Then what are you grumbling at? It seems so obvious. If the man was murdered after 2 o'clock, Miss Vane would have seen the murderer. She didn't see the murderer. Therefore it was suicide. The proof of the suicide really depends on Miss Vane's evidence, which shows that the man died after 2 o'clock, doesn't it?" Mr. Weldon grappled for some moments with this surprising piece of logic, but failed to detect either the petitio eluci, the undistributed middle, or the inaccurate major premise which it contrived to combine. His face cleared. "Of course," he said. "Ah, yes, I see that. Well, obviously it must have been suicide, and Miss Vane's evidence proves that it was. So she must be right after all." This was a syllogistic monstrosity, even worse than the last, thought Wimsey. A man who could reason like that could not reason at all. He constructed a new syllogism for himself. The man who committed this murder was not a fool. Weldon is a fool. Therefore Weldon did not commit this murder. That appeared to be sound so far as it went. But what was Weldon bothering about in that case? One could only suppose that he was worried over having no perfect alibi for 2 o'clock. And indeed that was worrying Wimsey himself. All the best murderers have alibis for the time of the murder. Then suddenly illumination came flooding, stabbing across the dark places of his mind like a searchlight. And good God! If this was the true solution, Weldon was anything but a fool. He was one of the subtlest criminals the detective had ever encountered. Wimsey studied Weldon's obstinate profile. Was it possible? Yes, it was possible. And the scheme might quite well have been successful, if only Harriet Vane had not turned up with her evidence. Look, work it out this way. You see how it looked. Weldon had murdered Alexis at the Flatiron at 2 o'clock. He had had the mare tethered ready somewhere, and after leaving the Feathers at 1:30, he had gone down the lane and got to horse without a moment's delay. Then he must have ridden hell for leather. Suppose he had somehow managed to do 4 miles in 25 minutes. That would leave him half a mile from the Flatiron at 2 o'clock. No, that wouldn't do. Strain it a little further. Let him start from Hinks Lane at 1:32, and let him wallop a steady 9 miles an hour out of the mare. That would almost do it. Let him in any case be within 5 minutes' quick walk of the rock at 1:55. Then what? He sends the mare home. 5 minutes before Harriet woke, he could send the bay mare galloping back along the sands. Then he walks. He reaches the Flatiron at 2 o'clock. He kills. He hears Harriet coming. He hides in the cleft of the rock. And meanwhile, the bay mare has either run home or possibly has reached the lane by the cottages and run up it. Or, never mind the mare, she got back to her own field and stream somehow. The times were tight. The whole thing seemed absurdly elaborate, but it was not an absolute impossibility, as he had thought at first. Suppose it had been so. Now, if Harriet had not been there, what would have happened? In a few hours the tide would have covered the body. Pause there, Morocco. If Weldon was the murderer, he would not want the body lost. He would want his mother to know that Alexis was dead. Yes. But under the ordinary circumstances, the body would have turned up sooner. It was the violent southwest wind and the 300 sovereigns that had combined to keep the body hidden. And the body had been found even so. Well then, if Harriet had not found the body when she did, there would have been nothing to show that the death had not occurred earlier, say between 11 and 1:30, the period for which there was the alibi. In fact, the victim's arrival at that early hour at Darley Halt made it look much more likely that the earlier hour was the right one. Why should you tempt your victim to a lonely spot at 11:30 a.m. and then wait 2.5 hours before polishing him off? Except in order to create a presumption that you had really killed him earlier. And then, too, there was that crusty pair, Pollock and his grandson, with their grudging evidence that they had seen Alexis lying down on the Flatiron at 1:45. They must be in it too. That was it. That must be it. The murder was meant to look like a morning murder. That was why there had been that curious insistence on the alibi and the journey to Wolvercombe. Always suspect the man with the cast-iron alibi. Was not that the very first axiom in the detective's book of rules? And here it was. The cast-iron alibi, which really was cast-iron. Meant to be scrutinized. Meant to stand every test. As how should it not, for it was truth. It looked queer because it was intended to look queer. It was asking, clamouring for investigation. It existed simply and solely to distract attention from the crucial hour of 2 o'clock. And if only Harriet had not come upon that freshly slain corpse, how well the plan might have succeeded. But Harriet had been there, and the whole structure had collapsed under the shock of her evidence. That must have been a blow indeed. No wonder Weldon was doing his best to discredit that awkward testimony as to the time of the death. He knew better than anyone that death at 2 o'clock was no proof of suicide, whatever it might appear to a coroner's jury. He was not stupid. He was shamming stupid, and doing it damn well. Wimsey was vaguely aware that Weldon was bidding him goodbye in some form of words or other. He let him go readily, eagerly. He wanted to think this thing over. A little concentration in the privacy of his own room brought him to a point from which he could begin to work forward with some assurance. The original scheme had been smashed to pieces by Harriet's evidence. What would Weldon do next? Well, he might do nothing. That would be the safest way of all. He might rely on the coroner's verdict and trust that the police and Wimsey and Harriet and everybody else would accept it. But would he have the deadly courage to do that? He might. Unless he knew of something in that cipher document which might prove the suicide to be murder. If so, or if he lost his head, then he would have to fall back on his second line of defence, which would be what? Undoubtedly an alibi for 2 o'clock, the real time of the murder. What had he actually said about this? Wimsey looked up his notes, to which he had added considerably of late. Weldon had vaguely mentioned a possible witness, a man unknown who had been passing through Darley and had asked him the time. Of course, yes. He'd suspected this witness already. That stock character of detective fiction, the man who asks the time. Oh, Wimsey laughed. Now he felt sure about it. Everything was provided for, and the way discreetly paved for the production of this useful witness in case of necessity. Now that the morning alibi had failed to draw the enemy's fire, the 2 o'clock alibi would be pushed to the front. Only this time it would not be cast iron. It would be fake. Quite a good fake, very likely, but undoubtedly a fake. And then the shades of the prison house would begin to close darkly and coldly over the figure of Mr. Henry Weldon. If it were done when it is done, then it were well done, said his lordship to himself. If I'm right, then that 2 o'clock witness will turn up pretty quickly now. And if he does turn up, I'll know I'm right. Which was logic after the manner of Mr. Weldon. Chapter 22. The Evidence of the Mannequin. All honest men, good Melchior, like thyself, for that thou art, I think, upon my life. Believe thee, too. Torrismond. Saturday, 27 June, Sunday, 28 June. Harriet Vane found herself comfortable enough in the quarters of the late Paul Alexis. A polite letter from her literary agent asking whether the new book would be available for publication in the autumn had driven her back to the problem of the town clock. But she found herself giving it a very divided attention. Compared with the remarkable tangle of the Alexis affair, the plot seems to be thin and obvious, while the ape-like Robert Templeton began to display a tiresome tendency to talk like Lord Peter Wimsey. Harriet continually found herself putting her work aside, to clear, as though it were coffee. Novelists who have struck a snag in the working out of the plot are rather given to handing the problem over in this way to the clarifying action of the subconscious. Unhappily, Harriet's subconscious had other coffee to clear, and refused quite definitely to deal with the matter of the town clock. Under such circumstances, it is admittedly useless to ask the conscience to take any further steps. When she ought to have been writing, Harriet would sit comfortably in an arm-chair, reading a volume taken from Paul Alexis's bookshelf, with the idea of freeing the subconscious for its job. In this way, her conscience imbibed a remarkable amount of miscellaneous information about the Russian imperial court, and a still more remarkable amount of romantic narrative about love and war in Ruritanian states. Paul Alexis had evidently had a well-defined taste in fiction. He liked stories about young men of lithe and alluring beauty who, blossoming into perfect gentlemen amid the most unpromising surroundings, turned out to be the heirs to the monarchies, and in the last chapter successfully headed the revolts of devoted loyalists, overthrew the machinations of sinister presidents, and appeared on balconies, dressed in blue and silver uniforms, to receive the plaudits of their rejoicing and emancipated subjects. Sometimes they were assisted by brave and beautiful English or American heiresses, who placed their wealth at the disposal of the Loyalist party. Sometimes they remained faithful, despite temptation to brides of their own nationality, and rescued them at the last moment from marriages of inconvenience with the sinister presidents or their still more sinister advisers. Now and again they were assisted by young Englishmen, Irishmen, or Americans with clear-cut profiles and a superabundance of energy, and in every case they went through a series of hair-raising escapes and adventures by land, sea, and air. Nobody but the sinister presidents ever thought of anything so sordid as raising money by the usual financial channels or indulging in political intrigue, nor did the greater European powers or the League of Nations ever have anything to say in the matter. The rise and fall of governments appeared to be a private arrangement, comfortably thrashed out among a selection of small Balkan states, vaguely situated and acknowledging no relationships outside the domestic circle. No literature could have been better suited for the release of the subconscious. Nevertheless, the subconscious obstinately refused to work. Harriet groaned in spirit and turned to crosswords with the aid of Chambers' Dictionary, that Bible of the crossword fan, which she found wedged between a paper-covered book printed in Russian and one entitled A Bid for the Throne. Lord Peter Wimsey had also found something to read, which was occupying both his conscious and subconscious very pleasantly. It was a letter, dated from Leamhurst in Huntingdonshire, and ran thus. My Lord, agreeably to your Lordship's instructions, I am residing here for a few days, pending repairs to my magneto. I have established friendly relations with an individual called Hogben, who owns a reaper and binder, and is well acquainted with the principal farmers in this neighbourhood. I understand from him that Mr. Henry Weldon's affairs are considered to be in a somewhat involved condition, and that his farm, Fourways, is heavily mortgaged. He is popularly held to have raised a number of loans locally within the last year or two on the strength of his expectations from his mother's estate. But in view of the fact that Mrs. Weldon has not visited him of late, and that relations are rumoured to be somewhat strained between them, some uneasiness is felt as to the value of this security. The farm management is at present in the hands of a certain Walter Morrison, the head ploughman, a man of no great attainments, and indeed little better than an ordinary labourer, though with considerable experience in his own line. It is considered strange that Mr. Weldon should have quitted the farm at this particular time. In view of your Lordship's wire of last Wednesday evening, informing me of the identification of Mr. Henry Weldon with Mr. Haviland Martin, I need not tell your Lordship that Mr. Weldon left home on Sunday 14th, returning on Sunday 21st, only to leave again early the next morning. There have been difficulties and delays of late in the payment of labourers' wages, and, owing partly to this cause, Morrison is finding it no easy matter to get the hay in. I heard also that there had been some trouble with the mortgages over the upkeep of the farm buildings, dykes, hedges, etc. Accordingly, I made an expedition to Fourways, in order to inspect the property with my own eyes. I found the conditions to be as stated. Many of the walls and barns are in considerable disrepair, while the field boundaries display frequent gaps due to insufficient attention to proper hedging and ditching. The drainage also, which, as your lordship knows, is of paramount importance in this part of the country, is in many places very defective. In particular, a large field, known as the 16-acre, was allowed to remain, as I am informed, in a waterlogged condition all winter. Arrangements for the drainage of this piece of arable were commenced last summer, but proceeded no further than the purchase of the necessary quantity of pantiles, the cost of labour interfering with the progress of the work. In consequence, this piece of land, which adjoins the washes of the 100-foot level, is at present useless and sour. Personally, Mr. Weldon appears to be fairly well liked in the neighbourhood, except that his manner is said to be somewhat too free with the ladies. He is reckoned as a sportsman, and is frequently seen at Newmarket. It is also rumoured that he supports a lady in a highly desirable little establishment in Cambridge. Mr. Weldon is considered to have a very good knowledge of animals, but to be somewhat ignorant or careless of the agricultural aspect of farming. His house is kept by an elderly man and his wife, who exercise the respective functions of cowman and dairymaid. They appear respectable, and from the conversation which I had with the woman when requesting the favour of a glass of milk, honest people with nothing to hide. She informed me that Mr. Weldon lived quietly when at home, keeping himself to himself. He receives few visitors, apart from the local farmers. During the 6 years that these people have been with him, his mother has visited him on 3 occasions, all within the first 2 years of this period. Also, on 2 occasions, he has had a visitor from London, a small gentleman with a beard and said to be an invalid. This gentleman last stayed with him at the end of February this year. The woman, Mrs. Stern, preserved a perfect discretion on the subject of her employer's financial circumstances, but I have ascertained from Hogben that she and her husband have been privately inquiring after another situation. This is all that I have been able to discover in the short time at my disposal. I should have mentioned that I proceeded by trade to Cambridge, hiring an automobile there to sustain the character allotted to me, and arriving here about Thursday noon. If your lordship so desires, I can remain and pursue my inquiries further. Your lordship will forgive my reminding you that it is advisable to remove the links from the shirt cuffs before dispatching the garment to the laundry. It gives me great anxiety to feel that I may not be at hand to attend to the matter myself on Monday, and I should feel it deeply if there was any repetition of the disagreeable accident which occurred on the occasion of my last absence. I omitted to inform your lordship before leaving that the pinstripe lounge suit must on no account be worn again until the slit in the right-hand pocket has been attended to. I cannot account for its presence, except by supposing that your lordship has inadvertently used the pocket for the transport of some heavy and sharp-edged article. I trust that your lordship is enjoying favourable climatic conditions, and that the investigation is progressing according to expectation. My respectful compliments to Miss Vane, and believe me, my lord, obediently yours, Mervyn Bunter. This document reached Wimsey on the Saturday afternoon, and in the evening he received a visit from Inspector Umplety, to whom he submitted it. The inspector nodded. "We've received much the same information," he observed. "There's a bit more detail in your man's letter. What the deuce are pantiles? But I think we may take it for granted that our friend Weldon is a bit up the pole financially. However, that's not what I came round about. The fact is, we've found the original of that photo." "You have? The fair Theodora?" "Yes," replied the inspector, with modest triumph, and yet with a kind of mental reservation behind the triumph. "The fair Theodora. Only she says she isn't." Wimsey raised his eyebrows. It ought to be more accurate to the one eyebrow which was not occupied in keeping his monocle in place. Then, if she isn't herself, who is she? She says she's Olga Conn. I got her letter here. The inspector rummaged in his breast pocket. Writes a good letter, and in a very pretty hand, I must say. Wimsey took the blue sheet of paper and cocked a knowing eye at it. Oh, very dainty. Yes, supplied by Mr. Selfridge's fancy counter to the nobility and gentry. Ornate initial O on royal blue and gilt. A pretty hand, as you say. Highly self-conscious. Intensely elegant envelope to match. Posted in the Piccadilly district, last post on Friday night, and addressed to the Wolvercombe coroner. Well, well. Let us see what the lady has to say for herself. 159 Regent Square, Bloomsbury. Dear Sir, I read the account of the inquest on Paul Alexis in tonight's paper and was very much surprised to see my photograph. I can assure you that I have nothing to do with the case, and I cannot imagine how the photograph came to be on the dead body, or signed with a name which is not mine. I never met anybody called Alexis that I know of, and it's not my writing on the photograph. I am a mannequin by profession, so there are quite a lot of my photographs about, so I suppose somebody must have got hold of it. I'm afraid I know nothing about this poor Mr. Alexis, so I cannot be of much help to you. But I thought I ought to write and tell you that it was my photograph which was on the paper. I cannot say at all how it kind of got mixed up with the case, but of course I shall be glad to tell you anything I can. The photograph was taken about a year ago by Messrs. Frith of Wardour Street. I enclose another copy so that you can see it is the same. It is one I used when applying for an engagement as mannequin, and I sent it to a great many heads of big firms, also to some theatrical agents. I am at present engaged as a mannequin to Messrs. Dorothy et C. of Hanover Square. I have been 6 months with them, and they would give you references as to my character. I shall be very glad to find out how the photograph got into Mr. Alexis's hands, as the gentleman to whom I engage is very upset about it all. Excuse me for troubling you, but I thought it right to let you know, though I am afraid I cannot be of much help. Yours faithfully, Olga Conn. And what do you make of that, my lord? God knows. The young woman may be lying, of course, but somehow I don't think she is. I feel that the bit about the gentleman who is very upset rings true. Olga Conn, who sounds like a Russian Jewess, is not precisely out of the top drawer, as my mother would say, and was obviously not educated at Oxford or Cambridge. But though she repeats herself a good deal, she is businesslike, and her letter is full of useful facts. Also, if the photograph resembles her, she is easy to look at. What do you say to running up to town and interviewing the lady? I will provide the transport, and tomorrow being Sunday, we shall probably find her at leisure. Shall we depart like two gay bachelors to find Olga Theodora and take her out to tea? The inspector seemed to think this was a good idea. We will ask her if she knows Mr. Henry Weldon, that squire of dames. Have you a photograph of him, by the way? The inspector had an excellent snapshot, taken at the inquest by a press photographer. A wire was sent to Miss Olga Conn, warning her of the impending visit, and having made the necessary arrangements at the police station, the inspector heaved his large bulk into Wimsey's Daimler and was transported with perilous swiftness to London. They ran up that night, snatched a few hours of repose at Wimsey's flat, and in the morning set out for Regent Square. Regent Square is anything but a high-class locality, being chiefly populated by grubby infants and ladies of doubtful calling, but its rents are comparatively cheap for so central a situation. On mounting to the top of a rather dark and dirty stair, Wimsey and his companion were agreeably surprised to discover a freshly painted green door with the name Miss O'Conn, neatly written upon a white card and attached to the panel by drawing-pins. The brass knocker, representing the Lincoln imp, was highly polished. At its summons the door was opened at once by a handsome young woman, the original of the photograph, who welcomed them in with a smile. "Inspector Umplety?" Yes, miss. You will be Miss Conn, I take it. This is Lord Peter Wimsey, who has been kind enough to run me up to town." "Oh, very pleased to meet you," said Miss Conn. "Come in." She ushered them into a pleasantly furnished room, with orange window curtains and bowls of roses placed here and there on low tables, and a general air of semi-artistic refinement. Before the empty fireplace stood a dark-haired young man of Semitic appearance, who acknowledged the introductions with a scowl. "Mr. Simons is my fiancé," explained Miss Cohn. "Do sit down, and please smoke. Can I offer you any refreshment?" Declining the refreshment, and heartily wishing Mr. Simons out of the way, the inspector embarked at once on the subject of the photograph. But it soon became obvious both to Wimsey and himself that Miss Cohn had told in her letter nothing more or less than the exact truth. Sincerity was stamped on every feature of her face as she assured them repeatedly that she had never known Paul Alexis and never given him a photograph under the name of Theodora or any other name. They showed her his photograph, but she shook her head. "I am perfectly positive that I never saw him in my life." Wimsey suggested that he might have seen her at a mannequin parade and endeavoured to introduce himself. "Of course, he may have seen me." "So many people see me," replied Miss Cohn, with artless self-importance. "Some of them try to get off with me, too, naturally. A girl in my position has to know how to look after herself, but I think I should remember this face if I'd ever seen it. You see, a young man with a beard like that is rather noticeable, isn't he?" She passed the photograph to Mr. Simons, who bent his dark eyes on it disdainfully. Then his expression changed. "You know, Olga," he said, "I think I've seen this man somewhere." "You, Louis?" "Yes, I don't know where, but there is something familiar about it." "You never saw him with me," put in the girl quickly. "No." "I don't know, now I come to think of it, that I ever saw him at all. It's an older face than the one I'm thinking of. It may be a picture I've seen, and not a living person. I don't know." "The photograph has been published in the papers," suggested Umplety. "I know, but it isn't that. No, I noticed a resemblance to somebody or other the first time I saw it. I don't know what it is. Something about the eyes, perhaps." He paused thoughtfully, and the inspector gazed at him as though he expected him to lay a golden egg there and then, but nothing came of it. "Though I can't place it," said Mr. Simons finally. He handed the photograph back. "Well, it means nothing to me," said Olga Cohn. "I do hope you all believe that." "I believe you," said Wimsey suddenly, "and I'm going to hazard a suggestion. This Alexis fellow was a romantic sort of blighter. Do you think he can have seen the photograph somewhere and fallen in love with it, as you might say? What I mean is, he might have indulged in an imaginary thingamabob, an ideal passion, so to speak. Kind of fancied he was beloved and all the rest of it, and put a fancy name on to support the illusion of you. Get what I mean, what?" "Well, it is possible," said Olga, "but it seems very foolish." "Seems perfectly cockeyed to me," pronounced Umplety with scorn. "Besides, where did he get the picture from? That's what we want to know." "Well, that wouldn't really be difficult," said Olga. "He was a dancer at a big hotel. He might easily have met many theatrical managers, as one of them might have given the photograph to him. They would get it, you know, from the agents." Inspector Umplety asked for particulars of the agents, and was supplied with the names of 3 men, all of whom had offices near Shaftesbury Avenue. "But I don't suppose they'll remember much about it," said Olga. "They see so many people. Still, you could try. I should be terribly glad to have the thing cleared up. But you do believe me, don't you?" "We believe in you, Miss Cohn," said Wimsey solemnly, "as devoutly as in the second law of thermodynamics." "What are you getting at?" said Mr. Simons suspiciously. "The second law of thermodynamics," explained Wimsey helpfully, "which holds the universe in its path, and without which time would run backwards like a cinema film wound the wrong way." "No, would it?" exclaimed Miss Cohn, rather pleased. "Altars may reel," said Wimsey. "Mr. Thomas may abandon his dress suit, and Mrs. Snowdon renounce free trade. But the second law of thermodynamics will endure while memory holds her seat in this distracted globe, by which Hamlet meant his head, but which I, with wider intellectual range, apply to the planet which we have the rapture of inhabiting." Inspector Umplety appears shocked, but I assure you that I know no more impressive way of affirming my entire belief in your absolute integrity. He grinned. "What I like about your evidence, Miss Cohn, is that it adds the final touch of utter and impenetrable obscurity to the problem which the inspector and I have undertaken to solve. It reduces it to the complete quintessence of incomprehensive nonsense. Therefore, by the second law of thermodynamics, which lays down that we are hourly and momently progressing to a state of more and more randomness, we receive positive assurance that we are moving happily and securely in the right direction. You may not believe me," added Wimsey, now merrily launched on a flight of fantasy, "but I have got to the point now at which the slightest glimmer of common sense imported into this preposterous case could not merely disconcert me, but cut me to the heart. I have seen unpleasant cases, difficult cases, complicated cases, and even contradictory cases, but a case founded on stark unreason I have never met before. It is a new experience, and blasé as I am, I confess that I am thrilled to the marrow."
"Well," said Inspector Umplety, hoisting himself to his feet, "I'm sure we're very much obliged to you, miss, for your information, though at the moment it don't seem to get us much farther. If anything should occur to you in connection with this Alexis, or you, sir, should happen to call to mind where you saw Alexis before, we shall be greatly obliged. And you mustn't take account of what his lordship here has been saying, because he's a gentleman that makes up poetry and talks a bit humorous at times. Ha, 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 ha." Having thus, as he supposed, restored confidence in the mind of Miss Olga Cohn, the inspector shepherded his companion away, but it was to Wimsey that the girl turned while Umplety was hunting in the little hall for his hat. "That policeman doesn't believe a word I've been saying," she whispered anxiously. "But you do, don't you?" "I do," replied Wimsey. "But you see, I can believe a thing without understanding it. It's all a matter of training." Chapter 23. The Evidence of the Theatrical Agent. Art honest, or a man of many deeds and many faces to them? That a plotter, a politician. Death's Jest Book. Monday, 29 June. Wimsey and the inspector spent Sunday in town, and on the Monday started out for Shaftesbury Avenue. At the first two names on their list they drew blank. Either the agent had given out no photographs of Olga Cohn, or he could not remember anything of the circumstances. The third agent, a Mr. Isaac J. Sullivan, had a smaller and dingier office than the other two. His antechamber was thronged with the usual crowd, patiently waiting for notice. The inspector sent his name by a mournful-eyed secretary who looked as though he'd spent all his life saying no to people and taking the blame for it. Nothing happened. Wimsey seated himself philosophically on the extreme end of a bench already occupied by 8 other people, and began to work out a crossword in the morning paper. The inspector fidgeted. The secretary, emerging from the inner door, was promptly besieged by a rush of applicants. He pushed them away firmly, but not harshly, and returned to his desk. Look here, young man," said the inspector. "I've got to see Mr. Sullivan at once. This is a police matter."
"Mr. Sullivan's engaged," said the secretary impassively.
"He's got to be disengaged, then," said the inspector.
"Presently," said the secretary, copying something into a large book.
"No, I've no time to waste," said the inspector, and strode across to the inner door.
"Mr. Sullivan's not there," said the secretary, intercepting him with eel-like agility.
"Oh, yes, he is," replied the inspector. "Now, don't you go obstructing me in the performance of my duty."
He put the secretary aside with one hand and flung the door open, revealing a young lady in the minimum of clothing who was displaying her charms to a couple of stout gentlemen with large cigars.
"Shut the door, blast you," said one gentleman without looking round. "Hell of a draught, and you let all that lot in."
"Which of you is Mr. Sullivan?" demanded the inspector, standing his ground and glaring at a second door on the opposite side of the room.
"Sullivan ain't here. Shut that door, will you?"
The inspector retired discomfited amid loud applause from the anteroom. "Look, I say, old man," said Wimsey, "what do you think the blighter means by this? Bright-eyed after swallowing a wingless biped. Sounds like the tiger who conveyed the young lady of Riga." The inspector snorted. There was an interval. Presently the inner door opened again, and the young lady emerged, clothed and apparently very much in her right mind, for she smiled round and observed to an acquaintance seated next to Wimsey, "OK, darling, aeroplane girl, first row, song and dance start next week." The acquaintance offered suitable congratulations. The two men with cigars came out with their hats on, and the assembly surged towards the inner room.
"Now, ladies," protested the secretary, "it's not a bit of use. Mr. Sullivan's engaged."
"Look here," said the inspector. At this moment the door opened a fraction of an inch, and an impatient voice bellowed, "Horrocks!" "I'll tell him," said the secretary hastily, and wormed himself neatly through the crack of the door, frustrating the efforts of a golden-haired sylph to rush the barrier. Presently the door opened again, and the bellowing voice was heard to observe, "I don't care if he's God Almighty. He's got to wait. Send that girl in. Oh, and Horrocks!" The secretary turned back, fatally. The sylph was under his guard in a moment. There was an altercation on the threshold. Then suddenly the door opened to its full extent and disgorged all in a heap the sylph, the secretary, and an immensely stout man wearing a benevolent expression entirely at variance with his hectoring voice. "Now, Grace, my girl, don't you get trying it on. There's nothing for you today. You're wasting my time. Now be a good girl. I'll let you know when anything turns up. Oh, hello, Phyllis back again. Ah, that's right. Might want you next week. No, mammy, no grey-haired mommas wanted today. Oh, hello." His eye fell on Wimsey, who had got stuck over his crossword and was gazing vaguely round in search of inspiration. "Here, Horrocks, why the hell didn't you tell me? What do you think I'll pay you for, wasting my time? Look, here you, what's your name? Never been here before, have you? I'm wanting your type. Hi, Rosencrantz." Another gentleman, slightly less bulky, but also inclined to embonpoint, appeared in the doorway. "Told you we should have something to suit you," bellowed the first gentleman excitedly. "What for?" demanded Mr. Rosencrantz languidly. "What for?" Indignation quivered in the tone. "Why, for the worm that turned, to be sure. Did you ever see such a perfect type? You got the right thing here, my boy. Knock 'em flat, eh? The nose alone would carry the play for you." "That's all very well, Sullivan," replied Mr. Rosencrantz, "but can he act?" "Act?" exploded Mr. Sullivan. "He don't have to act. He's only got to walk on. Now, look at it. Ain't that the perfect worm? Here, you, thingamy, look, speak up, can't you?" "Well, really, don't you know," Wimsey screwed his monocle more firmly into his eye, "really, old fellow, you make me feel all of a doodah, what?" "There you are," said Mr. Sullivan triumphantly. "Voice like a plum. Carries his clothes well, eh? I wouldn't sell you a fellow that wasn't the goods, Rosencrantz, you know that." "Pretty fair," admitted Mr. Rosencrantz grudgingly. "Walk about a bit, will you?" Wimsey obliged by mincing delicately in the direction of the inner office. Mr. Sullivan purred after him. Mr. Rosencrantz followed. Horrocks, aghast, caught Mr. Sullivan by the sleeve. "I say," he said, "look out. I think there's a mistake." "What do you mean, a mistake?" retorted his employer in a fierce whisper. "I don't know who he is, but he's got the goods all right, so don't come butting in." "Ever played the lead?" demanded Mr. Rosencrantz of Wimsey. Lord Peter paused in the inner doorway, raking the petrified audience right and left with impertinent eyes. "I have played the lead," he announced, "before all the crowned heads of Europe. Off with the mask. The worm has turned. I am Lord Peter Wimsey, the Piccadilly sleuth, hot on the trail of murder." He drew the two stout gentlemen into the room and shut the door behind them. "That's a good curtain," said somebody. "Well," gasped the inspector, "well, I'm damned." He made for the door, and this time Horrocks offered no resistance. "Well, well, well," said Mr. Sullivan. "Well, well." He turned Wimsey's card over and stared at it. "Dear, dear, what a pity. Oh, such a waste, eh, Rosencrantz? With your face you ought to be making a fortune." "There ain't nothing in this for me anyhow," said Mr. Rosencrantz, "so I better be pushing along. The verm is a good verm, Sullivan, as Shakespeare says, but he ain't on the market. Unless Lord Peter has a fancy for the thing. It'd go well, eh, Lord Peter Wimsey in the title role? The nobility ain't much cop these days, but Lord Peter is well known. He does some things. Nowadays they all want somebody as does some things. A lord is nothing, but a lord that flies the Atlantic or keeps a hat shop or detects murders, there might be a draw in there. What do you think?" Mr. Sullivan looked hopefully at Wimsey. "Sorry," said his lordship, "can't be done." "Oh, at times is bad," said Mr. Rosencrantz, who seemed to grow more enthusiastic as the desired article was withdrawn from his grasp. "But I'll make you a good offer. What do you say to 200 a week, eh?" Wimsey shook his head. 300, suggested Mr. Rosencrantz. "Sorry, old horse, I'm not selling." 500, then." "Excuse me," said Mr. Umplety. "It's no go," said Mr. Sullivan. "Very sad, but it's no go. Suppose you're rich, eh? Great pity. Won't last, you know. Super tax and death duties. Better take what you can while you can, no?
Definitely no, said Wimsey. Mr. Rosencrantz sighed.
Oh, well. I'll best be moving. See you tomorrow, Sally. You have something for me then, eh?
He retired, not through the antechamber, but through the private door on the opposite side of the room. Mr. Sullivan turned to his visitors.
You want me? Tell me what you want and make it snappy. I'm busy.
The inspector produced Olga's photograph.
The con girl, eh? Yeah, what about her? No trouble, eh? A good girl, works hard. Nothing against her here.
The inspector explained that they wanted to know whether Mr. Sullivan had distributed any photographs of Olga recently.
Well, now, let me think. Well, she hasn't been round here for a good time. Doing mannequin work, I rather think. Better for her. Good girl and a good looker, but she can't act, poor child. Just a minute, though. Where's Horrocks?
He surged to the door, set it cautiously ajar, and bawled,
"Horrocks!"
through the crack.
The secretary sidled in. "Horrocks, you know this photograph of the little con. Have we sent it out lately?" "Why, yes, sir. Don't you remember? That fellow said he wanted Russian types for the provinces." "Oh, that's right. That is right. I knew there was somebody. Tell these gentlemen about him. We didn't know him, did we?" "No, sir. Said he was starting management on his own. Name of, wait a minute.
He pulled a book from a shelf and turned the leaves with a wet finger.
Yes, here we are. Morris Vavasour."
"Oh, well, fine sort of name, grunted Mr. Sullivan. Not his own, naturally. Never is. Probably called Potts or Spink. Can't run a company on Potts or Spink. Not classy enough.
Hey, I've got the fellow now, little chap with a beard. Said he was casting for romantic drama and wanted a Russian type. We gave him the Levinsky girl and the little Petrovna and one or two more. He seemed stuck with this photograph, I remember. I told him Petrovna had more experience, but he said he didn't mind that. I didn't like the fellow.
No?
No. Never like them when they want pretty girls without experience. Old Uncle Sullivan may be a hard nut, but he ain't standing for anything of that sort. Told him the girl was fitted up with the job, but he said he'd have a shot at her. She never came to me about it, though, so I suppose she turned him down. If she had come, I'd have put her wise. I ain't that keen on my commission, and if you ask any of the girls, they'll tell you so. What's the matter, eh? Has this Vavasour got her into a hole?"
Not exactly," said Wimsey. "She's still in her manicure job. But Vavasour... Show Mr. Sullivan that other photograph, Inspector. Is that the man?" Mr. Sullivan and Horrocks put their heads together over the photograph of Paul Alexis and shook them simultaneously.
"No," said Horrocks. "No, that's not the man."
"Nothing like him," said Mr. Sullivan.
"Sure?" "Nothing like him," repeated Mr. Sullivan with emphasis. "How old's that fella?"
"Well, Vavasour was 40 if he was a day.
I'll cheek beggar with a voice like Mother Siegel's syrup. Make a good Judas if you wanted such a thing."
"Or a Richard III," suggested Mr. Horrocks.
"If you read the part smarmy," said Mr. Sullivan. "Can't see him in Act 5, though. All right for a bit with a citizen, you know. Enter Richard above, reading between two monks. Matter of fact," he added, "that's a difficult part to cast for. Inconsistent, to my mind. You mightn't think it, but I do a bit of reading and thinking now and again. And what I say is, I don't believe W. Shakespeare had his mind on the job when he wrote that part. Too slimy at the beginning and too tough at the end. It ain't nature. Not but what the plays always act well. Plenty of pep in it, that's why. Keeps moving. But he's made Richard two men in one. That's what I complain of. One of 'em's a wormy, plotting sort of fella, and the other's a bold, bustling sort of chap who chops people's heads off and flies into tempers. It don't seem to fit somehow, eh?" Inspector Umplety began to scrabble with his feet. "I always think," said Wimsey, "that Shakespeare meant Richard to be one of those men who are always deliberately acting a part, dramatising things, so to speak. I don't believe his fury is any more real than his love-making. The scene about the strawberries, now that's clearly all put on." "Oh, maybe. But the scene with Buckingham and the clock, eh?" "Hey, maybe you're right. It ain't supposed to be my business to know about Shakespeare, eh? Chorus ladies' legs are my department. But I've been mixed up with the stage all my life one way and another, and it ain't all legs and bedroom scenes. That makes you laugh, hmm? Ah, yeah, to hear me go on like this. But I'll tell you what, it makes me sick sometimes being in this business. Half these managers don't want actors and actresses, they want types. When my old father was running a repertory company, it was actors he wanted. Fellas who could be Iago one night and Brutus the next, and do a bit of farce or genteel comedy in the intervals. But now, if a fella starts out making a hit with a stammerer and an eyeglass, he's got to play stammers and eyeglass till he's 90. Poor old Rosencrantz. He sure was fed up that you weren't thinking of playing his worm for him. As for getting an experienced actor and giving him a show in the part, nix. I've got the man who could do it. Nice chap, clever as you make 'em. But he made a hit as the dear old silver-haired vicar in Roses Round the Door, and nobody will look at him now except for silver-haired vicars. It'll be the end of him as an actor, but who cares? Only Uncle Sullivan, who's got to take his bread the side it's buttered and look pleasant about it, eh? Inspector Umplety rose to his feet. "Oh, I'm sure we're much obliged to you, Mr. Sullivan," he said. "We won't detain you any longer." "Well, sorry I couldn't do more for you. If ever I see that Vavasour feller again, I'll let you know. But he's probably come to grief." "Sure he'd take any trouble for little Con?" "We don't think so, Mr. Sullivan." "She's a good girl," insisted Mr. Sullivan. "I'd hate to think of her going wrong. I know you're thinking me an old fool." "Far from it," said Wimsey. They were let out through the private door and picked their way down a narrow staircase in silence. "Vavasour, indeed," grunted the inspector. "I'd like to know who he is and what he's up to. Think that fat idiot was in the game?" "I'm sure he knows nothing about it," said Wimsey. "And if he says he knows nothing about Vavasour, you may be pretty sure he's not really a producer or anything genuinely theatrical. These people all know one another." Fat lot of help, that is. As you say, I wonder what made Horrocks think of Richard III. Thought the man looked a bad egg, I suppose. Wasn't that the fellow who made up his mind to be a villain? He was. But I don't somehow think Horrocks is quite the man to read villainy in someone's face. I should say he was quite satisfied with the regrettable practice of typecasting. I've got something at the back of my mind, Inspector, and I can't seem to get it out." The inspector grunted and tripped over a packing-case as they emerged into the purlieus of Wardour Street. Chapter 24. The Evidence of the LCC Teacher. Such lily-livered, meek humanity. Death's Jest Book. Monday, 29 June, Tuesday, 30 June. Paul Alexis was buried on the Monday with many flowers and a large crowd of onlookers. Lord Peter was still in London with the inspector, but he was suitably represented by Bunter, who had returned from Huntingdonshire that morning, and, ever efficient, had brought with him a handsome wreath suitably inscribed. Mrs. Weldon was chief mourner, supported by Henry in solemn black, and the staff of the Resplendent sent a representative contingent and a floral emblem in the shape of a saxophone. The leader of the orchestra, an uncompromising realist, had suggested that the effigy of a pair of dancing pumps would have been more truly symbolic, but general opinion was against him, and there was, indeed, a feeling that he had been actuated by professional jealousy. Miss Leela Garland made her appearance in restrained and modified weeds, and affronted Mrs. Weldon by casting an enormous bunch of Parma violets into the grave at the most affecting moment, and being theatrically overcome and carried away in hysterics. The ceremony was fully reported, with photographs, in the national press, and the dinner tables of the Resplendent were so crowded that evening that it became necessary to serve a supplementary dinner in the Louis XV saloon. "I suppose you'll be leaving Wilvercombe now," said Harriet to Mrs. Weldon. "It'll always have sad memories for you." "Indeed, my dear, I shall not. I intend to stay here until the cloud is lifted from Paul's memory. I know positively that he was murdered by a Soviet gang, and it's simply a disgrace that the police should let this kind of thing go on." "I wish you'd persuade my mother to leave," said Henry. "Bad for her health to hang on here. You'll be leaving yourself, I expect, before long?" "Probably." There seemed, in fact, to be little for anyone to stay on for. William Bright applied to the police for leave to depart, and was accorded it, subject to an undertaking that he would keep them informed of his whereabouts. He promptly retired to his lodgings at Seahampton, packed up, and started a trek northwards. "And it is to be hoped," said Superintendent Glacier, "that they'll keep an eye on him. We can't follow him through all the counties in England. We've nothing against him." Wimsey and the inspector, returning to Wilvercombe on the Tuesday morning, were greeted with a piece of fresh information. "We've pulled in Perkins," said Superintendent Glacier. It appeared that Mr. Julian Perkins, after leaving Darley and being driven to Wolvercombe in his hired car, had taken the train to Seahampton and resumed his walking tour at that point. About 20 miles out, he'd been knocked down by a motor lorry. As the result, he had lain speechless and senseless for nearly a week in the local hospital. There was nothing in his travelling pack to indicate his identity, and it was only when he began to sit up and take notice that anything was known about him. As soon as he was well enough for desultory chat, he discovered that his fellow patients were discussing the Wolvercombe inquest, and he mentioned, with a feeble sense of self-importance, that he had actually been in contact with the young lady who found the body. One of the nurses then called to mind that there had been a broadcast inquiry for somebody called Perkins in connection with that very case. The Wolvercombe police were communicated with, and P.C. Ormond had been sent over to interview Mr. Perkins. It was now clear enough, of course, why no reply to the SOS message had been received from either Mr. Perkins himself or from his associates at the time of broadcasting. It was now almost made clear why nobody had made any inquiry about Mr. Perkins's disappearance. Mr. Perkins was a teacher in an LCC school and had been granted leave of absence for 1 term on account of his health. He was unmarried and an orphan with no near relations, and he lived in a hostel in the neighbourhood of Tottenham Court Road. He had left the hostel in May, announcing that he was going on a tramping holiday and would have no settled address. He would write from time to time, telling the staff of the hostel where to forward letters. As it happened, no letters had arrived for him since the last time he had written, on the 29th of May from Taunton. Consequently, nobody had thought to make any inquiry about him, and the SOS, which mentioned only his surname, had left it doubtful whether the Mr. Perkins wanted by the police was the Mr. Julian Perkins of the hostel. In any case, since nobody knew where he was supposed to be, there was no information that anybody could have supplied. The police got in touch with the hostel and had Mr. Perkins' mail sent down. It consisted of an advertisement from a cheap tailor, an invitation to secure a last-minute chance in the Irish sweep, and a letter from a pupil all about Boy Scout activities. Mr. Julian Perkins seemed to be an unlikely sort of criminal, but one never knew. He was interviewed, propped up in bed in his little red hospital jacket, with his anxious and unshaven face surrounded with bandages, from which his large horn-rimmed glasses looked out with serio-comic effect. "So you abandoned your trip and walked back to Darley with this young lady," said Constable Ormond. "Now, why did you do that, sir?" "Well, I wanted to do my best to help the young lady." "Quite so, sir, very natural. But as a matter of fact, of course, you couldn't help her much." No." Mr. Perkins fumbled with the sheet. "She said something about going along to look for the body, but of course I didn't see that I was called upon to do that. I'm not a strong man. Besides, the tide was coming in. I thought—" P.C. Ormond waited patiently. Mr. Perkins suddenly relieved his mind with an outburst of confession. "I didn't like to go on along that road, and that's the truth. I was afraid the murderer might be lurking about somewhere." "Murderer, eh? What makes you think it was a case of murder?" Mr. Perkins shrank among his pillows. "The young lady said it might be. I'm not a very courageous person, I'm afraid. You see, since my illness I've been nervous, you know, and I'm not physically strong. I didn't like the idea at all." "I'm sure you can't be blamed for that, sir." The policeman's bluff heartiness seemed to alarm Mr. Perkins, as though he detected something false in the ring of it. "So when you came to Darley, you felt that the young lady was in good hands and needed no further protection. So you went away without saying good-bye." Yes. I didn't want to be mixed up in anything, you know. In my position, it isn't nice. A teacher has to be careful, and besides—" "Yes, sir?" Mr. Perkins had another confessional outburst. I've been thinking it over. I thought it was all rather queer. I wondered if the young lady— well, one hears of such things, suicide pacts and so on. You see, I felt that I didn't want to be associated with that kind of thing. I'm rather timid by nature, I admit, and I'm really not strong since my illness, and what with one thing and another—" P.C. Ormond, who had a touch of imagination and a strong, though elementary, sense of humour, smothered a grin behind his hand. He suddenly saw Mr. Perkins, terrified, hobbling on his blistered feet between the devil and the deep sea, fleeing desperately from the vision of a homicidal maniac at the Flatiron, only to be pursued by the nightmare that he was travelling in company with a ruthless and probably immoral murderess. He licked his pencil and started again. "Quite so, sir. I see your point. Very disagreeable situation. Well, now, just as a matter of routine, you know, sir, we've got to check up on the movements of everybody who passed along the coast road that day. Nothing to be alarmed at." The pencil happened to be an indelible one and left an unpleasant taste in the mouth. He passed a pink tongue along his purple-stained lips, looking to Mr. Perkins' goblin-haunted imagination like a very large dog savouring a juicy bone. "Whereabouts might you have been round about 2 o'clock, sir?" Mr. Perkins' mouth dropped open. He began, quavering. A nurse, hovering near, intervened. "I hope you won't have to be long, Constable," she said acidly. "I can't have my patient upset. Now take a sip of this, number 22. You must try not to get excited." It's all right." Mr. Perkins sipped and regained his colour. "Well, as a matter of fact, I can tell you exactly where I was at 2 o'clock. It's very fortunate that should be the time. Very fortunate. I was at Darley." "Oh, indeed," said Mr. Ormond. "That's very satisfactory. Yes, and I can prove it. You see, I'd come along from Wolvercombe. I bought some calamine lotion there, and I dare say the chemist would remember me. My skin is very sensitive, you know, and we had a little chat about it. I don't know just where the shop was, but you could find it out. No, I don't know quite what time that would be. Then I walked on to Darley. It's 4 miles. It would take me a bit over an hour, you know, so I must have started from Wolvercombe about 1 o'clock." "Where did you stay the night before?" "In Wolvercombe, at the Trust House. You'll find my name there, all right." "Rather a late start, wasn't it, sir?" Yes, it was, but I didn't sleep very well. I was rather feverish. Sunburnt, you know. It takes me that way. It does some people. I come out in a rash, most painful. I told you my skin was sensitive. It was the hot sun that last week. I hoped it would get better, but it got worse, and shaving was agony, real agony. So I stayed in bed till 10 o'clock and had a late breakfast at 11 and got to Darley about 2 o'clock. I know it was 2 o'clock because I asked a man there the time." "Did you indeed, sir? Well, that was very fortunate. We ought to be able to substantiate that." "Oh, yes, you'd find him easily enough. It wasn't in the village itself, it was outside. It was a gentleman that was camping in a tent. At least, I call him a gentleman, but I can't say he behaved like one." P.C. Ormond almost jumped. He was a young man, unmarried and full of enthusiasms, and he'd fallen into a state of worshipping admiration for Lord Peter Wimsey. He worshipped his clothes, his car, his uncanny skill in prediction. Wimsey had said that the gold would be found on the body, and lo, it was so. He had said that as soon as the inquest had established the time of death, Henry Weldon would turn out to have an alibi for 2 o'clock. And here was the alibi, arriving as true to time as moon and tide. He had said that his new alibi would turn out to be breakable. P.C. Ormond set out with determination to break it. He asked rather suspiciously why Mr. Perkins had inquired the time of a casual stranger and not in the village. Well, I didn't think about it in the village. I didn't stop anywhere there. When I got out of it, I began to think about my lunch. I looked at my watch a mile or so back, and it said 5:20 to 2, and I thought I'd push along to the shore and have my meal there. When I looked at it again, it still said 5:20 to 2, and I found it had stopped. So I knew time must be getting on. I saw a kind of little lane going down towards the sea, so I turned down that way. There was an open space at the foot of it with a motor car and a little tent, and a man doing something to a car. I hailed him and asked what the time was. He was a big man with dark hair and a red face, and he wore coloured spectacles. He told me it was 5 minutes to 2. I set my watch going and thanked him, and then I just said something pleasant about what a nice camping place he had found. He grunted rather rudely, so I thought perhaps he was put out by his car being out of order, so I just asked him most politely whether there was anything wrong. That was all. I can't think why he should take an offence, but he did. I expostulated with him and said I only asked out of politeness and to know if I could help him in any way. And he called me a very vulgar name, and Mr. Perkins hesitated and blushed. "Well," said P.C. Ormond, I'm sorry to say he forgot himself so far as to assault me," said Mr. Perkins. "Oh, what did he do?" "He kicked me," said Mr. Perkins, his voice rising up into a squeak, that is to say, from behind." "Indeed?" "Yes, he did. Of course I did not retaliate. It wouldn't have been fitting. I just walked away and told him that I hoped he would feel ashamed of himself when he thought it over. I regret to say that he ran at me after that, and I thought it would be better not to associate with such a person any longer. So I went away and had my lunch on the beach." "On the beach, eh?" "Yes. He had... Well, that is to say, I was facing in that direction when the assault took place, and did not wish to pass this unpleasant person again. I knew by my map it was possible to walk along the shore between Darley and Leston Hoe, so I thought it better to go that way." "I see. So you had your lunch on the shore. Whereabouts? And how long did you stay there?" "Well, I stopped about 50 yards from the lane. I wished to let the man see that he could not intimidate me. I sat down where he could see me, and I ate my lunch." P.C. Ormond noted that the kick could not have been a painfully hard one. Mr. Perkins could sit down. "I think I stayed there for 3/4 of an hour or so." "And who passed you on the beach during that time?" demanded the constable sharply. Who passed me? Why, nobody. No man, woman, or child? No boat, no horse, no nothing?" "Nothing whatever. The beach was quite deserted. Even the unpleasant man took himself off in the end. Just before I left myself, that would be. I kept an eye on him just to see that he didn't try any more tricks, you know." P.C. Ormond bit his lips. "And what was he doing all that time? Tinkering with his car?" No, he seemed to finish that quite quickly. He seemed to be doing something over the fire. I thought he was cooking. Then he went away up the lane." The constable thought for a moment. "What did you do then?" "I walked rather slowly on along the beach till I came to a lane that runs down between stone walls onto the beach. It comes out opposite some cottages. I got onto the road that way and walked along in the direction of Leston Hoe till I met the young lady." "Did you see the man with the dark spectacles again that afternoon?" "Yes, when I came back with the lady. He was just coming out of the lane. To my annoyance, she quite unnecessarily stopped and spoke to him. I went on, as I didn't wish to be subjected to any further incivility." "I see, sir. Well, that's a very clear account. Now I want to ask you a very important question. When you next had an opportunity of regulating your watch, did you find it fast or slow, and how much?" "I compared it with the clock in the garage at Darley. It was exactly right at 5:30. "And you had not altered it in the interval?" No. Why should I?" P.C. Ormond looked hard at Mr. Perkins, shut up his notebook with a snap, thrust out his lower jaw, and said, quietly but forcefully, "Now look here, sir. This is a case of murder. We know that somebody passed along that beach between 2 o'clock and 3. Wouldn't it be better to tell the truth?" Fear flashed up into Mr. Perkins' eyes. I don't—" he began feebly. His hands clawed at the sheet for a moment. Then he fainted, and the nurse, bustling up, banished P.C. Ormond from the bedside. Chapter 25. The Evidence of the Dictionary. "'Tis but an empty cipher." The Bride's Tragedy. Tuesday, 30 June. It was all very well, thought Constable Ormond, to be sure that Perkins' evidence was false. The difficulty was to prove it. There were two possible explanations. Either Perkins was a liar, or Weldon had deliberately deceived him. If the former were the case, then the police would be faced with the notorious difficulty of proving a negative. If the latter, then a reference to Mr. Polwhistle at the Darley garage would probably clear the matter up. Mr. Polwhistle and his mechanic were ready and eager to help. They perfectly remembered Mr. Perkins, which was not surprising, since the arrival of a complete stranger to hire a car was a rare event in Darley. Mr. Perkins had pulled out his watch, they remembered, and compared it with the garage clock, mentioning as he did so that the watch had run down and that he'd had to inquire the time of a passer-by. He had then said, oh yes, it seemed to be just right, and had further asked whether their clock was reliable, and how long they would take to get to Wolvercombe. "And is your clock reliable?" "It was reliable on that day, all right." "How do you mean, that day?" "Well, she loses a bit, and that's a fact. But we just set her on the Thursday morning, hadn't we, Tom?" Tom agreed that they had, adding that she was an 8-day clock, and that he was accustomed to wind and set her every Thursday morning, Thursday being an important day on account of Heathbury Market, the centre about which all local businesses seemed to revolve. There seemed to be no shaking this evidence. It was true that neither Mr. Polwhistle nor Tom had actually seen the face of Mr. Perkins' watch, but they both declared that he had said, "It seems to be just right." Therefore, if there was any discrepancy, Perkins must have been intentionally concealing the fact. It was perhaps a little remarkable that Perkins should be so insistently have drawn their attention to the rightness of his watch. Constable Ormond remounted his motorcycle and returned to Wolvercombe, more than ever convinced that Perkins was an unconscionable liar. Inspector Umplety agreed with him. "'Tain't natural," he said. "To my mind, for a man all upset as he was to start bugging about the exact time the minute he gets into a place. Trouble is, if he says he saw Weldon and we can't prove he didn't, what are we got to do about it?" "Well, sir," suggested Ormond with deference, "what I've been thinking is, if Weldon, or whoever it was, rode along the shore between Darley and the Flatiron, somebody ought to have seen him. Have we asked all the people who passed along the top of the cliff round about that time?" "You needn't think that hadn't occurred to me, my lad," replied the inspector grimly. "I've interrogated everyone that went past between 1 o'clock and 2 o'clock, and not a soul of them saw hide nor hair of a horse." "How about those people at the cottages?" "Them? Oh," the inspector snorted. "They never saw anything, you bet your life. No, they wouldn't, not if old Pollock was concerned in it, as it's our belief he was, always supposing there was anything to be concerned in. Still, go and try your hand on 'em again if you like, young'un, and if you get anything out of 'em, I'll lend it to you. Old Pollock's got his back up, and neither him nor that brother-in-law of his, Billy Muggeridge, is out to give anything away to the police. Still, you trot along there. You're a comely bachelor, and there's no saying but you may be able to get something out of the women folk." The blushing Ormond accordingly made his way to the cottages, where, much to his relief, he found the menfolk absent, and the women employed at the wash-tub. At first he was none too cordially received, but after he had stripped off his uniform tunic and given young Mrs. Pollock a hand with the mangle and carried 2 buckets of water from the well for Mrs. Muggeridge, the atmosphere became less frigid, and he was able to put his questions. But the results were disappointing. The women were able to give very good reasons for having seen nothing of any horse or rider on Thursday 18th. The family dinners had been eaten, as usual, at 12 o'clock, and after dinner there was the ironing to finish. There was a sight of washing, as Mr. Ormond could see for himself, for Mrs. Pollock and Mrs. Muggeridge to deal with. There was Grandpa Pollock and Grandma Pollock, and Jem, that was that particular about his shirts and collars, and young Arthur and Polly and Rosie, and Billy Muggeridge, and Susie and Fanny and little David and the baby, and Jenny Muggeridge's baby Charles. That was an accident, what Mrs. Muggeridge was looking after, Jenny being out in service, all of which do make work, and often washing don't get finished till Saturday, and you couldn't be surprised, what with the men's jerseys and stockings, and one thing and another, and every drop of water having to be fetched. Nobody hadn't been out of the house that afternoon, leastways only at the back, not till after 3 o'clock for sure, when Susie took the potatoes out in the front garden to peel for supper. Susie see a gentleman then, dressed in shorts and carrying a knapsack, come up the lane from the shore. But it wouldn't be him, as Mr. Ormond wanted to know about, because he came in later on with a lady and told them about the body being found. Mr. Ormond was quite pleased to hear about this gentleman, nevertheless. The gentleman was wearing horn-brimmed spectacles, and he came up the lane somewhere between 3:30 and 4, and went straight off along the road towards Leston Hoe. This must, of course, have been Perkins, and a brief calculation showed that this time fitted in reasonably well both with his own story and Harriet's. Harriet had met him about half a mile further on at 4 o'clock, but that proved nothing. and the crucial period between 1:30 and 3 o'clock remained as obscure as before. Puzzled and dissatisfied, Ormond chugged slowly back to Darley, noticing as he went how little of the beach could actually be seen from the road. It was, in fact, only for about a mile on either side of the Flatiron that the road ran, actually close to the edge of the cliffs. Here there was the breadth of a wide field between them, and the height of the cliff hid the sands from view. It would not really have been so risky a business as one might suppose to ride in broad daylight to commit a murder at the Flatiron, and it was hardly surprising that no traveller on the road had seen the bay mare pass. But had she passed? There was the horseshoe to prove it, and there was the ringbolt on the rock to suggest it. It was the ringbolt that was chiefly bothering Constable Ormond. For if it was not there to hold the horse, what was it for? And Wimsey's latest theory had made it necessary for the horse to be released and sent back before the Flatiron was reached. And that was a very hit-or-miss theory for the murderer's point of view. How could he be sure that the animal would go back and would not hang about the place attracting attention? In fact, after being galloped violently for 4.5 miles, it was far more likely to take matters easy. If one was to ignore the ringbolt, was it not possible that the bay mare had been tethered somewhere to be picked up later? Well, there was weighty objections to that. There was no post or groyne along the shore to which she could have been tied, and if the murderer had brought her close in under the cliff, then he would have had to leave 2 lines of footprints, the mare's in going and his own in returning. But he might have argued that this would not greatly matter if it was at some distance from the Flatiron. It might just be worthwhile to turn back and examine the shore from that point of view. He did so, riding right up as far as the Flatiron itself, scrambling down by the same path that Harriet had used, and working his way along at the foot of the cliff in the direction of Darley. After about half an hour's search, he found what he was looking for. There was a recess in the cliff, where at some time there had been a fall of rock. Jammed in among the boulders was a large wooden post, which had apparently formed part of a fence, erected, no doubt, to keep men or animals from straying upon the dangerous part of the cliffs. If the bay mare had been brought in there, she might easily have been tethered to the beam, while owing to the overhang of the cliff and the accumulation of fallen stones, she would have been practically invisible, either from the sea or from the road above. This discovery was gratifying, but it would have been more gratifying if Ormond could have found any positive indication that this had really happened. The sand was so loose and dry that no recognisable marks could be expected above high water mark, nor, though he examined the wooden post very carefully with a lens, could he find any indication of it having been used as a horse-post. A strand of rope fibre, a horsehair or two, would have been better than a banknote to Ormond at that moment, while a bunch of horse droppings would have been worth its weight in rubies. But none of these simple, homely sights rewarded his anxious gaze. There was the piece of timber, and there was the recess in the cliff, and that was all. Shaking his head, he walked to the edge of the water and set out at a brisk trot for the Flatiron. He found that by pelting along as fast as a heavyish, full-clothed young constable could be expected to pelt on a hot summer's day, he could reach the rock in 12 minutes exactly. It was too far. 5 minutes was the most that Weldon could possibly have allowed himself by Wimsey's calculation. Ormond again scrambled up the cliff, remounted his bicycle, and began to do sums in his head. By the time he arrived at the police station, these sums had taken a definite form. "The way I look at it is this, sir," he said to Superintendent Glacier. "We've been going along the line that it was Perkins that was providing the alibi for Weldon. Suppose it was the other way round. Suppose Weldon is providing the alibi for Perkins. What do we know about Perkins? Only that he's a school-teacher and that nobody seems to have kept tabs on him since last May. Now, he says he slept at Wilvercombe and didn't start away that morning till 1 o'clock. Now, that's a bit thick to start with. The only proof he offers of that is that he bought some stuff at a chemist's. He doesn't remember the chemist, and he isn't clear about the time. Now, we know that Weldon was in Wilvercombe that morning, and his time isn't altogether accounted for either. Supposing those two had met and fixed it all up there. Perkins comes along to Darley and gets the horse. We'll have to find out whether anyone saw him pass through the village. Ah, that's so, sir. We must check that up naturally. But say he really got there at about 1:15 or so. Then he'd have plenty of time to get along with the mare, tie her up where that there post is, and buzz along on foot to the rock and commit his murder. Look, wait a minute, said Glacier. This place is 15 minutes quick walk from the rock. More like 15 minutes run, sir. Yes, but over wet sand, through water, actually. Shall we call it just over a mile? Right. Then that leaves 3.5 miles for the mare. At 8 miles an hour, that needs 8 miles in 60 minutes. 1 mile in 60 over 8. Glacier always had to work these Rule of 3 problems out on the corners of blotting pads. It had been the worst stumbling block he'd had to overcome on his way to promotion. 30 multiplied by 7 over 8, oh dear, divide by 2, divide, Ormond, who had the gift of being able to add 3 columns of figures at once in his head, waited respectfully. I make it about 26 minutes, said Glacier. Yes, sir. That means... Glacier gazed at the face of the station clock with working lips. 15 minutes from 2 o'clock, 1:45. 26 minutes from that again. That's 1:19. Yes, sir. And we can allow him 4 minutes to tie the mare up. 1:15, I make it. He'd have to start out from Darley. Just so. Yes, I was only verifying your figures. In that case, he'd have had to be in the village at 1:10 or thereabouts. That's right, sir. And how and when did he pick the mare up again, Ormond? He didn't, sir. Not as I make out. Then what became of it? Well, sir, I look at it like this. Where we've been making the mistake is in thinking as the whole job was done by one person. Now, supposing now, as this Perkins commits his murder at 2 o'clock and then hides under the Flatiron, same as we thought, he can't get away till 2:30, we know that, because Miss Vane was there till that time. Well then, at 2:30, she clears and he clears, and starts to walk back. Why should he walk back? Why not go on? Oh, of course! He's got to fix up his time to fit in with Weldon's 1:55 alibi. Yes, sir. Well, if he was to walk straight back to Pollock's cottage, which is 2 miles from the Flatiron, doing a steady 3 miles an hour, he'd be there at 3:10. But Susie Moggeridge says she didn't see him till between 3:30 and 4 o'clock, and I don't see that she's got any call to lie about it. Well, she may be in it too. We've got our doubts about old Pollock. Yes, sir, but if she was lying, she'd lie the other way. She wouldn't give him more time than he needed to come from the Flatiron. No, sir, it is my belief. Perkins had to stop on the way for something, and I fancy I know what that was. It's all right for the doctor to say that the man who cut this chapter's throat may not have got blood on himself, but that's not to say he didn't get it, not by a long chalk. I think Perkins had to stop all that time to get his togs changed. He could easily take an extra shirt and pair of shorts in his kit. He may have given the one he was wearing a bit of a wash too. Say he did that, and then got to Pollock's place about 3:45. He comes up by the lane where Susie Moggeridge sees him, and he goes along another half-mile or so, and he meets Miss Vane at 4 o'clock, as he did. Glacier revolved this idea in his mind. It had its attractive points, but it left a great deal open to question. But the mare, Ormond? Well, sir, there's only one person who could have brought back the mare that we know of, and that's Weldon. And only one time he could have done it, and that's between 4 o'clock, when Polwhistle and Tom said good-bye to him, and 5:20, when Miss Vane saw him in Darley. Let's see how that works out, sir. It's 3.5 miles from Hink's Lane to the place where the mare was left. He could start at 4, walk there in an hour or a bit less, ride back quick, and just be back at 5:20 in time to be seen by them too. It all fits in, sir, doesn't it? It fits, as you say, Ormond. But it's what I call a tight fit. Look, why do you suppose Perkins came back with Miss Vane instead of going on to Leston Hoe? Well, it might be to find out what she was going to do, sir. Or it might be just to look innocent-like. He'd be surprised to see her there, I expect, not knowing about her going up to Rennerton. And it's not wonderful he should have seemed a bit put out when she spoke to him. He might think going back with her was the boldest and best thing to do. Or he may have felt anxious and wanted to see for himself whether Weldon had got back with the nag all right. He was very careful not to speak to Weldon when they did meet, went out of his way to have nothing to do with him, as you might say. And as for his clearing off the way he did, well, that's natural if you come to think of it. Supposing he had those pants and things all soiled with blood in his knapsack. You have got an answer for everything, Ormond. Well, here's another for you. Why, in the name of goodness, if all this is true, didn't Perkins ride the ruddy horse right up to the rock while he was about it? He could have taken her back and tethered her up just the same. Yes, sir, and I fancy, judging from the ring bolt, that must have been the first idea. But I was looking at those cliffs today, and I noticed that it's just about a mile from the Flatiron that the road comes so close to the edge of the cliff as to give you a proper view down to the beach. When they came to think it over, they may have said to themselves that a man riding along that open bit of beach would be conspicuous-like. So Perkins cached the G where the cover ended and paddled the rest of the way, thinking it would be less noticeable. Yes, there's something in that. But all this depends on the time that Perkins passed through Darley. Well, we'll have to get that looked into. Mind, Ormond, I am not saying you haven't done a good bit of thinking over this, and I like to see you having initiative and striking out a line for yourself. But we can't go behind facts when all's said and done. No, sir, certainly not, sir. But, of course, sir, even if it wasn't Perkins, that's not to say it wasn't somebody else. Who wasn't somebody else? The accomplice, sir. Look, that is beginning all over again, Ormond. Yes, sir. Look, well, cut along and see what you can make of it. Yes, sir. Glacier rubbed his chin thoughtfully when Ormond was gone. This business was worrying him. The chief constable had been chivying him that morning and making things unpleasant. The chief constable, a military gentleman of the old school, thought that Glacier was making too much fuss. To him it was obvious that the rather contemptible foreign dancing fellow had cut his own throat. He thought the sleeping dog should be left alone. Glacier only wished he could leave the thing alone, but he felt a sincere conviction that there was more to it than that. He was not comfortable in his mind, never had been. There were too many odd circumstances. The razor, the gloves, Weldon's incomprehensible movements, the taciturnity of Mr. Pollock, the horseshoe, the ring-bolt, Bright's mistake about the tides, and, above all, the cipher letters and the photograph of the mysterious Theodora. Each one of these might separately have some ordinary and trivial explanation, but not all of them. Surely not all of them. He had put these points to the chief constable and had received a grudging kind of permission to go on with his inquiries. But he was not happy. He wondered what Umplety was doing. He had heard the story of his excursion to town with Wimsey and felt that that had only plunged matters into a still deeper obscurity. Then there was the tiresomeness about Bright. Bright was reported to be working his way towards London. It was going to be a job keeping an eye on him, especially as Glacier was rather hard put to it to find a good reason for the surveillance. After all, what had Bright done? He was an unsatisfactory character, and he had said it was high tide when it was in fact low tide. In every other respect, he had appeared to have been telling the exact truth. Glacier realized that he was making himself unpopular with the police of half a dozen counties on very insufficient grounds. He dismissed the case from his mind and applied himself to a quantity of routine business connected with petty theft and motoring offences, and so got through the evening. But after his supper he found the problem of Paul Alexis gnawing at his brain again. Umplety had reported the result of a few routine inquiries about Perkins, of which the only interesting fact was that Perkins was a member of the Soviet Club and was reported to have communist sympathies. Just the sort of sympathies he would have, thought Glacier. It was always these weak, mild, timid-looking people who yearn for revolution and bloodshed. But taken in connection with the cipher letters, the matter assumed a certain importance. He wondered how soon the photographs of the letters found on Alexis would come to hand. He fretted, was short with his wife, trod on the cat, and decided to go round to the Bellevue and look up Lord Peter Wimsey. Wimsey was out, and a little further inquiry led Glacier to Mrs. Lefrank's, where he found not only Wimsey, but also Inspector Umplety, seated with Harriet in the bed-sitting-room that had once housed Paul Alexis, all three apparently engaged in a missing word competition. Books were strewn about the place, and Harriet, with Chambers' dictionary in her hand, was reading out words to her companions. "Oh, hello, Super," exclaimed Wimsey. "Come along. I'm sure our hostess will be delighted to see you. We're making discoveries." "Are you indeed, my lord? Well, so have we. At least that lad Ormond's been rummaging about, as you might say." He plunged into his story. He was glad to try it on somebody else. Umplety grunted. Wimsey took a map and a sheet of paper and began figuring out distances and times. They discussed it. They argued about the speed of the mare. Wimsey was inclined to think that he might have underestimated it. He would borrow the animal and make a test. Harriet said nothing. "And what do you think?" Wimsey asked her suddenly. "I don't believe a word of it," said Harriet. Glacier laughed. "Miss Vane's intuition, as they call it, is against it," said he. "It's not intuition," retorted Harriet. "There's no such thing. It's common sense. It's artistic sense, if you like. All those theories, they're all wrong. They're artificial. They smell of the lamp." Glacier laughed again. "That's beyond me, that is." "You men," said Harriet, "have let yourselves be carried away by all these figures and timetables, and you've lost sight of what you're really dealing with. But it's all machine-made. It cracks at every joint. It's like a bad plot built up round an idea that won't work. You've got it into your heads that you must get Weldon and the horse and Perkins into it somehow or other. And when you come up against an inconsistency, you say, 'Oh, well, we'll get over that somehow. We'll make him do this, we'll make him do that.' But you can't make people do things to suit you, not in real life. Why are you obliged to bring all these people into it at all?" You don't deny there's a good deal that needs explaining," said Umplety. "Well, of course there's a lot that needs explaining, but your explanations are more incredible than the problem. It's not possible that anyone should plan a murder like that. You've made them too ingenious in one way and too silly in another. Whatever the explanation is, it must be simpler than that. Bigger, not so cramped. Can't you see what I mean? You're simply making up a case, that's all." "I see what you mean," said Wimsey. "Well, I dare say it is a bit complicated," admitted Glacier, "but if we don't make up a case against Weldon and Brighton Perkins, or two of them, or one of them, whom are we to make up a case against? Against Bolshes? Well, but this Perkins is a Bolshie, or a communist anyhow, and if he's in it, then Weldon must be, because of their mutual alibi." "Yes, I know. But your whole case is like that. First you want Weldon to be guilty because of getting his mother's money, so you say that Perkins must be his accomplice because he's giving an alibi for Weldon. Now you want Perkins to be guilty because he's a communist, and so you say Weldon must be the accomplice because he's giving an alibi for Perkins. But it's simply impossible that both those theories should be true. And how did Weldon and Perkins get to know one another? We haven't finished making inquiries yet." "No, but it does seem unlikely, doesn't it? A council schoolteacher from the Tottenham Court Road and a Huntingdonshire farmer? What form? What likelihood? And as for Bright, you have nothing to connect him with either of them. And if his story's true, then there's not an atom of proof that Alexis didn't kill himself. In any case, if you want to prove murder, you've got to connect Bright with whoever did it, and you certainly haven't found the least trace of communication between him and either Weldon or Perkins." "Has Bright been receiving any letters?" asked Wimsey of Umplety. "Not a line. Not since he turned up here, anyway." "As for Perkins," said Glacier, "well, we'll soon get a line on him. Of course, his getting knocked down and laid up like that must have puzzled his accomplices just as much as it puzzles us. There must be a whole correspondence waiting for him at some accommodation address, under another name, in some town or other." "Look, you will insist on his being Perkins," protested Harriet. "You really think Perkins rode a horse bare-backed along the beach and cut a man's throat to the bone with a razor?" "Why not?" said Umplety. "Does he look like it?" "Do I look like it?" said the knave, which he certainly did not, being made entirely of cardboard. "I've never seen the bloke. I admit that this description ain't encouraging." Wimsey grinned. "But then, you know, friend Henry took me for something in the nightclub line." Harriet glanced briefly at his lean limbs and springy build. "You needn't fish," she said coldly. We all know that your appearance of languor is assumed, and that you are really capable of tying pokers in knots with your artistic fingers. Perkins is flabby and has a neck like a chicken, and those flip-flop hands. She turned to Glacier. I can't see Perkins in the role of desperado. Why, your original case against me was a better one. Glacier blinked, but took the thrust stolidly. Yes, miss, it had a lot to be said for it, that had. Of course. Why did you give it up, by the way? Some instinct seemed to warn Glacier that he was treading on thin ice. Well, he said, it seemed a bit too obvious, so to say. And besides, we couldn't trace any connection between you and the deceased. It was wise of you to make inquiries, but of course you had only my word for everything, hadn't you? And those photographs were evidence that I was pretty cold-blooded. And my previous history was rather, well, shall we say, full of incident? Just so, miss. The superintendent's eyes were expressionless. Of whom did you make the inquiries, by the way? Of your charwoman, said Glacier. Oh, you think she would know whether I knew Paul Alexis? In our experience, replied the superintendent, charwomen mostly know things of that sort. So they do. And you've really given up suspecting me? Oh, dear me, yes. On my charwoman's testimony to my character? Supplemented, said the superintendent, by our own observation. I see. Harriet looked hard at Glacier, but he was proof against this kind of third degree, and smiled blandly in response. Wimsey, who had listened with his face like a mask, determined to give the stolid policeman the first prize for tact. He now dropped a cold comment into the conversation. You and Miss Vane, having made short work of each other's theories, he said, perhaps you would like to hear what we've been doing this evening. Very much, my lord. We began, said Wimsey, by making a new search for clues among the corpse's belongings, hoping, of course, to get some light on Theodora or the cipher letters. Inspector Umplety kindly lent us his sympathetic assistance. In fact, the inspector has been simply invaluable. He has sat here for 2 hours watching us search, and every time we looked into a hole or corner and found it empty, he has been able to assure us that he had already looked into the hole or corner and found it empty too. Inspector Umplety chuckled. The only thing we found, went on Lord Peter, is Chambers' dictionary, and we didn't find that this evening, because Miss Vane had found it before, while she was engaged in wasting her time on crosswords instead of getting on with her writing. We found a lot of words marked with pencil. We were engaged in making a collection of them when you came in. Perhaps you'd like to hear a few specimens. Here you are. I'm reeling them off at random. Peculiar, diplomacy, courtesan, furnished, viscount, squander, sunlight, chasuble, clergyman, luminary, thousand, poverty, cherubim, treason, cabriolet, rheumatics, apostle, costumier, viaduct. There are lots more. Do these words say anything to you? Some of them have an ecclesiastical ring about them, but on the other hand some of them have not. Courtesan, for example, to which I may add tambourine, wrestling, and fashion. Glacier laughed. Sounds to me as though the young fellow was a crossword fan himself. They're nice long words, but not the longest. There are many longer, such as supralapsarian, monocotyledonous, and diaphragmatic. But he hasn't marked any of the real sesquipedalians. The longest we found is rheumatics, with 10 letters. They all have 2 peculiarities in common, though, as far as we've gone, that are rather suggestive. What's that, my lord? None of them contains any repeated letter, and none of them is less than 7 letters long. Superintendent Glacier suddenly flung up one hand like a child at school. The cipher letters, he cried. As you say, the cipher letters. It looks to us as though these might be keywords to a cipher, and from the circumstance that no letters are repeated in any of them, I fancy one might be able to make a guess at the type of cipher. The trouble is that we have already counted a couple of 100 marked words, and haven't finished the alphabet yet, which leads me to a depressing inference. What's that? That they have been changing the keyword in every letter. What I think has happened is this. I think that each letter contained in it the keyword of the next, and that these marks represent a stock of words that Alexis looked up beforehand, so as to be ready with them when it came to his turn to write. Couldn't they be the keywords already used? Hardly. I don't believe he sent out over 200 code letters since March, when they first began to be exchanged. Even if he wrote one letter a day, he couldn't have got through that number. No more he could, my lord. Still, if the paper we found on him is one of these cipher letters, then the keyword will be one of those marked here. That narrows things a bit. I don't think so. I think these are keywords for the letters Alexis sent out. In each letter he would announce his keyword for his next letter. But his correspondent would do the same, so that the keyword for the paper found on Alexis is much more likely to be one that isn't marked here. Unless, of course, the paper is one of Alexis's own writing, which isn't very likely.
Well, we can't even say that, then, moaned Glacier, because the correspondent might very well hit on some word that Alexis had marked in advance. It might be anything. Perfectly true. Then the only bit of help that we get from this is that the cipher used was an English word, and that the letters were probably written in English. That doesn't absolutely follow, because they might be in French or German or Italian, all of which have the same alphabet as English. But they can't be in Russian at any rate, which has an alphabet totally different. So that's one mercy. If it's anything to do with Bolsheviks, said Glacier thoughtfully, it's a bit surprising they didn't write in Russian. It would have made it doubly safe if they had. Russian by itself would be bad enough, but a Russian cipher would be a snorter. Quite. As I have said before, I can't quite swallow the Bolshevik theory, and yet, dash it all, I simply cannot fit these letters in with the Weldon side of the business.
What I want to know, put in Inspector, is this. How did the murderers, whoever they were, get Alexis out to the Flatiron? Or if it was Bolsheviks that got him there, how did Weldon and Co. know he was going to be there? It must be the same party that made the appointment and did the throat-cutting. Which brings us to the point that either Weldon's party wrote the letter or the foreign party did the murder. True, O King. And where, asked Harriet, does Olga Kohn come in? Ah, said Wimsey, there you are. Now that's the deepest mystery of the lot. I'll swear that girl was telling the truth, and I'll swear that the extremely un-Irish Mr. Sullivan was telling the truth too. Little flower in the crannied wall, I pluck you out of the crannies. But as the poet goes on to say, if I could understand, I should know who the guilty man is. But I don't understand. Who is the mysterious bearded gentleman who asks Mr. Sullivan for the portrait of a Russian-looking girl, and how did the portrait get into the corpse's pocket-book signed with the name Feodora? These are deep waters, Watson. I'm coming back to my original opinion, grumbled the inspector. I believe the fellow was dotty and cut his own throat, and there's an end of it. He probably had a mania for collecting girls' photographs and sending himself letters in cipher. And posting them in Czechoslovakia? Oh, well, somebody must have done that for him. As far as I can see, we've no case against Weldon and no case against Bright, and the case against Perkins is as full of holes as a colander. As for Bolsheviks, where are they? Your friend Chief Inspector Parker has put out inquiries about Bolshevik agents in this country, and the answer is that none of them are known to have been about here lately. And as regards Thursday 18th, they all seem to be accounted for. You may say it's an unknown Bolshevik agent, but there aren't as many of those going about as you might think. These London chaps know quite a lot more than the ordinary public realises. If there had been anything funny about Alexis and his crowd, they'd have been onto it like a shot. Wimsey sighed and rose. I am going home to bed, he declared. We must wait till we get the photographs of the paper. Life is dust and ashes. I can't prove my theories, and Bunter has deserted me again. He disappeared from Wolvercombe on the same day as William Bright, leaving me a message to say that one of my favourite socks had been lost in the wash, and that he had lodged a complaint with the management. Miss Vane, Harriet, if I may call you so, will you marry me and look after my socks, and incidentally be the only woman novelist who ever accepted a proposal of marriage in the presence of a superintendent and inspector of police? Not even for the sake of the headlines. I thought not. Even publicity isn't what it was. See here, Superintendent, will you take a bet that Alexis didn't commit suicide, and that he wasn't murdered by Bolsheviks? The superintendent replied cautiously that he wasn't a sporting man.
Crushed again, moaned his lordship. All the same, he added with a flash of his old spirit, I'll break that alibi if I die for it.
Chapter 26. The Evidence of the Bay Mare. Hail, Shrine of Blood. The Bride's Tragedy. Wednesday, 1st July. The photographs of the paper found on the corpse duly arrived next morning, together with the original, and Wimsey, comparing them together in the presence of Glacier and Umplety, had to confess that the experts had made a good job of it. Even the original paper was far more legible than it had been before. The chemicals that remove bloodstains and the stains of dyed leather, and the chemicals that restore the lost colour to washed-out ink, had done their work well, and the colour screens that so ingeniously aid the lens to record one colour and cut out the next had produced from the original thus modified a result in which only a few letters here and there were irretrievably lost. But to read is one thing, to decipher another. They gazed sadly at the inextricable jumble of letters. On the top right-hand corner, each on a separate line as per an address, XNATNX and RBEXMG. Then PRBFX, ALI, MKMG, BFFY, MGTSQ, JMRRY, ZBZE, and so on for another 25 lines. At the end of a strenuous hour or two, the following facts were established. 1. The letter was written on a thin but tough paper which bore no resemblance to any paper found among the effects of Paul Alexis. The probability was thus increased that it was a letter received and not written by him. 2. It was written by hand in a purplish ink, which again was not like that used by Alexis. The additional inference was drawn that the writer either possessed no typewriter or was afraid that his typewriter might be traced. 3. It was not written in wheel cipher or in any cipher which involved the regular substitution of one letter of the alphabet for another. At any rate, said Wimsey cheerfully, we have plenty of material to work on. This isn't one of those brief, snappy, put goods on sundial messages, which leave you wondering whether E really is or is not the most frequently recurring letter in the English language. If you ask me, it's either one of those devilish codes founded on a book, in which case it must be one of the books in the dead man's possession, and we only have to go through them, or it's a different kind of code altogether. The kind I was thinking about last night when we saw those marked words in the dictionary. What kind's that, my lord? It's a good code, said Wimsey, and pretty baffling if you don't know the key word. It was used during the war. I used it myself, as a matter of fact, during a brief interval of detecting under a German alias. But it isn't the exclusive property of the War Office. In fact, I met it not long ago in a detective story. It's just... He paused, and the policeman waited expectantly. I was going to say, it's just the thing an amateur English plotter might readily get hold of and cotton on to. It's not obvious, but it's accessible and very simple to work. It's the kind of thing that young Alexis could easily learn to encode and decode. Doesn't want a lot of bulky apparatus, and it uses practically the same number of letters as the original message, so it's highly suitable for long epistles of this kind. How's it worked? Asked Glacier. Very prettily. You choose a key word of 6 letters or more, none of which recurs, such as, for example, squander, which was on Alexis's list. Then you make a diagram of 5 squares each way, across and down, 25 in all, and write the key word in those squares 1 letter per square, moving left to right and starting at the top left-hand corner. At the end of line 1, continue again left to right on the following line. So line 1 would read SQUAN, line 2, DER, blank, blank. Then you fill up the remaining spaces with the rest of the alphabet in order, leaving out the ones you've already got. You can't put 26 letters into 25 spaces, objected Glacier. No. So you pretend you're an ancient Roman or medieval monk and treat I and J as one letter. So you get this. Again, reading from left to right, line 1, SQUAN. Line 2, DER. BC. Line 3, FGHIJK. Line 4, LMOPT. Line 5, VWXYZ. Now, using that format, let's take a message. Well, what shall we say? All is known, fly at once. Ha 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 ha. Yes, that classic Hardy perennial. We write it down all of a piece and break it into groups of 2 letters, reading from left to right. It won't do to have 2 of the same letters coming together, so where that happens, we shove in Q or Z, or something which won't confuse the reader. So now our message runs AL, QL, IS, KN, OW, NF, LY, AT, ON, CE. Suppose there was an odd letter at the end. Well, then we'd add another Q or Z or something to square it up. Now we take our first group, AL. We see that they come at the corners of a rectangle that is itself within the 25-square grid. The other corners of the rectangle are SP. So we put down SP for the first 2 letters of the coded message. In the same way, QL becomes SM, and IS becomes FA. Ah, cried Glacier. But here's KN. They both come on the same vertical line. What happens then? Well, you take the letter next below each, TC. Next comes OW, which you can do for yourself by taking the corners of the square. MX? MX it is. Go on. SK, said Glacier, happily taking diagonals from corner to corner. PV? NP? UT? No, TU. If your first diagonal went from bottom to top, you must take it the same way again. ON equals TU. NO would be UT. Ah, of course. TU. Hello, what's the matter? Well, CE comes on the same horizontal line. Well, in that case, you take the next letter to the right of each. But there isn't a letter to the right of C, it's at the end of a line. Then start again at the beginning of the line. That confused the superintendent for a moment, but he finally produced DR. That's right. So, your coded message stands now SP, SM, FA, TC, MX, SK, PV, NP, TU, DR. To make it look prettier and not give the method away, you can break it up into any lengths you like. For instance, SPSM, FAT, CMXS, KPV, NPTUDR. Or you can embellish it with haphazard punctuation, making groups of 2, 4, 5, or even 3 letters. It doesn't matter. The man who gets it will ignore all that. He will simply break it up into pairs of letters again and read it with the help of the code diagram. Taking the diagonals as before, and the next letter above where they come on the same vertical line, and the next to the left where they come on the same horizontal line. The 2 policemen pored over the diagram. Then Umplesey said, "Oh, I see, my lord. Oh, that's very ingenious. You can't guess it by way of the most frequent letter because you get a different letter for it each time, according as it's grouped to the next letter. And you can't guess individual words because you don't know where the words begin and end. Is it at all possible to decode it without the keyword?" "Oh, dear, yes," said Wimsey. "Any code ever coded can be decoded with pains and patience, except possibly some of the book codes. I know a man who spent years doing nothing else. The code diagram got so bitten into him that when he caught measles he came out in checks instead of spots." "Ha ha ha! Then he could decode this," said Glacier eagerly. "On his head. Oh, we'll send him a copy if you like. I don't know where he is, but I know those that do. Shall I bung it off? It would save us a lot of time." "Well, I wish you would, my lord." Wimsey took a copy of the letter, pushed it into an envelope, and enclosed a brief note. "Dear Clumps, here's a cipher message. Probably Playfair, but old Bungo will know. Can you push it off to him and say I'd be grateful for a construe? Said to hail from Central Europe, but 10 to 1 it's in English. How goes? Yours, Wimbles." Seen anything of Trotters lately?" He addressed the envelope to an official at the Foreign Office and picked up another copy of the cipher. "I'll take this, if I may. We'll try it out with some of Alexis's selected words. It'll be a nice job for Miss Vane, and a healthy change from crosswords. Now, what's the next item?" Well, nothing very much, my lord. We haven't found anybody who saw Perkins pass through Darley at any time, but we've found the chemist who served him in Wilvercombe. He says Perkins was there at 11 o'clock, which gives him ample time to be at Darley by 1:15. And Perkins has had a bad relapse and can't be interrogated. And we've seen Newcombe, the farmer, who corroborates finding the mare wandering on the shore on Friday morning. He says, too, that she was in the field OK when his man went down there on Wednesday, and that he is quite sure she couldn't have got through the gap in the hedge by herself. But then, naturally, nobody ever believes his own neglect is to blame for anything. No, naturally not. But I think I'll run over and see Farmer Newcombe. In the meantime, Miss Vane is going to do her damnedest with the cipher, trying out all the marked words on it, aren't you? If you like. Noble woman. It would be fun if we got ahead of the official interpreter. I suppose the Weldons show no sign of moving? Not the slightest. But I haven't seen much of them since the funeral. Henry seems a bit standoffish. Can't get over their snake episode, I suppose. And his mother... Well? Oh, nothing. But she seems to be trying to get fresh information out of Antoine. Indeed, yes. Antoine is being very sympathetic. Oh, well, good luck to him. Well, cheerio. Wimsey drove over to Darley, interviewed the farmer, and asked for the loan of the bay mare and a bridle. Mr. Newcombe not only granted the loan most cordially, but expressed his intention of accompanying Wimsey to watch the experiment. Wimsey was at first not best pleased. It is perhaps easier to wallop another man's horse over a 4-mile course if the owner is not looking on. On reflection, however, he thought he saw a use to which he could put Mr. Newcombe. He asked that gentleman to be good enough to precede him to the Flatiron, and make a note of the exact moment at which he himself should come into view, and thence time his progress. The farmer, surmising with a wink that the loosing of the mare and the tragedy at the Flatiron had some connection with one another, readily agreed, and himself, mounting a sturdy white nag, took his departure along the shore, while Wimsey, glancing at his watch, set out in pursuit of the bay mare. She came up to be caught with remarkable readiness, no doubt connecting Wimsey in her simple equine mind with oats. The gap in the hedge had been opened again by permission, and Wimsey, having bridled her, rode her through it and stirred her up to a canter. The mare, though willing enough, had, as he expected, no exceptional turn of speed, and since their progress had to be made actually through water, it was a trifle impeded and remarkably noisy. As he rode, Wimsey kept his eye on the cliffs above. Nobody and nothing was in sight, with the exception of a few grazing animals. The road was hidden. He made good time to the cottages, and then began to look about for Ormond's break in the cliff. He recognized it when he came to it by the fallen rocks and the fragments of broken fence above, and looked at his watch. He was a little ahead of time. Glancing along the shore, he saw the Flatiron well in view, with Farmer Newcombe seated upon it, a little dark lump at a mile's distance. He left the break in the cliff to be explored on the return journey, and urged the mare to her best pace. She responded vigorously, and they made the final mile in fine style, the water spraying about them. Wimsey could see the farmer clearly now. He had the white horse tethered to the famous ringbolt, and was standing on the rock, watch conscientiously in hand to time them. It was not till they were within a few score paces of the rock that the bay mare seemed to realize what was happening. Then she started as if she'd been shot, flung up her head, and slewed round so violently that Wimsey, jerked nearly onto her neck by the plunge, was within an ace of being spun off altogether. He dug his knees into her bare sides and hauled hard upon the bridle, but like many farm nags she had a mouth of iron, and the snaffle made little impression upon her. She was off, tearing back in her tracks as if the devil was after her. Wimsey, cynically telling himself that he had underestimated her power of speed, clung grimly to her withers and concentrated on shortening his left-hand rein so as to wrench her head round to the sea. Presently, finding it hard to go forward against this determined drag, she slackened pace, skirmishing sideways. "Bless and save you, my girl," said Wimsey mildly. "What's the matter with you?" The mare panted and shuddered. "This will never do," said Wimsey. He stroked her sweaty shoulder reassuringly. "Nobody's going to hurt you, you know." She stood quietly enough, but shook as she stood. "There, there," said Wimsey. He turned her head once more in the direction of the Flatiron, and was aware of the hurried approach of Mr. Newcombe on the white horse. "Lord Almighty!" exclaimed Mr. Newcombe. "What's come of the mare? I thought she'd have you off, surely. Done a bit of riding, ain't you?" "Something must have frightened her," said Wimsey. "Has she ever been before?" "Not as I know on," said the farmer. "You weren't waving your arms or anything, were you?" "Not I. I was looking at my watch. And there, dang me if I haven't clean forgot what time I made it. Oh, I was fair mazed with her taking fright so all of a sudden." "Is she given to shying?" "Never known her taken do such a thing before." "Queer," said Wimsey. "I'll try her again. Keep behind us, and we'll know it wasn't you that startled her." He urged the mare back towards the rock at a gentle trot. She moved forward uneasily, chucking her head about. Then, as before, she stopped dead and stood trembling. They tried her half a dozen times, cajoling and encouraging her, but to no purpose. She would not go near the Flatiron. Not even when Wimsey dismounted and led her step by step. She flatly refused to budge, standing with her shaking legs rooted to the sand and rolling white and terrified eyes. Out of sheer mercy for her, they had to give up the attempt. "Well, I'll be damned," said Mr. Newcombe. "And so will I," said Wimsey. "What can have come over her?" said Mr. Newcombe. "I know what's come over her, all right," said Wimsey. "But, well, never mind. We better go back." They rode slowly homeward. Wimsey did not stay to examine the break in the cliff. He didn't need to. He knew now exactly what had happened between Darley and the Flatiron Rock. As he went, he put the whole elaborate structure of his theories together, line by line, and, like Euclid, wrote at the bottom of it, "which is impossible." In the meantime, Constable Ormond was also feeling a little blue. He had suddenly bethought him of the one person in Darley who was likely to have kept tabs on Mr. Perkins. This was old Gaffer Gander, who, every day, rain or shine, sat on the seat of the little shelter built about the village oak in the centre of the green. He had unaccountably overlooked Gaffer Gander the previous day, owing to the fact that, by a most unusual accident, the Gaffer had not been in his accustomed seat when Ormond was making his inquiries. It turned out that Mr. Gander had actually been in Wolvercombe, celebrating his youngest grandson's wedding to a young woman of that town. But now he was back again and ready to be interviewed. The old gentleman was in high spirits. He was 85 come Martinmas, hale and hearty, and boasted that though he might perhaps be a trifle hard of hearing, his eyes, thank God, were as good as ever they were. Why, yes, he remembered Thursday the 18th, day as the poor young man was found dead at the Flatiron. A beautiful day, surely, only a bit blowy towards evening. He always notices any strangers that came through. He remembered seeing a big open car come past at 10 o'clock. A red one it was, and he even knew the number of it, because his great-grandson, little Johnny, and a bright lad he was, he noticed what a funny number it was. OI 0101. Just like you might be saying I. Mr. Gander could call to mind the day when there wasn't none of them things about, and folks was none the worse for it, so far as he could see. Not that Mr. Gander wasn't agin progress. He'd always voted radical in his young days, but these here socialists was going too far, he reckoned. Too free with other folks' money, that's what they were. It was Mr. Lloyd George as give him the old age pension, which was only right, seeing he had worked hard all his life, but he didn't hold with no dole for boys of 18. When Mr. Gander was 18, he was up at 4 o'clock every morning and on the land till sunset and after for 5 shillings a week, and it hadn't done him no harm as he could see. Married at 19 he was, and 10 children, 7 of them still alive and hearty. Why, yes, the car had come back at 1 o'clock. Mr. Gander had just come out from the Feathers after having a pint to his dinner, and he sees the car stop and the gentleman as was camping in the lane get out of it. There was a lady in the car, very finely rigged out, but mutton dressed as lamb, in Gaffer's opinion. In his day, women weren't ashamed of their age. Not that he minded a female making the best of herself, he was all for progress, but he thought that they were going a bit too far nowadays. Mr. Martin, that was the gentleman's name. He'd said good morning to him and gone into the Feathers, and the car had taken the Eathbury Road. Why, yes, he'd seen Mr. Martin leave. 1:30 it were, by the church clock. A good clock that was. Vicar had it put in order at his own expense 2 years ago, and when they turned the wireless on, you might hear Big Ben and the church clock striking together quite beautiful. There hadn't been no wireless in Mr. Gander's day, but he thought it was a great thing and a fine bit of progress. His grandson Willie, the one that was married on a woman over to Taunton, had give him a beautiful set. It was that loud he could hear it beautiful, even though his hearing was getting a little hard. He'd heard tell as they were going to show you pictures by wireless soon, and he hoped the Lord might spare him long enough to see it. He hadn't nothing against wireless, though some people thought it was going a bit far to have the Sunday services laid on like gas, as you might say. Not but what it might be a good thing for them as was ailing, but he thought it made the young folk lazy and disrespectful like. He himself hadn't missed going to Sunday church for 20 year. Not since he broke his leg falling off the hayrick, and while he had his strength, please God, he would sit under vicar. Why, yes, he did remember a strange young man coming through the village that afternoon. Of course he could describe him. There wasn't nothing wrong with his eyes, nor his memory neither, praise be. It was only his hearing as wasn't so good, but as Mr. Ormond might have noticed, you had only to speak up clear and not mumble as these young people did nowadays, and Mr. Gander could hear you well enough. One of these rickety-looking town-bred fellows it was, in big glasses, with a little bag strapped to his back, and a long stick to walk with, same as they all had. Ikers, they called 'em. They all had long sticks like these here Boy Scouts, though as anybody with experience could have told 'em there was nothing like a good crutch-handled ash plant to give you a help along when you were walking. Because it stood to reason you got a better holt on it than one of they long sticks. But young folks never listened to reason, especially the females, and he thought they was going a bit far too, with their bare legs and short pants like football players. Though Mr. Gander warn't so old neither that he didn't like to look at a good pair of female legs. In his days, females didn't show their legs, but he'd known men as would go a mile to look at a pretty ankle. Constable Ormond put all his energy into his last question. What time did this young man go through? What time? Now, you needn't shout, young man. I may be a bit hard of hearing, but I am not deaf. I says to Vicar only last Monday, "That was a good sermon you give us yesterday," I says. And he says, "Can you hear all right where you sit?" I say to him, "I may not have my hearing as good as it was when I was a young man," I says, "but I can still hear you preach, Vicar," I says. "From my text is taken to nowt to God the Father." And he says, "You're a wonderful man for your age, Gander," he says, "and so I be, surely." "So you are indeed," said Ormond. "I was just asking you when you saw this fellow with the glasses and the long stick pass through the village." "Nigh on 2 o'clock it was," replied the old gentleman triumphantly. "Nigh on 2 o'clock. Because why? I says to myself, you'll be wanting to wet your whistle, my lad, I says, and the Feathers shuts at 2, so you better hurry up a bit. But he goes right on, coming from Wolvercombe and walking straight through toward Ink's Lane. So I says, 'Bah,' I says, 'you're one of them pussy-footed slop-swallowers,' and you looks it, like as if you was brought up on them gassy lemonades, all belch and no body, if you'll excuse me. Oh, that's what I says to myself. And I says, 'Gander,' I says,
That comes like a reminder as you just got time for another pint. So I has my second pint. When I gets into the bar, I see as it's 2 o'clock by the clock in the bar, as it always kept 5 minutes fast on account of getting the men out legal."
Constable Ormond took the blow in silence. Wimsey was wrong. Wrong as sin. The 2 o'clock alibi was proved up to the hilt. Weldon was innocent. Bright was innocent. Perkins was innocent as day. It now only remained to prove that the mayor was innocent, and the whole Weldon theory would collapse like a pack of cards. He met Wimsey on the village green and communicated this depressing intelligence. Wimsey looked at him. "Do you happen to have a railway timetable on you?" he said at last. "Timetable? No, my lord. But I could get one, or perhaps I could tell your lordship—" "Don't bother," said Wimsey. "I only wanted to look up the next train to Kearney Hatch." The constable stared in his turn. "The mare is guilty," said Wimsey. "She was at the Flatiron, and she saw the murder done." "But I thought, my lord, you proved that that was impossible." "So it is. But it's true." Wimsey returned to report his conclusions to Superintendent Glacier, whom he found suffering from nerves and temper. "Those London fellows have lost Bright," he remarked curtly. "They traced him to the Morning Star office, where he drew his reward in the form of an open cheque. He cashed it at once in currency notes and then skipped off to a big multiple outfitters, one of those places all lifts and exits. To cut a long story short, he diddled them there, and now he's vanished. I thought you could rely on these London men, but it seems I was mistaken. I wish we'd never come up against this qualified case," added the superintendent bitterly. "And now you say that the mare was there and that she wasn't there, and that none of the people who ought to have ridden her did ride her. Are you going to say next that she cut the bloke's throat with her own shoe and turned herself into a seahorse?" Saddened, Wimsey went home to the Bellevue and found a telegram waiting for him. It had been dispatched from a West End office that afternoon and ran, "Doing bright work here. Expect result shortly. Communicating Chief Inspector Parker. Hope find opportunity. Dispatch Lovett Tweeds from flat. Bunter." Chapter 27. The Evidence of the Fisherman's Grandson. Has it gone 12? This half hour. Here, I've set a little clock that you may mark the time. Death's Jest Book. Wednesday, 1st July. "There's one thing that stands out a mile," said Inspector Umplety. "If there was any hanky-panky with that horse round about 2 o'clock at the Flatiron, Pollock and his precious grandson must have seen it. It's not a mite of use them saying they didn't. I always did think that lot was in it up to their eyes. A quiet, private, heart-to-heart murder they might have overlooked, but a wild horse careering about they couldn't, and there you are." Wimsey nodded. "I've seen that all along, but how are you going to get it out of them? Shall I have a go at it, Umplety? That younger fellow, Jem, he doesn't look as surly as his grandpa. How about him? Has he got any special interests or hobbies?" "Well, I don't know, my lord. Not without it might be football. He's reckoned a good player, and I know he's hoping to get taken on by the Westshire Tigers." "Ah, I wish it had been cricket. That's more in my line. Still, we can but try. Think one might find him anywhere about this evening? How about the Three Feathers?"
"If he's not out with his boat, you'll most likely find him there."
Wimsey did find him there. It's always reasonably easy to get conversation going in a pub, and it will be a black day for detectives when beer is abolished. After an hour's entertaining discussion about football and the chances of various teams in the coming season, Wimsey found Jem becoming distinctly more approachable. With extreme care and delicacy, he then set out to work the conversation round to the subject of fishing, the Flatiron, and the death of Paul Alexis. At first, the effect was disappointing. Jem lost his loquacity, his smile vanished, and he fell into a brooding gloom. Then, just as Wimsey was deciding to drop the dangerous subject, the young man seemed to make up his mind. He edged a little closer to Wimsey, glanced over his shoulder at the crowd about the bar, and muttered, "See here, sir, I'd like to have a word with you about that." "Oh, by all means. Outside?" Right. Dashed interesting, he added more loudly. Next time I'm down this way, I'd like to come along and see you play. Well, I must be barging along. You going home? Oh, I can run you over in the car if you like. Won't take a minute. Thank you, sir. I'd be glad of it. And you could show me those photographs you were talking about. The two pushed their way out. Good nights were exchanged, but Wimsey noticed that none of the Darley inhabitants seemed particularly cordial to Jem. There was a certain air of constraint about their farewells. They got into the car and drove in silence till they were past the level crossing. Then Jem spoke. Look, about this business, sir. I told Grandad he'd better tell the police how it were, but he's that obstinate, and it's a fact there'd be murder done if it was to get out. None the more for that, he did ought to speak, because this here's a hanging matter, and there's no call, as I see, to get mixed up with it. But Grandad, he don't trust that Umplety and his lot. He'd leather the life out of Mother or me if we were to let on. Once tell the police, he says, and it'd be all about the place. Well, it depends what it is, said Wimsey, a little mystified. Naturally, the police can't hide anything. Well, anything criminal, but... Oh, no, 'tis not that, sir. Leastways, not as you might take notice on. But if they Baineses were to hear tell on it and was to let Gurney know... But there, I've always told Grandad it were a fool thing to do, never mind if Tom Gurney did play a dirty trick over them there nets. Well, it was nothing criminal, said Wimsey, rather relieved. You may be sure I shan't let anybody know. No, sir. That's why I thought I'd like to speak to you, sir. You see, Grandad left a bad impression the way he wouldn't let on what he was doing off the grinders, and I reckon I did ought to have spoke up at the time, only for knowing as Grandad had taken it out of Mother the moment my back was turned. Oh, I quite understand. But what was it you were doing at the grinders? Taking lobsters, sir. Taking lobsters? What's the harm in that? None, sir. Only, you see, they was Tom Gurney's pots. After a little interrogation, the story became clear. The unfortunate Tom Gurney, who lived in Darley, was accustomed to set out his lobster pots near the grinders, and drove a very thriving trade with them. But some time previously he had offended old Pollock in the matter of certain nets, alleged to have sustained wilful damage. Mr. Pollock, unable to obtain satisfaction by constitutional methods, had adopted a simple method of private revenge. He chose suitable moments when Tom Gurney was absent, visited the lobster pots, abstracted the greater part of their live contents, and replaced the pots. It was not, Jem explained, that Mr. Pollock really hoped to take out the whole value of the damaged nets in lobsters. The relish of the revenge lay in the thought of doing that Gurney down, and hearing that Gurney swearing from time to time about the scarcity of lobsters in the bay. Jem thought the whole thing rather foolish, and didn't care for having a hand in it, because it would have suited his social ambitions better to keep on good terms with his neighbours. But what with one thing and another, meaning, Wimsey gathered, what with old Pollock's surly temper and the possibility of his leaving his very considerable savings to some other person if annoyed, Jem had humoured his grandfather in this matter of lobster snatching. Wimsey was staggered. It was as simple as that, then. All this mystification, and nothing behind it but a trivial local feud. He glanced sharply at Jem. It was getting dark, and the young man's face was nothing but an inscrutable profile. "Very well, Jem," he said, "I quite see. But now, about this business on the shore. Why did you and your grandfather persist in saying you saw nobody there?" "But that was right, sir. We didn't see nobody. You see, it was like this, sir. We had the boat out, and we brings her along there round about the slack, knowing as the other boats would be coming home with the tide, see? And Grandad says, 'Have a look along the shore, Jem,' he says, 'and see if there's none of them gurneys hanging about.' So I looks, and there weren't a soul to be seen, leaving out this chap on the Flatiron. And I looks at him, and I sees as he's asleep or summat. And he's none of us by the looks of him, so I says to Grandad as he's some fellow from the town, like. He was asleep, you say? Well, seemingly. So Grandad takes a look at him and says, 'He's doing no harm,' he says, 'but keep your eyes skinned for the top of the cliffs.' So I did. And there wasn't a single soul come along that there shore before we gets to the grinders, and that's the truth if I was to die for it." "Now see here, Jem," said Wimsey, "you heard all the evidence at the inquest, and you know that this poor devil was killed around about 2 o'clock. "Ah, that's true, sir." And as sure as I'm sitting here, he must have killed himself, for there was nobody come a-nigh him, barring the young lady, of course. Unless it might be while we was taking them pots up. I won't say but what we might have missed some of then. We finished that job round about 2 o'clock. I can't say just when it were, not to the minute, but the tide had turned nigh on 3/4 of an hour, and that's when I looks at this fellow again, and I says to Grandad, "Grandad," I says, "that chap there on the rock looks queer like," I says. "I wonder if there's something wrong." So we brings the boat inshore a bit, and then all of a sudden out comes the young lady from behind them rocks and starts capering about. And Grandad, he says, "Let un bide," he says, "let un bide. Us have no call to be meddling with they," he says. So we puts about again, because you see, sir, if we'd gone a-meddling and it was to come out as we were thereabouts with a boat full of Tom Gurney's lobsters, Tom Gurney'd ha' had something to say about it. Your grandfather said you saw Alexis first at about 1:45. Oh, it'd be before that, sir. But I'll not say as we kept our eyes on him all the time, like. Suppose someone had come along, say, between 1:45 and 2 o'clock, would you have seen him? Reckon so. No, sir, that poor gentleman made away with himself, there's no doubt of it. Just cut his throat quiet like as he sat there. There's no manner of doubt about that. Wimsey was puzzled. If this was lying, it was done with a surprising appearance of sincerity. But if it was truth, it made the theory of murder still harder to substantiate than before. Every fragment of evidence there was pointed to the conclusion that Alexis had died alone upon his rock and by his own hand. And yet, why wouldn't the bay mare go near the Flatiron? Was it possible— Wimsey was no friend to superstition, but he had known such things happen before. Was it possible that the uneasy spirit of Paul Alexis still hung about the Flatiron, perceptible to the brute, though not to self-conscious man? He had known another horse that refused to pass the scene of an age-old crime. He suddenly thought of another point that he might incidentally verify. "Will anybody be up and about at your home, Jem?" "Oh, yes, sir. Mother's sure to be waiting up for me." "Well, I'd like to see her." Jem offered no objection, and Wimsey went in with him to Pollock's cottage. Mrs. Pollock, stirring soup for Jem in a saucepan, received him politely, but shook her head at his question. "No, sir. No, we heard no horse on the beach this afternoon." That settled that, then. If Wimsey could ride past the cottages unnoticed, so could any other man. "The wind's offshore today," added Mrs. Pollock. "And you're still sure you heard nothing of the sort last Thursday week?" "Ah!" Mrs. Pollock removed the saucepan. "Not in the afternoon. What the police was asking about. But Susie having called to mind as she did hear something like a trampling round about dinner-time. And it might be 12 o'clock, but being at her work she didn't run out to look." 12 o'clock? "Thereabouts, sir. It came back to her all of a sudden when we was talking over what that young Ormond were asking about." Wimsey left the cottage with his ideas all in disorder. If someone had been riding on the shore at 12 o'clock, it accounted for the horseshoe, but it did not account for the murder. Had he, after all, been quite wrong in attaching so much importance to the horseshoe? Might not some mischievous lad, finding the bay mare at large, have ridden her along the beach for a lark? Might she not even have strayed away on her own account? But that brought him back to her strange behaviour of that afternoon, and to the problem of the ringbolt. Had the ringbolt been used for some other purpose? Or suppose the murderer had come to the rock on horseback at 12 o'clock and remained talking there with Alexis till 2 o'clock. But Jem said that there had been only the one figure on the Flatiron. Had the murderer lurked hidden in the rocky cleft till the time came to strike the blow? But why? Surely the sole reason for riding thither could only have been the establishment of an alibi, and an alibi is thrown away if one lingers for 2 hours before taking advantage of it. Then how had the mare got home? She was not on the shore between 1 o'clock and 2 o'clock, if, again, Jem was to be trusted. Wimsey played for a few moments with the idea of 2 men riding on 1 horse, one to do the murder and one to take the animal back. But the thing seemed far-fetched and absurd. But an entirely new thought struck him. In all the discussions about the crime, it had been taken for granted that Alexis had walked along the coast road to the Flatiron. But had this been proved? He never thought to ask. Why might not Alexis have been the rider? In that case, the time of the mare's passing might be explained. But other problems bristled up thick as thorns in a rose garden. At what point had he taken the horse? He'd been seen to leave Darley Holt by road in the direction of Leston Hoe. Had he subsequently returned and fetched the mare from the field and so ridden? If not, who had brought her, and to what rendezvous? And again, how had she returned? He determined to hunt out Inspector Umplety and face him with these problems. The inspector was just going to bed, and his welcome was not a hearty one, but he showed signs of animation on hearing Wimsey's fresh information. "Ah, them Pollocks and Moggeridges are the biggest liars in creation," he observed. "If there's been murder done, it's good proof that they're all concerned in it," said he. "But as to how Alexis got there, you can set your mind at rest. We found 6 witnesses who saw him at various points along the road between 10:15 and 11:45. And unless there's some other feller's been going about in a black beard, you can take it as proved that he went by the coast road and no other way." "Did none of the witnesses know him personally?" "Well, no," the inspector admitted. "But it isn't likely there'd be more than one young fellow in a blue suit and a beard going about at that time. Unless somebody was deliberately disguised as him, and where'd be the point of that? I mean to say the only reason for anybody impersonating him would be to make out either that he was in that neighbourhood at that particular time when he was really elsewhere, or that he was really alive some time after he was supposed to be killed. Now, we know he was in that neighbourhood all right, so that disposes of number 1. And we know that he really was killed at 2 o'clock and not earlier, and that disposes of number 2. Unless, of course," said the inspector slowly, "the real Alexis was up to some funny business between 10:15 and 2 o'clock, and this other fellow was making an alibi for him." "Ah, I hadn't thought of that." "I suppose," said Wimsey, "that it really was Alexis who was killed. His face was gone, you know, and we've only the clothes and photograph to go upon." "Well, it was somebody else with a real beard, anyhow," said the inspector. "And who would Alexis be wanting to kill, do you suppose?" "Bolsheviks," suggested Wimsey lightly. "He might make an appointment with the Bolshevik who meant to murder him, and then murder the Bolshevik." "So he might. But that don't make things any easier. Whoever it was did the murder, he had to get away from the Flatiron. And how could he have managed to change clothes with the victim? There wasn't time." "Not after the murder, certainly." "Then where are you? It's only making things more complicated. If you ask me, I think your notion of the mare having been ridden down there at some other time by some mischievous young fellow is a good one. There's nothing against it except that ring bolt, and that might quite well have been put there for quite a different purpose. That washes the mare out of the thing altogether and makes it a lot easier. Then we can say that either Alexis did away with himself, or else he was murdered by some person we don't know of yet, who just walked along the coast on his 2 feet. It don't matter that those Pollocks didn't see him. He could have been hiding under the rock, like you said. The only trouble is, who was he? It wasn't Weldon, it wasn't Bright, and it wasn't Perkins. But they're not the only people in the world." Wimsey nodded. "I'm feeling a bit depressed," he said. "I seem to have fallen down a bit over this case." "Ah, it's a nuisance," said Umplety. "But there, we've only been at it a fortnight, and what's a fortnight? We'll have to be patient, my lord, and wait for the translation of that letter to come through. The explanation may be all in that." Chapter 28. The Evidence of the Cipher. "I know not whether I see your meaning. If I do, it lies upon the wordy wavelets of your voice, dim as an evening shadow in a brook." Fragment. Friday, 3rd July. The letter from Clumps at the Foreign Office did not arrive till the Friday, and then was a disappointment. It ran, "Dear Wimbles, got your screed. Old Bungo's in China, dealing with the mess up there, so I've posted enclosure off to him as per instructions. He may be up country, but he'll probably get it in a few weeks. How's things? Saw Trotters last week at the Carlton. He's got himself into a bit of a mess with his old man, but seems to bear up. You remember the Newton-Carberry business? Well, it's settled, and Flops has departed for the continent. What ho! Yours ever, Clumps. Young idiot, said Wimsey, wrathfully. He threw the letter into the waste-paper basket, put on his hat, and went round to Mrs. Lefrank's. Here he found Harriet industriously at work upon the cipher. She reported, however, total failure. I don't think it's a scrap of good going on with these marked words, says Wimsey, and Bungo's failed us. Let's put our great brains to the business. Now look here. Here's a problem to start with. What's in this letter, and why wasn't it burnt with the rest? Now you mention it, that is rather odd. Very. This letter came on the Tuesday morning. On the Wednesday, bills were settled up, and on the Wednesday night, papers were burned. On Thursday morning, Alexis set out to catch his train. Now, is it too much to suppose that the instructions to do all this were in the letter? It looks likely. It does. That means that this letter probably made the appointment for the meeting at the Flatiron. Now, why wasn't this letter burnt with the rest? Harriet let her mind range over the field of detective fiction, with which she was moderately well acquainted. In my own books, she remarked, I usually make the villain end up by saying, bring this letter with you. The idea is, from the villain's point of view, that he can then make certain that the paper is destroyed. From my point of view, of course, I put it in so that the villain can leave a fragment of paper clutched in the victim's stiffened hand to assist Robert Templeton. Just so. Now, suppose our villain didn't quite grasp the duplicity of your motives. Suppose he said to himself, Harriet Vane and other celebrated writers of mystery fiction always make the murderer tell the victim to bring the letter with him. That is evidently the correct thing to do. That would account for the papers being here. We have to be rather an amateur villain. Why shouldn't he be? Unless this is really the work of a trained Bolshevik agent, he probably is. I suggest that somewhere in this letter, perhaps at the end, we shall find the words, bring this letter with you, and that will account for its presence. I see. Then why do we find it tucked away in an inner pocket and not in the victim's hand, as per schedule? Well, perhaps the victim didn't play up. Then the murderer ought to have searched him and found the paper. We must have forgotten. How inefficient. Well, I can't help that. Here is the paper, and no doubt it's full of dangerous and important information. If it made an appointment, it must be because it would then almost amount to a proof that Alexis didn't commit suicide but was murdered. Look here, though. Suppose the letter was brought simply because it contained instructions for reaching the Flatiron and so on, which Alexis didn't want to forget. Oh, it can't be that. For one thing, he'd have had it handy in an outer pocket, not tucked away in a case. And besides, look, not necessarily. He'd keep it handy till he got to the place, and then he'd tuck it away safely. After all, he sat at the Flatiron alone for an hour or so, didn't he? Yes, but I was going to say something else. If he wanted to keep on referring to the letter, he'd take not the cipher, which would be troublesome to read, but the decoded copy. Of course. But don't you see, that solves the whole thing. He did take the copy, and the villain said, have you brought the letter? And Alexis, without thinking, handed him the copy, and the villain took that and destroyed that, forgetting that the original might be on the body too. You're right, said Wimsey. You are dead right. That's exactly what must have happened. Well, that's that, but it doesn't get us very much farther. Still, we've got some idea of what must have been in the letter, and that will be a great help with the decoding. We've also got the idea that the villain may have been a bit of an amateur, and that's borne out by the letter itself. How? Well, there are 2 lines here at the top, of 6 letters apiece. Nobody but an amateur would present us with 6 isolated letters, let alone 2 sets of 6. He'd run the whole show together. There are just about 2 things these words might be. 1, they might be a key to the cipher, a letter substitution key, but they're not, because I've tried them. And anyway, nobody would be quite fool enough to send keywords and cipher together on the same sheet of paper. They might, of course, be a keyword or words for the next letter, but I don't think so. 6 letters is very short for the type of code I have in mind, and words of 12 letters with no repeating letter are very rare in any language. Wouldn't any word do if you left out the repeated letters? Well, it would, but judging by Alexis's careful marking of his dictionary, that simple fact does not seem to have occurred to these amateurs. Well then, If these words are not keys to a cipher, I suggest they represent an address, or more probably an address and date. They're in the right place for it. I don't mean a whole address, of course, just the name of the town, say Berlin or London, and the date below it. Well, that's possible. Well, we can but try. Now, we don't know much about the town, except that the letters are said to have come from Czechoslovakia. But we might get the date. How would that be written? Well, now let's see. The letters may just represent the figures of the day, month, and year. That means that one of them isn't an arbitrary fill-up letter, because you can't have an odd number of letters and a double figure for the number of months. Chivers' footnote. At this point in the story, Dorothy L. Sayers, over several pages, provides no less than 16 diagrams, explaining in intricate detail how Peter and Harriet decoded the letter. Without the illustrations, this becomes almost impossible to make intelligible, and would considerably hold up the narrative. To avoid this, we now jump to the final paragraphs of this chapter. For enthusiastic cryptographers and Dorothy L. Sayers devotees, the text of the omitted pages are recorded separately as an appendix at the end of the final cassette. Oh, Peter, how marvellous! Let's dance or do something. Nonsense. Let's get on with the job. None of your frivoling now. Now start away. P-R, B-F, X-A, L-I, M-K, M-G, B-F, F-Y, M-G, T-S, Q-J, and let's get to the bottom of this B-F-F-Y business once and for all. Look, I'll read out the diagonals and you write them down. Very well. T, O, H, I, to his serene... Can that be right? Well, it's English. Hurry up, let's get to B-double-F-Y. To his serene highness. Peter, what is all this about? Lord Peter turned pale. My God! Can it be? Have we been wrong and the preposterous Mrs. Weldon right? Shall I be reduced at my time of life to hunt in for a Bolshevik gang? Read on. Chapter 29. The Evidence of the Letter. In one word hear what soon they all shall hear. A king's a man, and I will be no man unless I am a king. Death's Jest Book. Friday, 3rd July. To His Serene Highness Grand Duke Pavlo Alexeyevich, heir to the throne of the Romanovs. Papers entrusted to us by your Highness, now thoroughly examined, and a marriage of your illustrious ancestress to Tsar Nicholas I proved beyond doubt. Harriet paused. What does that mean? God knows. Nicholas I was no saint, but I didn't think he ever married anybody except Charlotte Louise of Prussia. Who the deuce is Paul Alexis's illustrious ancestress? Harriet shook her head and went on reading. All is in readiness. Your people groaning under oppression of brutal Soviets. Eagerly welcome return of imperial rule to Holy Russia. Wimsey shook his head. If so, that is one in the eye for my socialist friends. I was told only the other day that Russian communism was doing itself proud, and that the Russian standard of living, measured in boot consumption, had risen from 0 to 1 pair of boots in 3 years per head of population. Ha ha! Still, there may be Russians so benighted as not to be content with that state of things. Alexis did always say he was one of noble birth, didn't he? He did. And apparently found somebody to believe him. Carry on. Treaty with Poland happily concluded. Money and arms at your disposal. Your presence alone needed. Oh, said Wimsey. Now we're coming to it. Hence the passport and the 300 gold sovereigns. Spies at work. Use caution. Burn all papers, all clues to identity. Well, he obeyed that bit all right, blow him, interjected Wimsey. It looks as though we're now getting down to brass tacks. On Thursday, 18 June, take train Reaching Darley Halt, 10:15. Walk by coast road to Flatiron Rock. There await a rider from the sea, who brings instructions for your journey to Warsaw. The word is Empire. The rider from the sea? Good gracious, does that mean that Weldon, that the mayor, look, read on. Perhaps Weldon is the hero of the piece instead of the villain. But if so, why didn't he tell us about it? Harriet, read on. Bring this paper with you. Silence, secrecy imperative, Boris. Well, said Wimsey, in all this case, from beginning to end, I only seem to have got one thing right. I said that the letter would contain the words, bring this paper with you, and it does. But the rest of it beats me. Pavlo Alexeyevich, heir to the throne of the Romanovs. Can your landlady produce anything in the shape of a drink? After an interval for refreshment, Wimsey hitched his chair closer to the table and sat staring at the decoded message. Now, he said, let's get this straight. One thing is certain. This is the letter that brought Paul Alexis to the Flatiron. Boris sent it, whoever he is. Now, is Boris a friend or an enemy? He rumpled his hair wildly and went on speaking slowly. The first thing one is inclined to think is that Boris was a friend, and that the Bolshevik spies mentioned in the letter got to the Flatiron before he did and murdered Alexis and possibly Boris as well. In that case, what about Weldon's mare? Did she bring the rider from the sea to his appointment? And was Weldon the rider and the imperialist friend of Alexis? It's quite possible, because... No, it isn't. No, that's funny if you like. What? Well, I was going to say that in that case, Weldon could have ridden to the Flatiron at 12 o'clock when Mrs. Pollock heard the sound of hoofs, but he didn't. He was in Wolvercombe. But somebody else may have done so. Some friend to whom Weldon lent the mare. Then how did the murderer get there? He walked through the water and escaped the same way, after hiding in the niche till you had gone. It was only while Weldon or Bright or Perkins was supposed to be the murderer that the time scheme presented any real difficulty. But who was the rider from the sea? Why did he not come forward and say, I had an appointment with this man, I saw him alive at such a time? Why, because he's afraid that the man who murdered Alexis will murder him too. But it's all very confusing. We've now got two unknown people to look for instead of one. The rider from the sea, who stole the mare and was at the Flatiron about midday, and the murderer, who was there at 2 o'clock. Yes. Oh, how difficult it all is. At any rate, all this explains Weldon and Perkins. Well, naturally they said nothing about the mare, because she had gone and come again long before either of them was at the camping ground. Look, wait a moment, though. Now, that's odd. How did the rider from the sea know that Weldon was going to be away in Wolvercombe that morning? It seems to have been pure accident. Well, perhaps the rider damaged Weldon's car on purpose. Yes, but even then, how could he be sure that Weldon would go away? On the face of it, it was far more likely that Weldon would be there tinkering with his car. Suppose he knew that Weldon meant to go to Wolvercombe that morning in any case. Then the damaged H.T. lead would be pure bad luck for him. And the fact that Weldon did, after all, get to Wolvercombe, a bit of compensating good luck. And how did he know about Weldon's plans? Well, possibly he knew nothing about Weldon at all. Weldon only arrived at Darley on the Tuesday, and all this business was planned long before that, as the date of the letter shows. Possibly whoever it was horrified to find Weldon encamped in Hinks Lane, and frightfully relieved to see him barge off on the Thursday morning. Wimsey shook his head. Talk about coincidence. Well, maybe so. Now let's go on and see what happened. The rider made the appointment with Alexis, who would get to the Flatiron about 11:45. The rider met him there and gave him his instructions, verbally, we may suppose. He then rode back to Darley, loosed the mare, and went about his business. Right. The whole thing may have been over by 12:30 or 12:45, and it must have been over by 1:30, or Weldon would have seen him on his return. Meanwhile, what does Alexis do? Instead of getting up and going about his business, he sits peacefully on the rock, waiting for someone to come along and murder him at 2 o'clock. Well, he may have been told to sit on a bit so as not to leave at the same time as the rider. Or here's a better idea. When the rider has gone, Alexis waits for a little bit, say 5 minutes, at any rate till his friend is well out of reach. Then up pops the murderer from the niche in the rock, where he has been eavesdropping, and has an interview with Alexis. At 2 o'clock, the interview ends in murder. Then I turn up, and the murderer pops back into hiding. How's that? The murderer didn't show himself while the rider was there because he didn't feel equal to tackling 2 men at once. And that seems to cover the facts. I only wonder, though, that he didn't murder you, too, while he was about it. That would make it look much less like suicide. Very true. But how was it you didn't see these two people talking animatedly on the Flatiron when you arrived and looked over the cliff at 1 o'clock? Goodness knows. But if the murderer was standing on the seaward side of the rock, or if they both were, I shouldn't have seen anything. And they may have been, because it was quite low tide then and the sand would have been dry. So it would. And as the discussion prolonged itself, they saw the tide turn, so they scrambled up onto the rock to keep their feet dry. Well, that would be while you were asleep, but I wonder you didn't hear the chattage and talkery going on while you were having your lunch. Voices carry well by the seashore. Well, perhaps they heard me scrambling down the cliff and shut up. Perhaps. And then the murderer, knowing that you were there, deliberately committed his murder under your very nose, so to speak. Well, he may have thought that I'd gone. He knew I couldn't see him at the moment because he couldn't see me. And Alexis yelled, and you woke up, and he had to hide. That's about it. Well, seems to hang together reasonably well. And that means we've got to look for quite a new murderer who had an opportunity of knowing about the appointment between Boris and Alexis. And, added Harriet hopefully, it needn't be a Bolshevik. It might be somebody with a private motive for doing away with Alexis. How about the De Soto gentleman who got the diversion of Leela Garland? Leela may have told him some nasty story about Alexis. Wimsey was silent. His thoughts seemed to be wandering. Presently he said, "Yes. Only we happen to know that De Soto was playing at the Winter Gardens all that time. But now I want to look at the thing from quite a different point of view. What about this letter? Is it genuine? It's written on ordinary sort of paper, without a watermark, which might come from anywhere, so that proves nothing. But if it really comes from a foreign gentleman of the name of Boris, why is it written in English? Surely Russian would be safer and more likely if Boris was really a Russian imperialist. Then again, all that opening stuff about brutal Soviets and Holy Russia is so vague and sketchy. Does it look like the letter of a serious conspirator doing a real job of work? No names mentioned, no details about the treaty with Poland. And on the other hand, endless wasted words about an illustrious ancestress and His Serene Highness. It doesn't ring true. It doesn't look like business. It looks like somebody with a very sketchy idea of the way revolutions really work, trying to flatter that poor boob's monomania about his birth. I'll tell you what it does look like, said Harriet. It's like the kind of thing I should put into a detective story if I didn't know a thing about Russia and didn't care much, and only wanted to give a general idea that somebody was a conspirator. That's it, said Wimsey. You are absolutely right. It might have come straight out of one of those Ruritanian romances that Alexis was so fond of. Of course. And now we know why he was so fond of them. No wonder. They were all part of the mania. I suppose we ought to have guessed all that. And here's another thing. Do you notice that the first 2 paragraphs of the letter are very casually coded? The sentences are all run together anyhow, and as if the writer didn't much care whether Alexis got them right or wrong. But the minute the good Boris gets down to specific instructions, he starts marking off the ends of his sentences with extra Q's and X's, so as to make sure there will be no mistake in decoding. The Flatiron loomed much larger in his mind than Holy Russia and disgruntled Poland. In fact, you think the letter looks like a lure. Yes. But it's difficult to be quite sure, even then, who sent it and why. If Weldon is at the bottom of it, as we originally thought, then we are still bothered by all these alibis. If it isn't Weldon, who is it? If we are really investigating a political plot, then who was Alexis? Why should anybody want to get rid of him? Unless, of course, he genuinely was somebody important, which seems hard to believe. He can't even have imagined himself to be one of the Russian imperial house. His age is all wrong. I know we're always hearing tales about the Tsarevich having survived the revolution, but his name was Alexei Nikolaevich, not Pavlo Alexeyevich. And his age would be quite different. And besides, there never was any doubt about his descent from Nicholas I. There isn't any note in any of Alexis's books anywhere, is there, that would tell us who we imagined he might have been? Not a thing. Wimsey gathered up the papers from the table and rose to his feet. "I shall hand these over to Glacier," he said. "They'll give him something to think about. I like to see other people doing a spot of work from time to time. Do you realise that it's nearly tea-time and we haven't had any lunch?" "Time passes when one is pleasantly occupied," said Harriet sententiously. Wimsey put his hat and papers down on the table, opened his mouth to speak, changed his mind, took up his belongings again, and marched to the door. "Cheerio," he said amiably. "Cheerio," said Harriet. He went out. Harriet sat looking at the closed door. "Well," she said, "thank goodness he's given up asking me to marry him. It's much better he should put it out of his mind." She must have felt strongly about it, for she repeated the remark several times. Wimsey absorbed an anomalous meal in the grill-room, went round to the police station, handed the decoded letter to the superintendent, whom it surprised very much, and then ran his car out to Darley. He was still worried by the coincidence about Weldon and his absence from Hinks's Lane during the crucial period. He approached Mr. Polwhistle. "Why, yes, my lord," said that worthy. "The fault was in the H.T. Leeds, all right. We tried the mag, and she was working top hole, and there weren't nothing wrong with the plugs, so after we'd fiddled about a bit more, young Tom here says, 'Well,' he says, 'only thing I can think of is the leads,' he says. 'Didn't you, Tom?' 'That's right. Me having a motorbike and having had trouble with leads before, on account of the insulation having got worked through like, against the radiator fins, I said, 'How about the H.T. leads?' And Mr. Martin, he says, 'That's an idea,' and before I could say knife, he whips the lead out of the clip and gets them off. 'Let's have a look, sir,' I says. 'Never mind looking at the blasted things,' he says. 'You can't do no bloody good, begging your pardon, by looking at 'em,' he says. 'Shove a new pair in and look smart.' So I got a bit of H.T. wire out of my bag, and I fixes up a new pair of leads and connects 'em up. And no sooner I done so than up she starts sweet as a nut. What I think, my lord, there must have been a fault in the insulation, see? What were given an intermittent short the day before when Mr. Martin complained of bad running and starting, and somehow or other the wires might have got fused together, and that made a dead short on the Thursday." "Very likely," said Wimsey. "Did you actually examine the leads afterwards?" Tom scratched his head. "Now you ask me," he said, I don't rightly know what happened to the leads. I recollect seeing of Mr. Martin a-dangling them in his hand, but whether he took 'em away or whether he left 'em, I couldn't say for certain." "Ah," said Mr. Polwhistle triumphantly, "but I can, though. When Mr. Martin went to start up the engine, he pushed them leads into his pocket, careless-like, and when he pulled out his handkerchief to wipe the oil off his fingers, them leads falls out on the grass, and I picks 'em up, seeing as he wasn't likely to be wanted of 'em, and I drops 'em into my little bag, what I always carried, being a tidy-minded man and thinking as a bit on 'em might come in useful one day for a motor-bike or such like. And there they lies to this day, if they ain't been used for nothing since. I'd like to have a look at them." "Nothing easier," said Mr. Polwhistle, producing a small tool-bag and rooting among a quantity of miscellaneous odds and ends. "Nothing easier, and here they be, which just shows you what it is to be a tidy-minded man." Wimsey took the pair of leads from his hands. Yes. Yes, they seem to be fused together just where they pass under the clip." He jerked the wires apart. Nothing wrong with the insulation, though, apparently. Hello. He ran a finger lightly along one of the leads. "Here's your trouble," he said. Mr. Polwhistle also ran his finger along, and then withdrew it with a hasty exclamation. "Ah! Oh, that's pretty sharp," he muttered. "What is it?" "I suggest that it's the business end of a sewing needle," said Wimsey. "Give us a sharp penknife and we'll soon see." When the installation was opened up, the cause of the short circuit was abundantly plain. A needle had been passed through the lead and broken off short, so as to leave no visible trace of its presence. When the two leads were in place side by side, it was clear that the needle would pass through both, thus effectively bridging the circuit and shorting the spark.
"Well, there now," said Mr. Polwhistle, "to think of that. Well, that's a nice trick to play on a gentleman. Who could have done it beats me. How was it you missed seeing them two leads skewered together that way, Tom?"
"Nobody could positively see it when it was in place," said Wimsey. "It would be pushed up under the clip."
"And Mr. Martin jerking the leads out that sudden," put in Tom. "It stands to reason I couldn't seen it. Of course, if I'd had 'em in my hands afterwards—"
He gazed reproachfully at Mr. Polwhistle, who ignored the gaze.
"Why, it's a wonder to me," said Mr. Polwhistle, "how you came to think of such a thing, my lord."
"I've seen it done before. It's a very handy way of holding up a motorcyclist at the beginning of a race, for example."
"And when you came here asking about them leads, did you expect to find that needle there, my lord?"
"I didn't, Tom. I made sure I shouldn't find it. I came here on purpose to prove it wasn't there. Look here, you two. Don't say a word about this to anybody."
"Not my lord. But we did surely ought to find out what young devil it is what was monkeying about with that gentleman's car."
No, I'll take the thing up myself if it's necessary. But it's possible that this trick may have been played by somebody connected with that business up at the Flatiron. And it's best not talked about, you see. Somebody who didn't want Mr. Martin to go to Wilvercombe that morning."
"Oh, I see, my lord. Oh, very good. No, we won't say a word. But that's a queer thing, none the more for that."
"It is," said Wimsey. "Very queer." It was rather queerer than Mr. Polwhistle quite realized, though a peculiar glint in Tom's eyes suggested that he at least was beginning to appreciate its full oddity. A needle thrust through the HT leads of a two-cylinder car does not produce intermittent firing or erratic running. It stops the ignition dead. Yet on the Wednesday, Mr. Martin's Morgan had been running, though not well, up to the moment of his return to Hinks's Lane. And to Wimsey, who knew that Martin was Weldon, the whole thing seemed doubly inexplicable. Why had Weldon gone out of his way to hire a Morgan for his little trip when, with a tent and luggage to carry, he would surely have found a larger vehicle more convenient? Was it another coincidence that he should have particularly asked for a two-cylinder vehicle, which could be put completely out of action with one sewing needle? True, a Morgan pays a smaller tax than a four-wheel car, but then Weldon was not paying the tax. Might cost a little less to hire, but under the circumstances, why should Weldon skimp himself on a week's car hire? And yet, whichever way you took it, it was obviously to everybody's interest to get Mr. Weldon away to Wilvercombe and not keep him hanging about Hinks's Lane. Could it be a coincidence that some practical joker had chosen to put the Morgan out of action at that particular moment? Surely not. But then who had done it? Somebody who wanted a witness at Darley? Somebody who did not want Weldon to carry out his investigation in Wilvercombe? And why had Weldon complained of bad running the day before? Another coincidence? An intermittent choke, perhaps, which had blown itself out since? Perhaps. One thing was certain, that Henry Weldon, arriving incognito in dyed hair and dark spectacles to carry on a bit of detective work on his own, had contrived to involve himself in a tangle of coincidence and conjecture which looked almost like the work of a malignant and interfering demon. Another thing seemed certain, too, that every theory Wimsey had so far formed about the case was utterly and madly wide of the mark. Chapter 30. The Evidence of the Gentleman's Gentleman. Just so they crossed and turned and came again. The Second Brother. Saturday, 4th July. Mr. Mervyn Bunter sat in the bedroom of a cheap hotel in Bloomsbury, keeping his eye on a rather dusty window, adorned with a rather grubby curtain, which he could see just across a very dingy courtyard. It was Mr. Bunter's fourth residence in as many days, and he felt that if this went on much longer, it would be very difficult for him to keep out of view. His first night had been spent in the street, watching the door of a common lodging-house in the Whitechapel district. Thence he had followed his quarry to a gloomy little boarding-house in Brixton. On this occasion he'd found a night's lodging over a tobacconist's opposite, and by dint of returning very late and getting up very early, had contrived to keep on Mr. Bright's trail the following morning. The chase had then led him all round the more dreary parts of London, following a continual succession of trams and omnibuses. This had been very difficult. Once or twice he had ventured on the same vehicle with Bright, but a dread of being spotted had obliged him to do most of his sleuthing in taxis, which in that part of town were apt to be hard to find and painfully conspicuous when found. The night had been dismally spent in the crypt of St. Martin's in the Fields. Now here they were, and Bunter hoped that the ordeal would not last much longer. He had bought himself a suit of horrible cheap serge, which it gave him acute agony to wear, and he had also purchased a disgusting bowler of curly shape and heavy quality. Also a check cap, a soft hat, and a subfusk overcoat. Each day he had endeavoured to alter his appearance by successively assuming these repellent garments, carrying the others about with him in paper parcels, until at last he had felt that the perpetual presence of a man with a paper parcel would alarm the fugitive, and had relieved his arm and his mind by depositing the loathly bowler under the table in an eating-house and leaving it to its fate. Now, with a pair of pyjamas in one pocket of the overcoat, and a razor and toothbrush in the other, along with the cap, he sat, felt hat in hand, ready to dart out as soon as Bright showed any signs of moving. During these last 4 hours, Bright had merely wandered. He'd entered no hairdresser's shop, and had made no attempt to get work. He seemed to be merely filling in time, or else deliberately confusing his trail. He'd gone to a talkie once or twice, and had visited the British Museum, sat for a whole afternoon on a bench in Hyde Park. He had spoken to nobody, except to bus conductors, tram conductors, waitresses, and other harmless necessary persons. At present he was sitting at his bedroom window reading a book by Edgar Wallace, which Bunter had seen him purchase the day before at Leicester Square tube station. Suddenly, as Bunter watched him, he shut up the book and stepped back from the window. Peering across the courtyard, Bunter saw him stooping, moving about, raising and lowering his arms in a familiar series of actions. Bunter, who had performed these actions many hundreds of times, was not at a loss. The man was folding and packing pyjamas and other wearing apparel. Bunter hastened down to the office, handed over the key of his room — there was no bill, for being without luggage he had paid for his bed and breakfast in advance — and stepped out into the street. Here he was fortunate enough to find a cruising taxi with an intelligent-looking driver, who was ready enough to engage in a little detective work. The street was a cul-de-sac, and Bunter, getting into the taxi, was driven out into the main road. Here he got out and entered a newspaper shop, leaving the taximan to watch the entrance to the cul-de-sac. Presently, while Bunter, standing just within the doorway, pretended to be absorbed in the morning paper, he saw the driver raise his hand as a signal. A green taxi had driven into the cul-de-sac. So far, so good. Go slowly along to the corner," said Bunter, "and stand there till the taxi comes out again. If it's the right man, I'll tap on the glass. Then follow him, but not too close. Only don't lose him in the traffic." "Right you are. Divorce, eh?" "Murder," said Bunter. "Crikey," said the driver. "Police, eh?" Bunter nodded. "God blimey," said the driver. "You don't look like it. Perhaps you don't mean to. Look, here we are. Taxi's at the hotel door. Keep your head down. I'll tell you when he comes out." So saying, the taxi-man descended in a leisurely way from his perch and pulled open the bonnet of his machine. A passing policeman gave him a glance, nodded, and strode heavily by. "Just a-coming out now," said the driver, thrusting his head in at the window, and then in a louder tone, "All right, governor. Just a loose connection. She'll start first swing now." He crawled up just as the green taxi swung out of the cul-de-sac. Bunter, peering from behind his newspaper, recognised the pale face of Mr. Bright and tapped on the glass. The green taxi passed within a foot of them. Bunter's taxi circled in the road and swung in 30 yards behind. The green taxi wriggled through some dismal by-streets, emerged into Judd Street, and went ahead through Brunswick Square into Guildford Street, and down Lamb's Conduit Street and Red Lion Street. It turned to the right into Holborn, then to the left again into Kingsway, and then circled across into Great Queen Street and Longacre. The following taxi kept it in view without very great difficulty, till at last it turned to the left down one of the narrow streets encumbered with huge drays and stationary carts which lead down into Covent Garden. At the entrance to the market, the green taxi pulled up. Bunter's taxi was one of the new and superior sort which have an electric speaking tube which really works. Bunter pressed the button and addressed his driver. "If he gets out of here, drive past very slowly round that big cart. I shall slip out. Don't look round or take any notice. I'm leaving a 10-bob note on the seat. Go straight on through the market." The driver's head nodded assent. From the left-hand window, Bunter saw Bright standing on the pavement, settling his fare. Bunter went on his way, and as the taxi passed on the far side of the big cart, he slipped quickly to the pavement. A fruiter's man, observing this manoeuvre, turned sharply to shout to the driver that his fare was bilking him. But at that moment the hand of the faithful taximan came round and slammed the door shut. The fruiter's man stood staring, while Bunter, who had exchanged the felt hat for the cap in the taxi, dodged round in front of the cart to look for Bright. To his great delight, he saw Bright standing on the curb, watching with a pleased air the steady retreat of Bunter's taxi. After a quick scrutiny of his surroundings, the man appeared satisfied that he was not being followed, and set off briskly, suitcase in hand, towards the market. Bunter took up the trail, squelching his way among the oddments of fruit and cabbage leaves. The chase led through the market, out into Tavistock Street, and down towards the Strand. Here Bright took a bus going west, Bunter pursuing in a fresh taxi. The new trail led only as far as Charing Cross, where Bright got out and hastened into the station yard. Bunter, hurriedly flinging a florin at his driver, dived in after him. Bright led the way into Charing Cross Hotel. Bunter was forced this time to follow closely, lest he should lose his prey. Bright went up to the desk and spoke to the reception clerk. After a short pause and the display of a visiting card, a parcel was handed over. Upon receiving it and putting it away in his suitcase, Bright turned sharp round and walked back to the door, passing Bunter within a couple of feet. Their eyes met, but Bright's showed no recognition. He went straight out into the station yard again. From now onwards it was hit or miss for Bunter. He'd been seen once, and it was now more than ever his business to keep out of sight. He waited for a few agonizing moments before following, and was just in time to see Bright vanishing down the subway to the Underground. At this moment Bunter would have given much for his trusty bowler. He did his best by again exchanging the cap for the hat as he ran across the yard, and struggling into the subfusk overcoat. It is not necessary to pursue the involved underground journey that occupied the next hour. At the end of it, hare and hound emerged in good order, at Piccadilly, having boxed the compass pretty successfully in the interval. The next move was to the corner house, where Bright took the lift. Now, at the corner house there are 3 large floors, and each large floor has 2 doorways. Yet to get into the same lift as Bright was to challenge disaster. Bunter, like a baffled cat that sees its mouse vanishing down a hole, stood and watched the ascending lift. Then he moved to the centre counter and stood, apparently inspecting the array of cakes and sweetmeats, but in reality keeping a sharp lookout on all the lift doors and the 2 marble staircases. After 10 minutes, he felt that he might assume Bright's purpose to be genuinely that of getting refreshment. He made for the nearest staircase and went up it like a lamplighter. The lift passed him on a downward journey before he reached the first floor, and he was assailed by a horrible conviction that it was bearing Bright away with it. No matter, the die was cast now. He pushed open the swing door on the first floor and began his slow stroll among the crowded tables. The sight of bewildered customers looking for a seat is no unusual one in the corner house. Nobody paid any attention to Bunter until he'd made the circuit of the big room and satisfied himself that Bright was not among those present. He went out by the farther door, where he was challenged by the inquiry whether he had been served. He replied that he was looking for a friend and ran on up to the second floor. This room was the exact twin of the first, except that instead of a male orchestra in evening dress playing My Canary Has Circles Under Its Eyes, it possessed a female orchestra in blue, playing excerpts from the Gondoliers. Bunter pushed his way slowly through the throng, until, his staid heart giving a sudden leap beneath the deplorable blue serge waistcoat, he caught sight of a familiar, sandy-headed and crooked pair of shoulders. Bright was there, seated at a table containing 3 elderly women, and peacefully eating a grilled chop. Bunter gazed desperately about him. At first it seemed hopeless to find a seat anywhere near, but at length he espied a girl making up her face and dabbing at her hair preparatory to leaving. He made a dart for the table and secured the reversion of her chair. He was some time catching the eye of the waitress and ordering a cup of coffee. Fortunately, Bright seemed to be in no particular hurry with his chop. Bunter asked for the bill as soon as the coffee was brought, and sat patiently, his useful newspaper well spread out before him. After what seemed an interminable delay, Bright finished his lunch, looked at his watch, called for his bill, and rose. Bunter was 4 behind him in the queue at the pay desk, and squeezed through the door in time to see the sandy head disappearing down the stairs. At this happy moment the lift arrived. Bunter bundled into it, and was shot down onto the ground floor well ahead of the quarry. He watched Bright out, took up the trail, and after a few minutes of hectic traffic dodging, found himself in a cinema in the Haymarket, purchasing a ticket for the stalls. Bright took a seat in the 3rd row of the 3 and 6pennies. Bunter, hastily whispering to the attendant that he didn't care to be too far forward, managed to slip in a couple of rows behind him. Now he could breathe again. From where he sat he could see the top of Bright's head, outlined against the comparative brightness at the foot of the screen. Ignoring the drama of love and passion, which shimmered and squeaked its mechanical way from the first misunderstanding to the last lingering kiss, Bunter fixed his eyes on that head with such concentration that the tears stole down his cheeks. The film shuddered to its close. The lights went up. Bright stood suddenly upright and pushed his way out into the gangway. Bunter prepared to follow, but Bright, instead of making for the nearest exit, merely walked across and passed behind a discreet curtain over which was blazoned in blue fire the legend "Gentleman." Bunter sank down again and waited. Other gentlemen passed in and out, but no Bright returned. Fear smote Bunter. Was there a way out through the cloakroom? The lights dimmed and blacked out, and a comic started. Bunter rose up, tripping over the feet of 3 sniggering girls and an irritable old man, and sneaked gently down the gangway. As he did so, the curtain leading to Gentleman was drawn aside, and a man came out. Bunter stared at him as he passed in the soft, thick twilight, but the sharp peak of the silhouette told him that this was a bearded man. He passed Bunter with a muttered apology and went on up the gangway. Bunter proceeded on his way down, but, by some instinct, turned at the curtained door and looked back. He saw the back of the bearded man, outlined against the sudden blue daylight, passing through an exit, and remembered how Wimsey had once said to him, "Any fool can disguise his face, but it takes a genius to disguise a back." He'd not followed that back through London for 5 days without knowing every line of it. In a moment he was hurrying up the gangway and out through the exit. Beard or no beard, this was his man. 2 more taxis and then a clear run out to Kensington. This time Bright appeared to be really going somewhere. His taxi drew up at a neat house at a good quarter. He got out, let himself in with a latch key. Bunter went on to the next corner and there interrogated his driver. "Did you see the number of the house they stopped at?" "Yes, sir, number 17. "Thanks. Divorce, sir?" asked the man with a grin. "Murder," said Bunter. "Crikey." This appeared to be the natural reaction to murder. "Well," said the taximan, "I hope he swings for it," and drove off. Bunter glanced about him. He dared not pass number 17. Bright might still be on the watch, and both the cap and the felt hat were now, he felt, war-worn veterans of whom nothing more could be asked in the way of disguise. He saw a chemist's shop and went in. "Can you tell me," he asked, "who lives at number 17? "Why, yes," said the chemist. "A gentleman of the name of Morecambe." "Morecambe?" A great piece of jigsaw seemed to fall into place in Bunter's mind with an almost audible click. "A littleish gentleman with one shoulder a bit higher than the other?" "That's right." "Reddish hair?" "Yes, sir, reddish hair and beard." "Oh, he wears a beard?" "Oh, yes, sir. Gentleman in the city he is. Lived here as long as I can remember. Very pleasant gentleman. Did you want to know—" "Yes," said Bunter. "Look, the fact is, I heard there might be a vacancy for a gentleman's personal attendant at number 17, and I thought I'd like to know what the family was like before applying for it." "Oh, I see. Yes, well, you'd find it a nice family. Quiet, no children. Mrs. Morecambe is a nice lady. Good-looking in her time, I should say. Used to be on the stage, I'm told, but that must have been a good long time ago. 2 maids kept, and everything quite as you might wish to find it." Bunter expressed his gratitude and left the shop to send a telegram to Lord Peter. The chase was ended. Chapter 31. The Evidence of the Haberdasher's Assistant. "Ha! Well, what next? You are the cupbearer of richest joy." But it was a report, a lie. The second brother. Monday, 6 July. "Well, I look at it this way," said Superintendent Glacier. "If this here Bright is Morecambe, and Mrs. Morecambe is in cahoots with Weldon, then likewise Weldon and Bright, so to call him, are in cahoots together." "Undoubtedly," said Wimsey. "But if you think that this identification is going to make life one grand sweet song for you, you're mistaken. All it has done so far is to bust up every conclusion we have so far come to." "Yes, my lord. Undoubtedly the thing still has a hitch in it. Still, every little helps, and this time we've got more than a little time to go on with. Suppose we work out where we stand. First of all, if Bright is Morecambe, he isn't a hairdresser. Therefore he had no legitimate call to buy that razor. Therefore his tale about the razor is all eyewash, like we always thought it was. Therefore, humanly speaking, there's not much doubt that Paul Alexis didn't commit suicide, but was murdered." "Exactly," said Wimsey. "And since we have devoted a great deal of time and thought to the case on the assumption that it was murder, it's a convenience to know that the assumption is probably correct." "So it is. Well, now, if Weldon and Morecambe are both in this together, it's likely that the motive for the murder is what we thought, getting hold of Mrs. W.'s money. Or isn't it?" "It's likely," agreed Wimsey. "Then what's all this Bolshevik business got to do with it?" demanded Inspector Humplety. "Lots," said Wimsey. "Look here. I'm going to offer you 2 more identifications. First of all, I suggest that Morecambe was the bearded friend who came to stay with Weldon at Fourways Farm at the end of February. And secondly, I suggest that Morecambe was the bearded gentleman who approached Mr. Sullivan of Water Street and asked for the photograph of a Russian-looking girl. It's interesting that Mr. Horrocks's cultivated theatrical mind should have associated him immediately with Richard III. Inspector Humplety looked puzzled, but the superintendent smacked his hand on the table. "Ah, the hunchback!" he cried. "Yes, but they seldom play Richard as a real hunchback nowadays. A slight suggestion of crookedness is what they usually give you. Just that scarcely perceptible twistedness of shoulder that Morecambe has about him. Of course, that's plain enough. Now we know about the beard," said Glacier, "but why the photograph?" "Well, let's try and put the story together in the right order as far as we've got it," suggested Wimsey. "First of all, here is Weldon, over head and ears in debt, and raising money against his expectations from his mother. Very well. Now, early this year, Mrs. Weldon comes to Wolvercombe and begins to take a great deal of interest in Paul Alexis. In February, she definitely announces that she means to marry Alexis, and possibly she is foolish enough to admit that if she does marry him, she will leave him all her money. Almost immediately after this announcement, Morecambe comes to stay at Weldon's farm, and within a week or two the strange coded letters with the foreign stamps begin to arrive for Alexis. Oh, that's clear enough. Now, Alexis has always hinted to people that there is a mystery about his birth. He fancies that he is of noble Russian descent. I suggest that the first letter— 1 minute, my lord. Who do you suppose wrote those letters? I think Morecambe wrote them, and got them posted by some friend in Warsaw. As I see it, Morecambe is the brains of the conspiracy. He writes his first letter, no doubt in plain English, hinting at imperialist activities in Russia, and grandiose prospects for poor Alexis if he can prove his descent. But of course there must be complete secrecy about the whole thing. Why the secrecy? To preserve the romantic atmosphere. Alexis, poor egg, swallows this hook, line, and sinker. He promptly writes back, telling the so-called Boris everything he knows or imagines about himself. The code is henceforth used, of course, to keep Alexis in the proper frame of mind and give him a nice toy to play with. Then, from the little bits of family tradition that Alexis supplies, Boris, that is Morecambe, builds up a suitable genealogical fantasy to fit in with these data, and outlines a marvellous plot to place Alexis on the imperial throne of Russia. Meanwhile, Alexis reads books about Russian history, and obligingly assists his murderer to bait and arm the trap. Eventually, Boris tells him that the conspiracy is nearly ready to take effect, and that is when we find Alexis indulging in mysterious hints and prophecies of his forthcoming apotheosis. Just a minute," said Glacier. "I should have thought that the simplest way for Morecambe would have been to get Alexis to break off with Mrs. Weldon on the grounds that he had to go to Russia and be a Tsar. Surely that would have attained the object of the plot without bumping off the poor little blighter." "Well, would it?" said Wimsey. "In the first place, I rather imagine that Mrs. Weldon's romantic reaction to a notion of that kind would have been to hand over large sums of money to Alexis for the imperial war chest, which would hardly have suited Messrs. Weldon and Morecambe. Secondly, if Alexis did break off the engagement, and they trusted to that, what would happen next? They couldn't go on for the remainder of their lives writing code letters about imaginary conspiracies. Some time or other, Alexis would wake up to the fact that the plot was never going to materialize. He would tell Mrs. Weldon, and in all probability the status quo would be restored, and the lady would be keener than ever on the marriage if she thought her fiancé really was the unacknowledged Tsar of all the Russias. No, the safest way was to tell Alexis to keep the whole thing absolutely secret, and then, when the time came, they could wipe him out finally and completely. Yes, I see that. Now we come to Leela Garland. Now, I don't think there is any doubt that Alexis deliberately pushed her off onto our conceited young friend De Soto, though naturally neither De Soto nor she would admit that possibility for a moment. I fancy Antoine has got the right idea about that. He's probably an observer of considerable experience in these matters. Leela would be a very dangerous person if she were allowed to know anything about the pretended plot. She would be bound to talk, and they didn't want talk. We have got to remember that the object of this business was to stage a suicide. Young emperors on the point of leading successful revolutions do not commit suicide. To tell Leela about the plot was to tell the world. Therefore, Leela must be got rid of, because if she remained closely in contact with Alexis, it would be almost impossible to keep her in ignorance. "Sounds as though young Mr. Alexis was a bit of a blackguard," said Inspector Umplety. "First, he chucks his girl. Secondly, he leads poor old Mrs. Weldon up the garden by pretending to go in with an engagement he doesn't mean to carry out." "No," said Wimsey, "you don't allow for the imperial outlook. A prince in exile may form irregular attachments, but when the call comes to him to take up his imperial station, all personal ties must be sacrificed to his public duty. A mere kept woman like Leela can be simply dismissed or handed over to somebody else. A person to whom he is bound by more honourable ties will also have to be sacrificed, but with more ceremony. We do not know, and we never shall know, exactly what Alexis meant to do about Mrs. Weldon. We have her word for it that he tried to prepare her for some grand and surprising development in the near future, though naturally she put the wrong interpretation on the thing. I imagine that what Alexis intended to do was to write her a letter after his departure for Warsaw, telling her what had happened to him and offering her his hospitality at his imperial court. The whole affair would have been surrounded with a halo of romance and splendour and self-sacrifice, and no doubt Mrs. Weldon would have enjoyed it down to the ground. There's one thing. Although before all this Russian business started, Alexis had Mrs. Weldon completely under his thumb. He apparently always refused to take any large sums of money from her, and that, I think, is greatly to his credit, and shows that he had the instincts of a gentleman, if not necessarily of a prince. "Ah, that's true," said Glacier. "I suppose if the plot had never been started, he would have married her." "Oh, yes, I should think so. He'd have married her and done his duty by her, according to his own lights, which were probably, well, continental. He would have been a charming husband to her and kept her mistress in a discreet and decent manner." Inspector Umplety seemed disposed to quarrel with the term decent, but Wimsey hurried on with his argument. "I fancy, too, that Alexis may have shown a little reluctance to take this course with Leela and Mrs. Weldon. He may have been really fond of Leela, or he may have felt uncomfortable about letting Mrs. Weldon down. So that was why they invented Feodora." And who was Feodora? Feodora was no doubt supposed to be the lady of lofty lineage, destined to be the bride of the new Tsar Pavlo Alexeyevich. What was easier than to go to a theatrical agent, find the photograph of a not-too-well-known lady of Russian extraction, and send it to Alexis as the portrait of the Princess Feodora, the lovely lady who was waiting and working for him in exile until the time should come for her to take her place beside him on the imperial throne? Those blessed romances that Alexis was so fond of are full of that kind of thing. There would be letters, perhaps, from Feodora, full of tender anticipation. She would be already in love with the Grand Duke Pavlo from all she had heard of him. Glamour of the whole idea would bewitch him. And besides, it would be his duty to his people to marry Feodora. How could he hesitate? A glance at that very beautiful face, crowned with its regal headdress of pearls. "Oh," said Glacier. "Yes, of course. That would be one reason why they hit on that particular photograph. Of course. No doubt the pearls were merely the best Woolworths, like the whole pathetic illusion. But these things served their purpose, Glacier. They served their purpose. By God, Glacier, when you think of that poor, silly devil going to his death on a lonely rock with his brain spinning with the idea of being crowned emperor—" Wimsey broke off, shaken by an unwonted vehemence of feeling. The two policemen shuffled their feet sympathetically. "Well, it does seem a shame, my lord, and that's a fact," said Glacier. "Let's hope he died quick without knowing any better." "Ah," said Wimsey, "but how did he die? That is the snag, you know." "Well, never mind that for the moment. What next?" "Oh, the £300 in gold. Now, that's a funny little incident, and very nearly upset the conspiracy altogether. I can't believe that was any part of the plot as originally worked out. Morecambe couldn't have foreseen the opportunity of collecting that gold. I think that must have been Paul Alexis's own contribution to the romance. He'd probably read in books about gold, about its passing current everywhere and all that, and thought it would somehow be a fine thing to set out to conquer a throne with a belt full of gold. It was ridiculous, of course, an absurd little sum, bulky and awkward to carry about, but it was gold. Gold has a glitter, you know. As somebody says, the glitter is the gold. That sounds like relativity physics, but it's psychological fact. If you were a romantic prince, Glacier, or thought you were, would you rather pay your bills with a few dirty bits of paper, or with this?" He put his hand in his pocket and drew out a handful of gold sovereigns. They rolled ringing over the table as he threw them down, and Glacier and Umplety flung out eager hands to catch them as they spun away in the lamplight. They picked them up and weighed them in their palms. They held them between their fingers, passing inquisitive fingers along the milled edges and over the smooth relief of the gleaming Georgian dragon. "Yes," said Wimsey, "they feel pleasant, don't they? There are 10 of them there, and they're worth no more than paper pounds." The acute listener will discern that at the date of this story Great Britain had not yet gone off the gold standard. And they're worth no more than paper pounds, and to me they're actually worth nothing, because being a tomfool I can't bring myself to spend them. But they are gold. I wouldn't mind possessing £300 worth of them, though they might weigh 5 pounds avoirdupois and be an infernal nuisance. But the queer thing is this, that extra 5 pounds of weight just distributed the very delicate balance between the corpse and the water. The specific gravity of a dead body is just less than sufficient to sink it, but only just. A very heavy pair of boots or a belt stuffed with gold is enough to carry it down and wedge it among the grinder's rocks, as you know to your cost, Umplety. It would have been uncommonly awkward for the conspirators if Alexis had never been found. In time Mrs. Weldon would have come to believe in his death, I dare say, but she might have squandered a fortune first in hunting for him. Well, it's a queer story altogether, said Glacier, and what nobody that hadn't been through it all from the beginning, as you might say, would hardly be disposed to believe. But now, my lord, allowing that it was all worked out as you say, how about the murder? Exactly. As regards the murder, I frankly admit we're not much further on than before. The preliminaries are all easy enough. First of all, somebody must have come along to have a look at the place. I don't quite know who that was, but I think I can guess. Somebody who already knew the lie of the land from having stayed here before. Somebody who had a car to spin about the country in. Somebody who had a very good excuse for being in the neighbourhood, and respectable friends whose guests were above suspicion. Mrs. Morecambe, just so. Mrs. Morecambe. Possibly Mr. Morecambe also. We can soon find out whether that delightful couple spent a weekend at Heathbury Vicarage any time within the last few months. Yes, they did, put in Umplety. The lady was here for a fortnight at the end of February, and her husband came down for one weekend. They told us that when we made our inquiries, but we didn't attach any importance to it at the time. Of course not. Very well. Then, at the moment when everything is ready to poop off, the rest of the gang arrive. Morecambe gets himself up as a hairdresser and establishes his identity round about the neighbourhood. He has to do that because he wants to purchase a razor in a way which it is difficult to trace. You may say, why a razor at all, when they must have known that Alexis didn't shave? Well, I can imagine why. It's quieter than a pistol, and it's a typical suicide's weapon. And it's very safe and sure, and much handier to carry about than, say, a carving knife. And if any question was raised about it, Morecambe could always come forward with a convincing story about how he had given the razor to Alexis. Ah, yes, I was thinking about that. Would he have come forward, do you suppose, if you hadn't put that bit in the paper? Ah, difficult to say. But I imagine that he would have waited to see how things went. He would probably have attended the inquest as a casual spectator, and then, if the coroner showed any signs of not accepting the suicide theory, he would have risen up and put the matter beyond doubt with a few well-chosen words. You see, the beauty of this itinerant hairdresser impersonation was that it afforded him an excellent excuse for appearing and disappearing like a Cheshire cat, and also changing his name. By the way, I think we shall find that he really did live in Manchester at some time or another, and so knew just how much dope to dole out about derelict streets and departed hairdressers' shops in that city. I take it, then, that he wears a beard in ordinary life? Oh, yes. Yes, he just shaved it off when he began his impersonation. Then, when he went back to London, he'd only to get a false beard sent to him at a hotel under a different name, and wear it for the brief period of his taxi ride to Kensington. If the attendant at the Picture Palace happened to notice a gentleman putting on a false beard in the cloakroom, which he may not have done, it would not be his business to interfere, and Morecambe had done his very best to throw off any shadowers. If Bunter hadn't been uncommonly persevering and uncommonly quick, he'd have lost the trail 20 times over. As it was, he very nearly missed Morecambe in the cinema. Supposing Bunter had followed Morecambe into the cloakroom, Morecambe would have postponed the beard business, and there would have been another chase. But by having the wits to keep outside, he gave Morecambe the impression that the coast was clear. Scotland Yard is keeping an eye on Morecambe's house now, but I expect they will find that the gentleman is ill in bed, being attended by his devoted wife. When his beard has grown again, he will emerge, and meantime Mrs. Morecambe, who was an actress and knows something about make-up, will see to it that there is always a beard fit for inspection when the maid comes in to do the room. So much for Morecambe, said Glacier. Now how about Weldon? We pretty well put him out of the thing. Now we've got to bring him back. He comes along in his Morgan 2 days before the murder is due to take place, and he camps in Hinks's Lane, which somebody has been good enough to find out all about beforehand. Mrs. Morecambe, I suppose, very good. He accounts for his presence on the scene by a cock-and-bull tale about keeping an eye on his mother's love affairs. All right. But what I want to know is, why did he come and mix himself up in the thing at all, taking all those risks? He wasn't there to do the murder, because we know where he was at 1:30, if not at 1:55. And we can't fit the times in anyhow, even supposing Perkins is a liar, which we can't prove. And he wasn't there to ride the mare down to the Flat Iron, because we know where he was at 12 o'clock. Do we? Said Harriet gently. She joined the committee meeting halfway through the session, and had been sitting quietly in an armchair smoking with her hat on her knee. Yes, do we? Said Wimsey. We thought we did when Mrs. Morecambe was supposed to be an unimpeachable witness, but do we now? I think I see a gleam in Miss Vane's eye that suggests she is about to put one over on us. Speak, I am bound to hear. What has Robert Templeton been discovering? Mr. Weldon, said Harriet, was not doing anything nefarious in Wolvercombe on the Thursday the 18th. He wasn't doing anything in Wolvercombe. He never was in Wolvercombe. He didn't buy collars. He didn't go to the Winter Gardens. Mrs. Morecambe arrived alone, and she left alone, and there is no evidence that Mr. Weldon was with her at any point of the journey. Oh, my prophetic soul! There goes my reputation. I said that the 2 o'clock alibi would be broken, and it's standing like the Flatiron Rock. I said the Wolvercombe alibi would stand, and it is broken in pieces like a potter's vessel. I'll go no more a-sluicing with you, fair maid. Oh, now for ever farewell the tranquil mind. Farewell content, farewell Othello's occupation gone. Are you sure about it? Pretty well. I went to the men's outfitting and asked for collars like the ones my husband bought on the 18th. Had I the bill? No. What kind of collars? Well, collars, just ordinary collars. What was my husband like? I described Henry Weldon and his dark spectacles. Nobody remembered him. Would they look up the day-book? Well, they looked up the paper thing that twizzles round in the till and found the item. Oh, yes, the assistant remembered those collars. Sold to a lady. A lady? Oh, yes, my sister-in-law, no doubt. I described Mrs. Morecambe. Yes, that was the lady. Was that the only sale of collars that morning? It was. Then those must be the collars. So I bought 6 of them. Here they are. And asked whether the gentleman had been outside in the car. Gentlemen are so funny about going into shops. No gentleman. The assistant had taken the parcel out to the car, which was empty. So then I went to the Winter Gardens. I knew, of course, that they had been asked about Weldon, but I asked them about Mrs. Morecambe, and I found an attendant who remembered her by her appearance and get-up, and by the fact she had taken notes of the programme. For Weldon, naturally. After that I tried the bobby on point duty in the Market Square. Such a nice, intelligent bobby. He remembered the car, because of the funny number, and he'd noticed that there was no one in it except the lady who was driving. He'd noticed it again when it came away. Still only the lady in it. So that's that. Of course, Mrs. Morecambe may have dropped Henry Weldon at some point between Darley and Wolvercombe, but as for being in Wolvercombe, that I'll swear he wasn't. At any rate, he didn't arrive in the square with her, as he said. No, said Glacier, and it's pretty well clear now where he was. He was riding that damn mare along the beach, out at 11 o'clock and back at 12:30, or thereabouts. But why? Well, that's clear too. He was the rider from the sea. But he still didn't kill Paul Alexis. Who did? Well, my lord, said Umplety, we'll have to go back to our first idea. Weldon brought bad news about this here conspiracy, and Alexis killed himself. With Morecambe's razor? No, it's all wrong, Inspector. It is all wrong. Hadn't we better ask Weldon what he knows about it all? If we confront him with what we know about Morecambe and the letter and all that, he may come clean. If he was along there at 12:15, he must have seen Alexis anyhow. Wimsey shook his head. Deep waters, he said. Deep waters. Now look here. I've an idea we've been working this thing from the wrong end. If only we knew more about those papers that Alexis sent to Boris, they might tell us something. Where do you suppose they are? You may say in Warsaw, but I don't think so. I fancy Warsaw was only an accommodation address. Everything that went there probably came back to Morecambe. Then perhaps we'll find them in London, suggested Glacier hopefully. Very much, perhaps. The man who planned this show is no fool. If he told Alexis to destroy all his papers, he'll hardly have risked keeping anything of that sort himself. But we could try. Have we enough evidence against him to justify a search warrant? Why, yes, Glacier pondered. If Morecambe's identified as Bright, then he's been giving false information to the police. We could detain him on suspicion and go through his place in Kensington. The London fellows are keeping tabs on him now, but we didn't want to be in too much of a hurry. We thought maybe the real murderer might be getting in touch with him. You see, there must be another party to the business. The chap who did the actual job, and we don't know who he is from Adam. But of course there is this to it. The longer we leave Morecambe to himself, the more time he's got to make away with the evidence. It may be you're right, my lord, we ought to pull him in. Only you bear in mind, my lord, that if we do detain him, we'll have to make a charge. There's such a thing as habeas corpus. All the same, said Wimsey, I think you'll have to risk that. I don't suppose you'll find any papers, but you may find something else. The paper and ink used to write the letters, perhaps, and books of reference about Russia. Books aren't as easy to get rid of as papers, and we've got to find out the exact connection between Morecambe and Weldon. They're working on that now, my lord. Good. After all, people don't conspire to commit murder for the fun of the thing. Does Mrs. Weldon know anything about the Morecambes? No, said Harriet. I asked her. She's never heard of them. Then the connection won't go too far back. It'll belong to London or Huntingdonshire. What is Morecambe, by the way? Described as a commission agent, my lord. Oh, is he? Oh, well, that's a description that hides a multitude of sins. Well, go to it, Superintendent. As for me, I'll have something drastic to restore my self-respect, seeking the bubble reputation even in the cannon's mouth. Oh, yeah, Harriet grinned impishly. When Lord Peter gets these fits of quotations, he's usually on to something. Says you, retorted Wimsey. I am going straight away to make love to Leela Garland. Well, look out for De Soto. I'll chance De Soto, said Wimsey. Bunter, my lord? Bunter emerged from Wimsey's bedroom, looking as prim as though he had never sleuthed in a bad bowler through the purlieus of South London. I wish to appear in my famous impersonation of the perfect lounge lizard. Imitation très difficile. Ah, very good, my lord. I suggest the fawn-coloured suit we do not care for, with the autumn leaf socks and our outsized amber cigarette-holder. As you will, Bunter, as you will. We must stoop to conquer. He kissed his hand gallantly to the assembly and vanished into his inner chamber. Chapter 32. The Evidence of the Family Tree. 100 years hence, or it may be more, I shall return and take my dukedom back. Death's Jest Book. Monday, 6 July. The conquest of Leela Garland followed the usual course. Wimsey pursued her into a tea-shop, cut her out neatly from the two girl-friends who accompanied her, fed her, took her to the pictures, and carried her off to the Bellevue for a cocktail. The young lady showed an almost puritanical discretion in clinging to the public rooms of that handsome hotel, and drove Wimsey almost to madness by the refinement of her table manners. Eventually, however, he manoeuvred her into an angle of the lounge behind a palm tree, where they could not be overlooked, and where they were far enough from the orchestra to hear each other speak. The orchestra was one of the more infuriating features of the Bellevue, and kept up an incessant drivel of dance tunes from 4 in the afternoon till 10 at night. Miss Garland awarded it a moderate approval, but indicated that it did not quite reach the standard of the orchestra in which Mr. de Soto played a leading part. Wimsey gently led the conversation to the distressing publicity which Miss Garland had been obliged to endure in connection with the death of Alexis. Miss Garland agreed that it had not been nice at all. Mr. de Soto had been very much upset. A gentleman did not like his girlfriend to have to undergo so much unpleasant questioning. Lord Peter Wimsey commended Miss Garland on the discretion she had shown throughout. "Of course," said Leela, "Mr. Alexis was a dear boy and always a perfect gentleman, and most devoted to her, but hardly a manly man. A girl could not help preferring manly men who had done something. Girls were like that. Even though a man might be of very good family and not obliged to do anything, he might still do things, might he not?" Languishing glance at Lord Peter. That was the kind of man Miss Garland liked. It was, she thought, much finer to be a noble-born person who did things than a nobly-born person who only talked about nobility. "But was Alexis nobly born?" inquired Wimsey. "Well, he said he was. But how is a girl to know? I mean, it's easy to talk, isn't it? Paul, that is, Mr. Alexis, used to tell wonderful stories about himself, but it is my belief he was making it all up. He was such a boy for romances and storybooks. But I said to him, 'What's the good of it?' I said. 'Here you are,' I said, 'not earning half as much money as some people I could name. And what good does it do, even if you're the Tsar of Russia?' I said." "Did he say he was the Tsar of Russia?" "Oh, no. He only said that if his great-great-grandmother or somebody had married somebody, he might have been somebody very important. But what I said was, 'What's the good of saying if?' I said. And anyhow, I said, they've done away with all these royalties now, I said. So what are you going to get out of it anyway?" He made me tired talking about his great-grandmother, and in the end he shut up, and I didn't say anything more about it. I suppose he tumbled to it that a girl couldn't be terribly interested in people's great-grandmothers. Who did he think this great-grandmother was, then? Oh, I'm sure I don't know. He did go on so. He wrote it all down for me one day, but I said to him, "You make my head ache," I said. "And besides, from what you say, none of your people were any better than they should have been," I said. "So I don't see what you've got to boast about." "It doesn't sound very respectable to me," I said, "and if princesses with plenty of money can't keep respectable," I said, "I don't see why anybody should put any blame on girls who have to earn their own living." That's what I told him. "Very true indeed," said Wimsey. "He must have had a bit of a mania about it." "Lopey," said Miss Garland, allowing the garment of refinement to slip aside for a moment. "I mean to say, I think he must have been a little silly about it, don't you? He seems to have given more thought to the thing than it was worth. Wrote it all down, did he?" "Oh, yes, he did. And then one day he came bothering about it again. Asked me if I'd still got the paper he'd written. 'I'm sure I don't know,' I said. 'I'm not so frightfully interested in it as all that,' I said. 'Do you think I keep every bit of your handwriting?' I said. 'Like the heroines in storybooks?' I said. 'Because,' I said, 'let me tell you I don't,' I said. 'Anything that's worth keeping I'll keep, but not rubbishing bits of paper.'" Wimsey remembered that Alexis had offended Leela towards the end of their connection by a certain lack of generosity. "If you want things kept," I said, "why don't you give them to that old woman that's so struck on you?" I said. "If you're going to marry her," I said, "she's the right person to give things to," I said, "if you want them kept." And he said he particularly didn't want the paper kept, and I said, "Well, then, what are you worrying about?" I said. So he said if I hadn't kept it, that was all right then. And I said I really didn't know if I'd kept it or not. And he said yes, but he wanted the paper burnt, and I wasn't to tell anybody about what he'd said, about his great-grandmother, I mean. And I said, "If you think I've nothing better to talk to my friends about than you and your great-grandmother," I said, "you are mistaken," I said. Only fancy! Well, of course, after that we weren't such friends as we had been. At least I wasn't, though I will say he always was very fond of me. I couldn't stand the way he went on. Silly, I call it. "And had you burnt the paper?" "Well, I'm sure I don't know. You're nearly as bad as he is going on about that paper. What does the stupid paper matter anyhow?" "Well," said Wimsey, "I'm inquisitive about papers. Still, if you've burnt it, you've burnt it. It's a pity. If you could have found that paper, it might be worth The beautiful eyes of Leela directed their beams upon him like a pair of swivelling headlamps rounding a corner on a murky night. "Yes," breathed Leela. "It might be worth having a look at," replied Wimsey coolly. "Perhaps if you had a hunt among your odds and ends, you know." Leela shrugged her shoulders. This sounded troublesome. "Well, I can't see what you want that old bit of paper for. Nor do I, till I see it. But we might have a shot at looking for it, eh, what?" He smiled. Leela smiled. She felt she had grasped the idea. "What? You and me? Oh, well. But I don't see that I could exactly take you round to my place, could I? I mean to say, Oh, that'll be all right," said Wimsey swiftly. "You're surely not afraid of me. You see, I'm trying to do something, and I want your help. Well, I'm sure anything I can do, provided it's nothing Mr. De Soto would object to. He's a terribly jealous boy, you know. I should be just the same in his place. Perhaps he would like to come too and help hunt for the paper." Leela smiled and said she did not think that would be necessary, and the interview ended where it was, in any case doomed to end, in Leela's crowded and untidy apartment. Drawers, bags, boxes, overflowing with intimate and multifarious litter which piled itself on the bed, streamed over the chairs and swirled ankle-deep upon the floor. Left to herself, Leela would have wearied of the search in 10 minutes, but Wimsey, bullying, cajoling, flattering, holding out golden baits, kept her remorselessly to her task. Mr. De Soto, arriving suddenly to find Wimsey holding an armful of lingerie, while Leela ferreted among a pile of crumpled bills and a picture postcards which had been bundled into the bottom of a trunk, thought the scene was set for a little genteel blackmail, and started to bluster. Wimsey told him curtly not to be a fool, pushed the lingerie into his reluctant hands, and started to hunt through a pile of magazines and gramophone records. Curiously enough, it was De Soto who found the paper. Leela's interest in the business seemed rather cool after his arrival. Was it possible that she'd had other designs upon Lord Peter, with which Louis's sulky presence interfered? Whereas De Soto, suddenly tumbling to the notion that the production of the paper might turn out to be of value to somebody, gradually became more and more interested. "I wouldn't be that surprised, honey bunch," he observed, "if you left it in one of those storybooks you're always reading, same as like you always do with your bus tickets." "That's an idea," said Wimsey eagerly. They turned their attention to a shelf stacked with cheap fiction and penny novelettes. The volumes yielded quite a surprising collection, not only of bus tickets, but also of cinema tickets, counterfoils, bills, chocolate papers, envelopes, picture cards, cigarette cards, and other assorted bookmarkers, and at length De Soto, taking The Girl Who Gave All by the spine and administering a brisk shake, shot out from between its passionate leaves a folded sheet of writing paper. "What do you say to that?" he inquired, picking it up quickly. "If that ain't the fellow's handwriting, you can call me a deaf and dumb elephant with 4 left feet." Leela grabbed the paper from him. "Yes, that's it all right," she observed. "A lot of stuff, if you ask me. I never could make head or tail of it, but if it's any good to you, you're welcome to it." Wimsey cast a rapid glance at the spidery lines of the family tree, which sprawled from top to bottom of the sheet. So that's who he thought he was. "Yes, I'm glad you didn't chuck this away, Miss Garland. It may clear things up quite a lot." Here Mr. De Soto was understood to say something about dollars. "Ah, yes," said Wimsey. It's lucky it's me and not Inspector Umplety, isn't it? Umplety might run you in for suppressing important evidence." He grinned in De Soto's baffled face. "But I won't say, seeing that Miss Garland has turned her place upside down to oblige me, that she mightn't get a new frock out of it if she's a good girl. Now listen to me, my child. When did you say Alexis gave you this?" "Oh, ages ago, when him and me was first friends. I can't remember exactly, but I know it's donkey's years since I read that silly old book." "Donkey's years being, I take it, rather less than a year ago. Unless you knew Alexis before he came to Wilvercombe." "Oh, that's right. Wait a moment. Look, here's a bit of cinema ticket stuck in at another page with a date on it. Oh, yes, November 15th. Yes, that's right, I remember now. We went to the pictures, and then Paul came round to see me afterwards and told me a lot about himself. It was the same evening. He expected me to be terribly excited about it all. November, you're sure? Oh, yes, sure. At any rate, it was some time before those funny letters started to come for him. Oh, yes, ages. And after the letters started to come, he shut up about it and wanted his silly old paper back. I told you that before. Yeah, I know you did. All right, now, sit down. I want to look at this. This was the paper. Francis Joslas, Duke of Saxe-Coburg-Gotha, 1878-1795, had an illegitimate daughter, Anastasia, who was born in 1728. She married Charles-Marie Lavagnier of the French legation, and they had a daughter, Charlotte, born in 1770, the youngest of 7 children. Charlotte, in 1815, married, morganatically, Nicholas I, Tsar of Russia, and they too had a daughter, Nikolaevna, Nicole. In 1847, Nicole married Gaston, natural son of Louis Philippe, who was born in 1820. And in 1848 they also produced a daughter, Louise. In 1871, Louise married Captain Stefan Ivanovich Kraski, and in 1883 they too produced a daughter, Melanie. Melanie eventually married one, Alexis Grigorovich Vorodin, and that marriage produced a son, Pavlo Alexeyevich Vorodin, in 1909. Said Wimsey. I wonder where he got this from. I never knew that Nicholas I married anybody but Charlotte Louise of Prussia. Oh, I remember about that, said Leela. Paul said that marriage couldn't be proved. He kept on about that. He said if only it could be proved, he'd be a prince or something. Oh, he was always worrying over that Charlotte person. Oh, horrid old wretch she must have been too. Why, she was 45 if she was a day. And then she went and had a baby. Well, I wonder it didn't kill her. It ought to have, I am sure. Nicholas I must have been quite a kid at the time. Let's see, 1815. Now that would be when he was in Paris after the Waterloo business. Yes, I see. Charlotte's father was something to do with the French legation. That fits in all right. I suppose he had this illegitimate daughter of Duke Francis pushed off onto him when he was in Saxe-Coburg. She went back and lived with him in Paris and had 7 children, and the youngest of them was Charlotte, who, I suppose, somehow got hold of the young emperor and cradle-snatched him. Oh, the old beast! I said to Paul when he took up with Mrs. Weldon, well, I said, marrying old hags must run in your family, I said. But he wouldn't hear anything against great-great-grandmamma Charlotte. She was something quite out of the way by his account of it. A sort of, what's her name? Ninon de l'Enclos? Yes, I dare say. If that's the old wretch who went on having lovers till she was about 150. I don't think it's nice at all. I can't think what the men were thinking about. Potty they must have been, if you ask me. Anyway, what you said is about right. She was a widow several times over. Charlotte, I mean. She married some count or other, or general somebody, I forget, and had something to do with politics. Everybody in Paris in 1815 had to do with politics, said Wimsey. I can see Charlotte all right, playing her cards carefully among the new mobility. Well, this elderly beauty marries, or doesn't marry, the young Tsar, and produces a daughter and calls her Nikolaevna, after her lustrous papa. Being in France, they call the child Nicole. Now, what happens next? Well, old Charlotte goes on playing her cards well, and, having tasted royal blood, so to speak, thinks she'll worm herself in on the Bourbons. There are no legitimate princes she can bag for her daughter, but she thinks the wrong side of the blanket better than being left out in the cold, and marries the girl off to some little accident of Louis Philippe's. Oh, a nice set of people they must have been in those days. So. I dare say Charlotte may really have thought she was married to Nicholas, and been frightfully disappointed at finding her claims set aside. They must have been one too many for her there, Nicholas and his diplomats. Just when she thought she had hooked her fish so well, the fading beauty, with her wit and charm, pulling off the biggest coup of her life, making herself empress. France was in confusion, the empire broken, and those who had climbed to power on the eagle's wings falling with his fall. Who knew what would happen to the intriguing widow of one of Napoleon's counts or generals? But Russia, the double-headed eagle, still had all his pinions. "How you do go on," said Miss Garland impatiently. "Doesn't sound a bit likely to me. If you ask me, I think Paul made it all up out of those books he was so fond of." "Very probably," admitted Wimsey. "I only mean that it was a good story. Colourful, vivid stuff with costume effects and plenty of human interest. And it fits in reasonably well from the historical point of view." "You're quite sure you heard all about it in November?" "Yes, of course I'm sure." "Well, my opinion of Paul Alexis's powers of invention is going up. Romantic fiction should have been his line. Anyhow, we'll pass all that. Here's Charlotte, still clinging to this idea about morganatic marriages and thrones, and marrying her daughter Nicole to this Bourbon fellow Gaston. Nothing unlikely about that. He'd come in between the Prince de Joinville and the Duc de Aumale as regards age, and there's no reason why he shouldn't. Now, what happens to Nicole? She has a daughter. The family seem to have run to daughters, called Melanie. I wonder what happened to Gaston and Nicole under the Second Empire. Nothing is said about Gaston's profession. Probably he accepted the fait accompli and kept his royalist leanings and origin quiet. At any rate, in 1871 his daughter Louise marries a Russian. That's a throwback to the old stock. Now, let's see, 1871. What do I connect with 1871? Ah, of course, the Franco-Prussian War, and Russia's behaving rather unkindly to France about the Treaty of Paris. Alas, I fear Louise went over horse, foot, and artillery to the enemy. Possibly this Stefan Novanovich came to Paris in some diplomatic connections about the time of the Treaty of Berlin. Goodness knows. Leila Garland yawned dreadfully. Louise has a daughter, anyhow, pursued Wimsey, wrapped up in his speculation, and she marries another Russian. Probably they're living in Russia again now. Melanie is the daughter's name, and the husband is Alexis Gregorovitch, and they are the parents of Paul Alexis, otherwise Goldschmidt, who is rescued from the Russian Revolution, brought over to England and naturalized, becomes a hotel gigolo, and is murdered on the Flatiron Rock. Why? Goodness knows, said Leila, and yawned again. Wimsey, making sure that Leila had really told him all she knew, gathered up his precious piece of paper and carried the whole problem away to Harriet. "But it's simply silly," said that practical young woman when she saw it. "Even if Alexis's great-great-grandmother had been married to Nicholas I 50 times over, he wouldn't have been the heir to the throne. Why, there are heaps and heaps of people nearer than he was. The Grand Duke Dmitri, for instance, and all sorts of people. Oh, of course. But you can always persuade people into believing what they want to, you know. Some sort of tradition about it must have been handed down in the family from old Charlotte. You know what people are when they get these genealogical bugs in their heads. I know a fellow who's a draper's assistant in Leeds, who very earnestly told me once that he ought really to be the King of England, if he could only find the record of somebody's marriage to Perkin Warbeck. The travelling accident of a few intervening changes of dynasty didn't worry him at all. He really thought that he had only to state his case in the House of Lords to have the crown handed to him on a gold plate. And as for all the other claimants, Alexis would probably be told that they'd all abdicated in his favour. Besides, if he really believed in this family tree of his, he'd say that his claim was better than theirs, and that his great-great-grandmother was the only legitimate descendant of Nicholas I. I don't think there was a Salic law in Russia to prevent his claiming through the female line. Anyhow, it's perfectly clear now how the trap was baited. If only we could get hold of the papers that Alexis sent to Boris. But they'll have been destroyed as sure as eggs is eggs." Inspector Umplety, accompanied by Chief Inspector Parker of Scotland Yard, rang the bell of number 17 Popcorn Street, Kensington, and was admitted without difficulty. It was obliging of Chief Inspector Parker to be taking a personal interest in the matter, though Umplety felt he could have done with a less distinguished escort. But the man was Lord Peter's brother-in-law, and no doubt felt a peculiar interest in the case. At any rate, Mr. Parker seemed disposed to leave the provincial inspector a free hand with his inquiries. Mrs. Morecambe tripped into the room, smiling graciously. "Good morning. Won't you sit down? Is it something about this Wilvercombe business again?" Well, yes, madam. There appears to be some slight misunderstanding." The inspector brought out a notebook and cleared his throat. "Now, about this gentleman, Mr. Henry Weldon, to whom you gave a lift on the Thursday morning. I think you said that you drove him into the Market Square." Why, yes. It is the Market Square, isn't it? Just outside the town, with a sort of green and a building with a clock on it." "Oh," said Umplety, disconcerted. "No, that's not the Market Square. No. It's the fairground, where they have the football matches and the flower show. Was that where you put him down?" Why, yes, I'm sorry. I quite thought it was the Market Square." "Well, it's called the Old Market, but what they call the Market Square now is the square in the centre of the town, where the Point Constable stands." "Oh, I see. Well, I'm afraid I've been giving you misleading information." Mrs. Morecambe smiled. Is that a very dreadful offence?" "We might have serious consequences, of course," said the inspector, "but nobody can't help a genuine mistake. Still, I'm glad I've cleared it up. Now, just as a matter of routine, madam, what did you yourself do that morning in Wilvercombe?" Mrs. Morecambe considered with her head on one side. I did some shopping. And I went to the Winter Gardens, and I had a cup of coffee at the Oriental Cafe. Nothing very special." "Did you happen to buy any gentlemen's collars?" "Collars?" Mrs. Morecambe looked surprised. "Really, Inspector, you seem to have been going into my movements very thoroughly. Surely I'm not suspected of anything?" "A matter of routine, madam," replied the inspector stolidly. He licked his pencil. "Well, no, I didn't buy any collars. I looked at some." "Oh, you looked at some?" "Yes, but they hadn't the sort my husband wanted." "Oh, I see. Do you remember the name of the shop?" Yes, Rogers and something. Rogers and Peabody, I think." "Now, madam." The inspector looked up from his notebook and stared sternly at her. "Would it surprise you to learn that the assistant at Rogers and Peabody says that a lady dressed in the same style as yourself, and answering your description, bought the collars there that morning and had the parcel taken out to the car?" "It wouldn't surprise me at all. He was a very stupid young man. He did take a parcel out to the car, but it wasn't collars, it was ties. I went in twice, once for ties, and then I remembered the collars and went back. But as they hadn't got what I wanted, I left them. That would be about 12:30, I think, if the time is of any importance." The inspector hesitated. It might just be true. The most honest witness makes a mistake sometimes. He decided to let it go for the moment. "And you picked Mr. Weldon up at the Old Market again?" "Yes, but when you say it was this Mr. Weldon, Inspector, you're putting words into my mouth. I picked up somebody, a man with dark spectacles, but I didn't know his name till he told me, and I didn't recognize the man afterwards when I saw him without the spectacles. In fact, I thought then, and I still think, that the man I picked up had dark hair. The other man's voice sounded much the same, but after all, that isn't a lot to go upon. I thought it must be he, because he seemed to remember all about it and knew the number of my car. But of course, if it came to swearing to his identity, well, She shrugged her shoulders. "Quite so, madam." It was clear enough to the inspector what was happening. Since the discovery of the real time of the murder had made the morning alibi more dangerous than useful, it was being ruthlessly jettisoned. More trouble, he thought sourly, and more checking up of times and places. He thanked the lady politely for her helpful explanation, and then asked whether he might have a word with Mr. Morecambe. "With my husband?" Mrs. Morecambe registered surprise. "Well, I don't think he'll be able to tell you anything. He wasn't staying at Heathbury at the time, you know." The inspector admitted that he was aware of the fact, and added vaguely that this was a purely formal inquiry. "Part of our system," he explained, and obscurely connected with the fact that Mr. Morecambe was the legal owner of the Bentley. Mrs. Morecambe smiled graciously. Well, Mr. Morecambe was at home, as it happened. He'd not been very well lately, but no doubt he would be ready to assist the inspector if it was really necessary. She would ask him to come down. Inspector Umplety indicated that this was not really necessary. He would be happy to accompany Mrs. Morecambe to her husband's room, at which precaution Chief Inspector Parker smiled. Any necessary arrangements between the Morecambes would surely have been perfected by this time. Mrs. Morecambe led the way to the door, followed by Mr. Umplety. She glanced round as though expecting Parker to follow, but he kept his seat. After a momentary hesitation, Mrs. Morecambe went out, leaving her second guest to his own devices. She went upstairs with the inspector padding behind her, murmuring apologies and trying to keep his boots from making a noise. The room they entered on the first floor was furnished as a study, and beyond it another door, half open, led into a bedroom. At a table in the study sat a small, red-bearded man who turned sharply to face them at their entrance. "My dear," said Mrs. Morecambe, "this is Inspector Umplety of the Wolvercombe Police. He wants to know something about the car." "Oh, yes, Inspector, what is it?" Mr. Morecambe spoke genially, but his geniality was as nothing compared to the geniality of the inspector. "Hello, Bright, my man," said he. "Risen a bit in the world since I last saw you, haven't you?" Mr. Morecambe raised his eyebrows, glanced at his wife, and then broke into a hearty laugh. "Well done, Inspector," said he. "Ha, ha, ha! What did I tell you, dear? You can't deceive our fine British police force. With his usual acumen, the man has spotted me. Well, sit down, Inspector, and have a drink, and I'll tell you all about it." Umplety cautiously lowered his large form into a chair and accepted a whisky and soda. "Well, first of all, congratulations on your sleuthing," said Mr. Morecambe cheerfully. "I thought I'd got rid of that fellow in Selfridge's, but I suppose the other fellow with the quick-change headgear managed to keep on the scent, in spite of my artistic camouflage in the cinema. Well, now, I suppose you want to know why Alfred Morecambe, commission agent of London, was going about Wolvercombe disguised as William Bright, that seedy and unsatisfactory tonsorial artist. I don't blame you. I dare say it does look queerish. Well, look, to start with, here's the explanation." He gathered up a number of sheets of paper from his writing-table and pushed them across to Umplety. "I'm writing a play for my wife," he said. "You have no doubt discovered that she was the famous Tilly Tulliver before she married. I've written a play or two before now under the name of Cedric St. Denis. Spare-time work, you know. And this new one deals with the adventures of an itinerant hairdresser. The best way to pick up local colour is to go out and get it personally." "I see, sir." "I ought to have told you all this at the time," said Mr. Morecambe, with a frank air of apology, "but it really didn't seem necessary. As a matter of fact, I felt it would make me look a bit of a fool in the city. I was supposed to be taking a holiday for my health, you see, and if my partner had known what I was really up to, he might have been a little annoyed. In any case, you had my evidence, which was all that was really necessary, and I must admit that I rather enjoyed playing the ne'er-do-well to all you people. I did it rather well, don't you think? Thanks to my wife's coaching, of course." "I see, sir." Inspector Umplety fastened promptly on the salient point of all this. "Your account of your meeting with Paul Alexis was a fact, then?" "Oh, absolutely true in every particular. Except, of course, that I never really had the slightest intention of committing suicide. As a matter of fact, the idea of passing the night in one of the lodging-houses appropriate to my impersonation didn't greatly appeal to me at that moment, and I was putting off the evil hour as long as possible. It's quite true that I made up a hard-luck story for Alexis, though I didn't actually take any money from the poor fellow. I drew the line at that. The £1 note I paid out that night was my own. But you nearly tied me up over that business about the tide. Oh, I rather overreached myself there with all that picturesque detail. He laughed again. "Well, well," said the inspector, "you've led us a fine dance, sir." He glanced at the manuscript sheets in his hands, which appears, so far as he could make out, to substantiate Morecambe's story. "It's a pity you didn't take us into your confidence, sir. We could probably have arranged for nothing to come out about it in the press. However, if I take a fresh statement from you now, that will clear that up all right." He cocked his head for a moment, as though listening, and then went on rapidly. "I take it that statement will just confirm the evidence you gave at the inquest. Nothing to add to it in any way?" "Nothing at all." "You never, for instance, came across this Mr. Henry Weldon at any time?" "Weldon?" "The man I gave the lift to," prompted Mrs. Morecambe, whose mother was engaged to the dead man. "Oh, him? No, never saw him in my life. Don't suppose I'd recognise him now if I saw him. He didn't give evidence, did he? No, sir. Very good, then. If you like, I will take a statement from you now. I'll just call my colleague, if you don't mind, to witness it." The inspector threw open the door. Chief Inspector Parker must have been waiting on the landing, for he marched in at once, followed by a respectable-looking working woman and a large, stout man smoking a cigar. The inspector kept his eye on the Morecambes. The wife looked merely surprised, but Morecambe's face changed. "Now, Mrs. Stern," said Parker, "have you ever seen this gentleman before?" "Why, yes, sir. This is Mr. Field, as was staying with Mr. Weldon down at Fourways in February. I'd know him anywhere." "That's who he is he?" said the stout gentleman. "I thought it might be Potts or Spink." "Well, Mr. Morris Vavasor, did you give the little Kern girl a show after all?" Mr. Morecambe opened his mouth, but no sound came. Inspector Umplety consulted the Scotland Yard man by a glance, cleared his throat, took his courage in both hands, and advanced upon his prey. "Alfred Morecambe," he said, "alias William Bright, alias William Simpson, alias Field, alias Cedric St. Denis, alias Morris Vavasor, I arrest you for being concerned in the murder of Paul Alexis Goldschmidt, otherwise Pavlo Alexeyevich, and I warn you that anything you say may be taken down and used in evidence at your trial." He wiped his forehead. Alibi or no alibi, he'd burnt his boats. Chapter 33. Evidence of what should have happened. Now see you how this dragon egg of ours swells with its ripening plot. Death's Jest Book. Wednesday, 8 July. "Turning my hair grey, that's what it is," said Inspector Umplety. Not a book, not a scrap of paper, not as much as a line on the blotting pad. No, not even a bottle of purple ink. He's an artful one if you like. Always posted his own letters, or so the girl says. Yes, I know. It's all very well saying you must have been up to mischief. The job is to prove it. You know what juries are. Weldon's the fool of the two, but he's not talking, and we shan't find anything at his place. Morecambe never trusted him with anything. No, we haven't traced his friend in Warsaw, not yet. Oh, I know. But meantime, we've got to charge him with something that looks like something. And do it quick. There's such a thing as habeas corpus. And it's absolutely positive that neither of them could have been at the Flatiron cutting throats, nor yet the lady. And it's a bit awkward to fetch up 3 people and charge them with being accomplices to a murder which you can't even prove is a murder. Thank you, my lord. I don't mind if I do. I freely admit, said Wimsey, that it's the queerest case I have ever struck. We've got all the evidence, well, at least not all, but overwhelming evidence, of an elaborate conspiracy to do something or other. And we've got a corpse which looks like the victim of a conspiracy to murder. But when we come to put the two together, they don't fit. Everything in the garden is lovely except the melancholy fact that none of the people engaged in the conspiracy could possibly have done the murder. Harriet, it's your business to work out problems of this sort. How do you propose to tackle this one? I don't know, said Harriet. I can only suggest a few methods and precedents. There's the Roger Sheringham method, for instance. You prove elaborately and in detail that A did the murder. Then you give the story one final shake, twist it round a fresh corner, and find that the real murderer is B, the person you suspected first and then lost sight of. Oh, that's no good, no. Cases aren't parallel. We can't even plausibly fix anything on A, let alone B. No. Well, there's the Philo Vance method. You shake your head and say, there's worse yet to come. And then the murderer kills 5 more people, and that thins the suspects out a bit, and you spot who it is. Ah, wasteful, said Wimsey, and too slow. True. There's the Inspector French method. You break the unbreakable alibi. Wimsey groaned. If anybody says alibi to me again, I will... All right. There are plenty of methods left. There's the Thorndyke type of solution, which, as Thorndyke himself says, can be put in a nutshell. You have got the wrong man, you have got the wrong box, and you have got the wrong body. Suppose, for instance, that Paul Alexis is really the Emperor of Japan. Thank you. Well, that might not be so far off. He thought he was an emperor, or next door to it anyhow. Though even if he had 50 kinds of imperial blood in his veins instead of only 2 or 3, it wouldn't help us to explain how he managed to get killed with nobody near him. The real difficulty— Now, wait a moment, said Wimsey. Say that again. Harriet said it again. The real difficulty, she persisted, is that one can't see how anybody, let alone Morecambe or Henry Weldon, could have done the murder. Even if Pollock— Look, the real difficulty, interrupted Wimsey in a sudden high-pitched and excited voice, is the time of the death, isn't it? Well, yes, I suppose it is. Of course it is. If it wasn't for that, we could explain everything. Ha ha! He laughed. You know, I always thought it was funny if Henry Weldon did the murder, that he shouldn't seem to know what time he did it at. Look, let's pretend we've planned this murder ourselves and have timed it for 12 o'clock, shall we? What's the good of that? We know it wasn't actually done till 2 o'clock. You can't get round that, my lord. Ah, but I want to look at the original murder as it was planned. It's true that the murderers later on found themselves faced with an unexpected alteration in the time scheme, but just for the moment we'll work out the time scheme as it originally stood. Do you mind? I want to. The inspector grunted, and Wimsey sat for a few moments, apparently thinking hard. Then he spoke without any trace of his former excitement. It's February, he said. You're Henry Weldon. You have just heard that your elderly and foolish mother is going to marry a dancing dago 35 years younger than herself and disinherit you. You are badly in need of money, and you want to stop this at all costs. You make yourself unpleasant, but you find it's no good. You'll only lose all the money instead of only part. You are not an inventive man yourself, but you consult— Yes, why? Why do you consult Morecambe, Inspector? Well, my lord, it seems that when Weldon came down here to see his mother, he picked up with Mrs. Morecambe somewhere or other. He's a great man with the ladies, and she probably thought there was money to be made out of him, seeing his mother was a rich woman. He pretty soon put her right about that, I fancy, and she got the idea of bringing her husband in on the job. That's all speculative, as you might say, though we've checked up that Mrs. M was staying at Eastbury about the time Weldon was in Wolvercombe. Anyhow, we have made sure of one thing, and that is that Morecambe's commission agency is a pretty vague sort of affair, and uncommonly rocky on its pins. Our idea was that the lady brought the two men together, and that Morecambe promised to do what he could for Weldon on a 50-50 basis. 50-50 of what? Asked Harriet. Of his mother's money when he raked it in. But that wouldn't be till she died. No, miss, it wouldn't. Oh, do you think— I think those two might have been in it for what they could get out of it, miss, said the inspector stolidly. I agree, said Wimsey. Anyway, the next thing that happens is that Mr. Morecambe goes to Leamhurst and stays a few days with Weldon. All through this business, Morecambe has been far too smart to put anything on paper, except all that rubbish in cipher, so I imagine the plot was more or less worked out then. Weldon mentions to Morecambe the romantic tale of Alexis's imperial descent, and that gives them the idea for luring their victim to the Flatiron. Immediately after this, the mysterious letters begin to go out. I wonder, by the way, what was the excuse for not writing that first letter in Russian? Because, of course, they must have gone out in clear and not in code. I've got an idea about that, said Harriet. Didn't you say you knew an English novel that had an explanation of the Playfair cipher? Yes, one of John Rhodes. Why? Well, I suggest that the first letter merely gave the title of the book and the chapters concerned, and added the code word for the next message. Since the book was English, it would be quite natural to make the whole message English. Ingenious beast, said Wimsey. Meaning you. But it's quite a possible explanation. We needn't go into all that story again. Obviously, Mrs. Morecambe was the source of information about the topography and fauna of Wilbraham and Darley. Weldon was chosen to do the throat-cutting and horse-riding part of it, which needed brawn only, while Morecambe buzzed about dispatching letters and photographs and working Alexis up to the top notch of excitement. Then, when everything is about ready, Morecambe goes off to take up his role of travelling hairdresser, "But why all that incredible elaboration?" demanded Harriet. "Why didn't they just buy an ordinary razor or knife in an ordinary way? Surely it would be less traceable." "You'd think so. In fact, I dare say it might have been. But it's surprising how things do get traced. Look at Patrick Mahon and the chopper, for instance. The plan was to make the thing really impregnable by double and triple lines of defence. First, it was to look like suicide. Secondly, if that was questioned and the razor traced, there was to be a convincing origin for the razor. Thirdly, if by any chance Morecambe's disguise was seen through, there was to be an explanation for that." "I see. Well, go on." "Morecambe had the courage of his own convictions, anyhow. He did the thing very thoroughly. Wise man. I admit that he took me in absolutely. Well, now, Weldon. He had his character of Haviland Martin all ready to slip into. Acting under instructions, he hired a Morgan, crammed it uncomfortably with a small tent and his personal belongings, and went to camp at Darley, next door to Farmer Newcome's field. Morecambe arrived at Wilvercombe the same day. Whether and when those two met I do not know. It's my impression that the whole thing was scheduled beforehand as far as possible, and that there was next to no communication after the plot had once got going." "Very likely," said Dumplety. "That would account for its getting hitched up over the times." "Possibly. Well, on the Thursday, Alexis starts off for the Flatiron according to instructions. By the way, it was necessary that the body should be found and recognised, hence, I fancy, the fact that Alexis was told to go openly to the rock by the coast road. In case the body got lost, there would be witnesses to say that he had been last seen going in that direction, and to suggest a possible area for search. It would never have done for him simply to disappear like snow upon the desert's dusty face. So, Alexis goes off to look for a crown. Meanwhile, Henry Weldon has run a needle through the H.T. leads of the Morgan, so as to provide a very good reason for asking for a lift into Wilvercombe. And now you see why a Morgan. It had to be something with only 2 cylinders if the whole ignition was to be put out of action with one needle. That is a Morgan, a bell-sized Bradshaw, or a motorbike. He probably avoided the bike on the ground of exposure to weather, and chose the Morgan as the next most handy and numerous 2-cylinder bus. Inspector Dumplety smacked his thigh, and then, remembering that none of all this did away with the central snag in the case, blew his nose mournfully. Shortly after 10 o'clock, along comes Mrs. Morecambe in the Bentley with a conspicuous number plate. That number plate was pure bunce for them. They can scarcely have picked or wangled it on purpose, but it came in very convenient as a means of identifying the bus. What more natural than Weldon, if questioned, should remember a number so screamingly funny as that? Oi, oi, oi. Highly humorous, wasn't it, Inspector? "Where did she put him down, then?" asked Dumplety, scowling. "Anywhere out of sight of the village and the passing throng. At some point where he can cut across the fields to the shore again. The road turns in rather sharply from the coast between Darley and Wilvercombe, which doubtless accounts for their having left so much time for his walk back. In any case, by, say, 11:15, he has walked back to Darley and is cocking an eye over the fence at Farmer Newcome's bay mare. He pulls a stake out of the hedge and goes into the field, with oats in one hand and a rope bridle in the other. What did he want to take oats for? Surely the horse would have come up to him if he just said coop or whatever it is and shaken his hat about. Seems silly of him to scatter oats all over the place like that. Yes, my child, said Wimsey, but there was a reason for that. I think the oats he scattered were from the day before, when he first started to make friends with the mare. Teach an animal to come for food once, and it'll come twice as fast the second time. But once disappoint it, and it won't come at all. Ah, yes, of course. Yes, you're quite right. Now, said Wimsey, I can't prove it, but I think our hero left most of his clothes behind him. I'm not certain, but it seems an obvious precaution. At any rate, he bridled the mare and mounted her and rode off. You've got to remember that between Darley and Pollock's cottage the shore is hidden from the road, so that the only risk he ran of being seen was by somebody straying on the edge of the cliff itself. And they would probably not worry much about a man exercising a horse along the shore. His really awkward moment was the passing of the cottages, but he had carefully chosen the very time when the working classes have their dinner. I fancy he went past there just before midday. They heard the hoofs about that time. Yes, and a little later Paul Alexis heard them too, as he sat on his rock and dreamed of the imperial purple. He looked and saw the rider from the sea. "Quite so," said Umplety, unmoved. "And what then?" Ah, you recollect that we are merely describing an ideal crime in which everything works out as planned. Oh, yes, of course. Then, in the ideal crime, Weldon rides up to the rock through the water. And, by the way, you will bear in mind that it is fully an hour before low tide, and that there is 1.5 feet of water at the foot of the Flatiron. He ties the mare close by the head to the ring-bolt put there the day before, and he climbs up onto the rock. Alexis may or may not have recognized him. If he did— Wimsey paused, and his eyes grew angry. Whether he did or not, he hadn't much time for disappointment. Weldon asked him to sit down, I think. Emperors sit, while respectful commoners stand behind them, you see. Weldon asked for the letter, and Alexis gave him the decoded translation. Then he leaned over him from behind with the razor. Weldon, of course, was a fool. He did everything wrong that he could. He ought to have removed those gloves, and he ought to have seen to it that he had the original letter. Perhaps he ought to have searched the body, but I think that would have been worse still. It might have destroyed the suicidal appearance. Once move a body, and you never can recapture the first fine, careless rapture, don't you know? And besides, the mare was struggling and nearly breaking away. That would have been fatal. Do you know, I rather take my hat off to Weldon about this. Ever seen a horse that has suddenly had fresh blood splashed all over it? Not pretty. Definitely not. Cavalry horses have to get used to it, of course, but the bay mare could never have smelt blood before. When I realized that Weldon had to mount that squealing, plunging, terrified brute bareback from the top of a rock and ride her away without letting her once plunge onto the sand, I tell you, I take off my hat. You mean you would have had to if it had happened that way? Exactly. A man who could seriously contemplate bringing that scheme off knew something about horses. He may even have known too much. I mean, there are ways and ways of subduing violent animals, and some ways are crueler than others. Well, suppose he did it. That he somehow got the mare untied from the rock and forced her straight out to sea. That would be the best way. That would tire her out, and at the same time wash the blood away. Then, having got control of her, he rides back as he came. But she has loosened a shoe in her frantic plunging and kicking, and on the way back she wrenches it off altogether. Probably he doesn't notice that. He rides on past his camp to wherever he left his clothes, looses the mare, gets dressed, and hurries out to flag the Bentley on the return journey. I don't suppose he gets there much before, say, 12:55. He's picked up and set down at the Feathers at 1 o'clock. Here we leave romance and come back to the facts. Then after lunch he goes down to his own place, burns the rope bridle, which is bloody, and kicks out our friend Perkins, who seems disposed to take too much interest in the rope. He hadn't the rope with him at the Feathers, had he? No. I expect he threw it down in some handy spot on his way back from the Flatiron. Somewhere near the stream, I should imagine. Well, all he has to do after that is to get Polwhistle to come along and deal with the Morgan. He made another mistake there, of course. When he was putting those leads in his pocket, he should have put them in his pocket and seen that they stayed put. But you see that he, too, was intended to have 3 lines of defence. First, of course, the death was to look like suicide. Secondly, the camper at Darley was to be Mr. Martin of Cambridge, having no connection with anybody. And thirdly, if Mr. Martin was proved to be Henry Weldon, there was the alibi in Wilvercombe with all the details about Bach and shirt collars, and an absolutely independent witness in a Bentley car to swear to the story. "Yes, but," said Umplety, I know, bear with me. I know the plan went all wrong, but I want you to realize what it was meant to be. Suppose all this had worked properly, what would have happened? The body would have been left on the rock at about noon, with the razor lying below it. By 12:30 the murderer was well away, nearly at Darley. By 1 o'clock he was at the Feathers, eating and drinking with a witness to swear that he had spent the whole morning in Wolverhampton. If the body was found before the tide turned, there would be no footprints, other than those of the corpse, and suicide would probably be presumed without a second thought, especially when the razor turned up. If the body was not found till later, the footprints would be less important, but the medical evidence would probably establish the time of death, and then the alibi would come in. Ah, it sounds a very risky plan, but it sounds riskier than it was. Its boldness was its strength. From the Flatiron, and for a mile or more before you come to it, the coast road is visible from the shore. He could keep an eye on it and bide his time. If it looked dangerous, he could put it off to a more convenient season. Actually, the only real risk he ran was at being seen at the very moment of the murder and chased by car along the coast. Otherwise, even if it turned out later that a horseman had been seen on the shore about noon, who could prove who the horseman was? It could certainly not be Mr. Haviland Martin, who had no connection with anybody and had spent the morning musically in Wolverhampton. And in any case, how many people did pass along that road? What were the odds that the body would be discovered under a few hours, or that the death would be supposed to be anything except suicide? "What are the odds now that it wasn't suicide?" said Inspector Umplety. "By your own showing it can't have been anything else." "But I see what you mean, my lord. You mean that all this plan was made out, and then, when Weldon got along at the Flatiron, something made him change his mind. Well, how's this? When Alexis sees his rider from the sea, he recognises Weldon and asks him to explain. Weldon tells him how they've made a fool of him, and somehow gets him to promise to chuck Mrs. Weldon. Maybe he threatens him with the razor. Then Weldon goes away, and Alexis is so disappointed that after thinking it over a bit, he cuts his throat. Weldon, having thoughtfully armed him with the razor for that purpose? Well, yes, I suppose. And what did the bay mare see? Asked Harriet. Ghost, replied Inspector Umplety with a snort of incredulity. Anyhow, you can't put horses in the witness box. Weldon made a mistake afterwards in coming to Wolverhampton, went on Wimsey. With that identification mark on his arm, he should have kept away, mother or no mother. But he had to poke his nose in and see what was happening. And Morecambe? Well, his possible appearance as a witness was foreseen, of course. I wonder, though, if he was really wise to answer that advertisement of ours. I suppose it was the best thing he could do. But he ought to have smelt the trap, I think. But my private impression is that he wanted to keep an eye on Weldon, who was blundering about all over the place. Excuse me, my lord, said Inspector Umplety, but we spent a good hour now speculating about what these people might have done or meant to do. That's very interesting to you, no doubt. But meanwhile we're no nearer to knowing what they did do. And here's 3 people in prison for doing something they can't have done. If Alexis cut his own throat, we've either got to release these people with apologies or get up a case against them for conspiring to procure by menaces or something. If some accomplice of theirs killed him, we've got to find that accomplice. In either case, I mustn't waste any more time about it. I only wish I'd never touched the bleeding case. But you're so hasty, Inspector, bleated Wimsey. I only said the plan went wrong. I never said they didn't carry it out. Inspector Umplety looked sadly at Wimsey, and his lips silently formed the words, loopy. But aloud he merely observed, Well, my lord, whatever they didn't murder Alexis at 2 o'clock, because they weren't there to do it. And they didn't murder him at 12 o'clock, because he didn't die till 2. Those are facts, aren't they? No. No? No. You mean one or other of 'em was there at 2 o'clock? No. You mean they did murder Alexis at 12 o'clock? Yes. By cutting his throat? Yes. Right through? Right through. Then how is it he didn't die till 2 o'clock? We have no evidence at all, said Wimsey, as to the time Alexis died. Chapter 34. Evidence of what did happen. Take thou this flower to strew upon his grave, a lily of the valley. It bears bells, for even the plants, it seems, must have their fool. So universal is the spirit of folly, and whisper to the nettles of his grave, King Death hath ass's ears. Death's Jest Book. Wednesday, 8 July. "Did you mean to say," demanded Inspector Umplety with slow indignation, "that the young lady finds herself mistaken all this time?" Harriet shook her head, and Wimsey said no. "Well, my lord, I don't think you can go against the doctor. I've asked other doctors about it, and they say there's no doubt about it." "You didn't tell them the whole of the facts," said Wimsey. "I don't blame you," he added kindly. "I've only just thought of the rest of the facts myself." "Something you said about blood put it into my head, Harriet. Suppose we put down a few things we know about this supposed heir of the Romanoffs. 1. He is known to have been very ill as a child through being knocked down in the playground. 2. At the age of 21 he wore a beard and had never used a razor. He was also 3. Extraordinarily timid about using sharp weapons or visiting the dentist. 4. Moreover, he had had at least one molar crowned, the last resort to avoid extraction. 5. On Thursday 18th, when scrambling over rocks, he wore gloves. 6. Periodic pains in the joints caused him acute suffering. 7. He used antipyrin to relieve this condition. 8. In no circumstances would he see a doctor, though he anticipated that the trouble would eventually cripple him. 9. Lack of the usual post-mortem stains were remarked on at the inquest. 10. Inquest also established that the great vessels were almost completely drained of blood. 11. And finally, one may inherit other things besides imperial crowns through the female line. Harriet and the inspector stared at this for a moment or two. Then Harriet laughed. Oh, of course," she said. "Oh, I thought your style was a little laboured in places, but as an impromptu effort it's creditable." "I don't see what you're getting from all that," said Umplety. And then suspiciously, "Is it a joke? Is it another of these ciphers?" He snatched up the paper and ran a large thumb down the lines. "Here," he said, "what are you playing at? Is it a riddle?" "No, it's the answer," said Harriet. "Oh, you're right, Peter, you're right, you must be. It would explain such a lot. Only I didn't know about antipyrin. I'm almost sure that is right. I remember reading about it somewhere. Did it come through the Romanoffs? Possibly. It doesn't prove that he really was a Romanoff, if you mean that, though he might have been, for young Simons recognised something familiar in his face, which may have been a family resemblance. But it may quite likely have been the other way. The fact that he had it may have lent colour to the tradition. It often occurs spontaneously." "What is all this?" asked the inspector. "Look, don't tease him, Peter. Try the initial letters, Mr. Umplety." "Oh, ah. You will have your fun, my lord. H-A-E, haemophilia. What in the name of blazes is that when it's at home?" "It's a condition of the blood," said Wimsey, "due to a lack of something or other, calcium or whatnot. It is inherited like colour blindness through the female, and shows itself only, or practically only, in the male, and then only in alternate generations. That is to say, it might lie hidden in generation after generation of daughters, and then, by some malignant chance, pop suddenly up into a son born of a perfectly healthy father and an apparently quite healthy mother. And so far as is known, it is incurable." "And what is it? And why do you think Alexis had it? And what does it matter if he did?" "It's a condition in which the blood doesn't clot properly. If you get even a tiny little scratch, you may bleed to death from it. You may die of having a tooth drawn or from cutting your chin with a razor, unless you know how to deal with it. And in any case you will go on bleeding like a stuck pig for hours. And if you get a fall or a blow, you have internal bleeding, which comes out in great lumps and swellings and is agonizingly painful. And even if you are terribly careful, you may get internal bleeding at the joints for no reason at all. It comes on from time to time, and is horribly painful and gives you a hell of a fever. Hence, if I remember rightly, the antipyrin. And what's more, it generally ends up by ankylosing your joints and making you a permanent cripple. The Tsarevich had it, of course, said Harriet. I read about it in those books of Alexis, but like a fool I never thought about it in connection with the murder. I don't know that I see it now, said the inspector, except that it explains why Alexis was such a namby-pamby and all that. Do you mean it proves that Alexis really was a royalty of sorts, and that the Bolshes— It may or may not prove any of that, said Wimsey. But don't you see, my dear old goat, that it completely busts up and spifflicates the medical evidence? We timed the death for 2 o'clock because the blood hadn't clotted. But if Alexis was a hemophilic, he may wait till kingdom come and his blood would never clot at all. Therefore he may have died at noon or dawn, for all we know. As a matter of fact, the blood might end by clotting very slightly after some hours. It depends how badly he had the disease. But as evidence for time of death, the blood is simply a washout. Good Lord, said Umplety. He sat open-mouthed. Yes, he said, when he'd recovered himself a little. Ah, but here's a snag. If he might have died any time, how are we to prove he died at 12 o'clock? Easy. First of all, we know it must have been then, because that's the time these people have an alibi for. As Sherlock Holmes says somewhere, only a man with a criminal enterprise desires to establish an alibi. I must say this case is really unique in one thing. It's the only one I have ever known in which a murderer didn't know the time he was supposed to have done the murder at. No wonder the evidence at the inquest gave Henry Weldon such a jolt. Yes, but, the inspector seemed worried. That's all right for us, but I mean to say that doesn't prove it was a murder. I mean you've got to prove it was a murder first before you can prove anything else. No, I mean to say— No, quite right, said Wimsey. Unlike Mr. Weldon, you can spot the petitio elenchi. But look here, if Alexis was seen alive on the road between 10:30 and 11:30, and was dead at 2 o'clock, then he must have died during the period covered by the alibis, that's certain. And I think we can get it down a bit closer. Jem Pollock and his granddad puzzled us by saying that they thought they saw the man lying down on the rock well before 2 o'clock. In that case, he was probably dead already. We now know that they were in all likelihood speaking the truth, and so we need not now imagine them to be accomplices in the crime. You can whittle the period during which death must have occurred down to about 2 hours. Say from 11:30, when Alexis could have reached the rock, to about 1:30, when the Pollocks first set eyes on the body. That ought to be near enough for you, especially as you can trace the weapon quite definitely to the hands of one of the accomplices. I suppose you can't find that the razor was sent anywhere by post for Weldon to get hold of? We tried that, but we couldn't find anything. No, I shouldn't wonder if Weldon's trip to Wilvercombe on the Wednesday was made for the purpose of picking up the razor. It could so easily have been left somewhere for him. Of course, Morecambe took good care not to be in Wilvercombe that day himself, the cunning devil. But what could be easier than to deposit a little parcel at a tobacconist's, or somewhere to be called for by his friend Mr. Jones? I suggest that you look into that, Inspector. I will, my lord. Look, there's just one thing. I can't see why Weldon and Morecambe should have been so surprised about the inquest evidence. Wouldn't Alexis have told them about this disability of his? If he thought it proved his descent from the Romanovs, you'd think he'd have mentioned it first thing. Oh, no, you wouldn't. It's pretty clear that Alexis disguised that little matter very jealously. It's not a recommendation to a man who wants to lead a successful revolution that he is liable to be laid up at any moment by a painful and incurable disease. Nor would it be exactly an inducement to Theodora to marry him, if he was known to be a bleeder. No, poor devil, he must have been terrified the whole time for fear they should find it out. Yes, I say. It's natural when you come to think of it. If you exhume the body, said Wimsey, you will very likely find the characteristic thickening of the joints that accompanies haemophilia, and I dare say you might get conclusive evidence by inquiring among the people who knew Alexis in London and America. I'm pretty sure he had the disease. It's funny, said Harriet, the way all this worked out for Weldon and Co. They had such good luck in one way and such bad luck in another. I mean, first of all, they laid a fairly good plot which turned on an alibi and a disguise. Then I came along unexpectedly and bust up the disguise. That was bad luck. But at the same time I produced a lot of unnecessary cleverness and observation, which gave them a far better alibi for a totally different time, which was good luck. Then they lost the body, owing to the £300 in gold, which would have been a beastly nuisance for them. But again I barged in with the evidence and photographs, and so drew attention to the death and got the body found again. Then, when to their horror their original, lovely alibi turned out to be useless and dangerous, along comes poor little Perkins, who, of course, is as innocent as any sucking pig, to give them a cast-iron alibi for the wrong time. We found the horseshoe, which would have pretty well cooked their goose, but for the astonishing bit of luck over the blood-clotting affair, and so on. It's been an incredible muddle. It's all my fault, really. If I hadn't been so bright and brainy, nobody would ever have known anything about the condition of the blood at all, and we should have taken it for granted that Alexis had died long before I came on the scene. Oh, it's so complicated. I really don't know whether my being there helped or hindered. It's so complicated, said the inspector with a groan, that I don't believe we'll get any jury to believe it. Besides, there's the chief constable. I'll bet you anything you like he'll pooh-pooh the whole thing. He'll still say that after all we haven't proved it weren't suicide, and we better let it go at that. He's as mad as a dog with us for arresting those people anyhow, and if I come along with this story about haemophilia, what you call it, he'll have 50,000 fits. Say here, my lord, if we do prosecute, do you really think we've a hope in Hades? I'll tell you this, said Harriet. Last night Mrs. Weldon consented to dance with Monsieur Antoine, and Henry didn't like it at all. If you let Henry Weldon and Morecambe loose again, what premium would you take on those two lives, Antoine's and Mrs. Weldon's? There was silence after the inspector left them. Well, said Harriet at last. Well, said Wimsey. Isn't that a damned awful, bitter, bloody farce? The old fool who wanted a lover, and the young fool who wanted an empire. One throat cut, and 3 people hanged, and £130,000 going begging for the next man who likes to sell his body and soul for it. God, what a jape! King Death has ass's ears with a vengeance. He got up. Let's clear out of this, he said. Get your things packed and leave your address with the police and come on up to town. I'm fed up to the back teeth. Yes, let's go. I'm terrified of meeting Mrs. Weldon. I don't want to see Antoine. It's all frightening and disgusting. We'll go home. Right-ho, we'll go home. We'll dine in Piccadilly. Damn it, said Wimsey savagely. I always did hate watering places. Appendix to Chapter 28. The Evidence of the Cipher. Well then, said Wimsey, if these words are not keys to a cipher, I suggest that they represent an address, or more probably an address and a date. They're in the right place for it. I don't mean a whole address, of course, just the name of a town, say Berlin or London, and the date below it. Well, that's possible, but we can but try. Now, we don't know much about the town, except that the letters are said to have come from Czechoslovakia. But we might get the date. How would that be written? Well, now, let's see. The letters may just represent the figures of the day, month, and year. That means that one of them is an arbitrary fill-up letter, because you can't have an odd number of letters, and a double figure for the number of the months is quite impossible, since the letter arrived here on June 17th. I don't quite know how long the post takes from a place in Central Europe, but surely not more than 3 or 4 days at the very outside. That means it must have been posted after the 10th of June. If the letters do not stand for numbers, then I suggest that RBEXMG stands either for something teen June, or June something teen. Now, to represent figures, our code merchant may have taken 1 equals A, 2 equals B, 3 equals C, and so on. Or he may have taken 1 as the first letter of the code word, and so on. The first would be more sensible, because it wouldn't give the code away. So we'll suppose that 1 equals A, so that he originally wrote A June or June A ? And then coded the letters in the ordinary way. The question mark standing for the unknown figure, which must be less than 5. Very good. Now, is he more likely to have written June something teen or something teen June? Well, most English people write the day first and the month second. Business people, at any rate, though old-fashioned ladies still stick to putting the month first. All right. Well, we'll try something teen June first and say that RBEXMG stands for A ? June. Very good. Now we'll see what we can make of that. Let's write it out in pairs. We'll leave out RB for the moment and start with EX. Now EX equals JU. Now, there's one point about this code that is rather helpful in decoding. Supposing 2 letters come next door to one another in the code diagram, either horizontally or vertically, you will find that the code pair and the clear pair have a letter in common. You don't get that? Well, look, take our old keyword squander, written in the diagram. If you're coding the pair of letters DE, then by taking the letters to the right of them, by the horizontal rule, you get DE equals ER. The letter E appears both in code and clear, and the same for letters that immediately follow one another in a vertical line. Now, in our first pair, EX equals JU, this doesn't happen, so we may provisionally write them down in diagonal form. JE and underneath XU. Taking these letters as forming the corners of a parallelogram, we can tell ourselves that JX must come on the same line in the diagram, either vertically or horizontally. The same with JE, the same with EU, and the same with UX. But suppose JN follows the horizontal rule or the vertical rule without the 2 letters actually coming together. Well, it doesn't matter. It would only mean that all 4 of them come on the same line, like this. JEUX or XUE ? J. Or some arrangement of that kind. So, taking all the letters we've got and writing them in diagonals, we get this. JE over XU, NM over GE, AR over B ? Unfortunately, there are no side-by-side letters at all. It would be very helpful if there were, but we can't have everything. Now, the first striking thing is this, that U and X have to come on the same line. That very strongly suggests that they both come in the bottom line. There are 5 letters that follow U in the alphabet, and only 4 spaces in which to put them. One of them, therefore, must be in the key word. We'll take a risk with it and assume that it isn't Z. If it is, we'll have to start all over again, but one must make a start somewhere. Well, we'll risk Z. Now, that gives us 3 possibilities for our last line. UVXYZ with W in the key word, or UWXYZ with V in the key word, or UVWXZ with Y in the key word. But in any case, U must be in the bottom left-hand corner. Now, looking again at our diagonals, we find that E and U must come in the same line. We can't suppose that E comes immediately above U, because it would be a frightful key word that only left us with 4 spaces between E and U. So we must put E in one of the top 3 spaces of the left-hand column, like this. Well, that's not much, but it's a beginning. Now let's tackle X. There's one square in which we know it can't be. It can't come next to U, or there would be 2 spaces between X and Z, with only 1 letter to fill them. So X must come in either the 3rd or the 4th square of the bottom line. So now we have 2 possible diagrams. Looking at our diagonal pairs again, we find that J and X come in the same line, and so do J and E. That means that J can't come immediately above X, so we will again enter it on both our diagrams in the top 3 squares in the X line. Now we come to an interesting point. M and N have got to come in the same line. In, here, diagram 1, it looks fearfully tempting to put them into the 2 empty spaces on the right of J, leaving K and L for the key word. But you can't do that in diagram 2, because there's not room in the line. If diagram 2 is the right one, then M or N, or both of them, must come in the key word. M and E come in the same line, but N can't come next door to E. Now, that warns us against a few arrangements, but still leaves a devil of a lot of scope. Ah, dear. Our key word can't begin with EN, that's a certainty. But now, wait. If E is rightly placed in the 3rd square down, then N can't come at the right-hand extremity of the same line, for that would bring it next to E by the horizontal rule. So in diagram 1, that washes out the possibility of JMN or JLN for that line. It would give JLM, which is impossible unless N is the key word, because N can't come to E and yet must be in the same line with it and also with M. Wimsey clawed a little at his hair and sat muttering. "Looks as though we'd sucked our 5 letters rather dry," said Harriet. "How about trying the rest of the message? I've got it already sorted out into pairs. Oh, hello, here's our old friend, EXMG, appearing again in the body of it. Is there?" Wimsey sat up. "Then if we're right, that'll be another date in June. I can't believe it's part of 2 words, one of which ends in J or I, or JU or IU, or IUN or JUN. If the letter was making an appointment for June 18, why shouldn't the 2 letters before it be the letters for 18? That is AH question mark. Oh, we'll try it anyway. What are they? OB. Ah, right. OB equals AH. Well, that's a fat lot of use. Well, we'll stick 'em down. O and A over H and B. O and A in the same line, O and H in the same line, and A and B we knew about before. That looks as though we might be onto the right track, but it doesn't help us much because none of the letters we've already placed comes into it. Look, just a moment, put in Harriet. Look, I've got a brainwave. That town in the heading, it's supposed to be something in Central Europe. It's got 6 letters, and the last 2 are the first 2 reversed. How about Warsaw? By Jove, that's bright. Oh, we can but try it. Well, now, let's see. That gives us this. He wrote down the new pairs of diagonals. W and X over N and A, and R and A over T and S. W and X come in the same line, he observed, and it's terribly tempting to imagine that W comes in the last line next door to X. Otherwise, of course, it must be in the key word. Well, just for fun, let's enter it in the last line in both our diagrams. Now, this becomes interesting. W and N are also in the same line. We can't place N in the 4th line down because it's got to be in line with E. Nor can we put it in the 3rd line down because there are only 6 letters that come between N and U, and we should have 8 spaces left to put them in. Therefore, if W is rightly placed, N has got to go in the top 2 lines, which means that it definitely does belong to the key word. Harriet filled the letters in tentatively. "Well, that makes diagram 1 look wrong," she said. "Well, what have we done?" "Oh, I know. E and N can't come together, so if that's the right diagram, E must come in the 3rd line." "I say, that would mean a key word of 11 letters." "Oh, not necessarily. E might be in its proper alphabetical place. But if diagram 1 is right, then the beginning of line 3 is the only place for it. Let's get on. S and T come in one line, and so do R and T. But R, S, T don't follow one another, or RS will become ST, which it doesn't. I should like ST to go in the 2 places next before U, but we can't be sure that that is the right place for them. Well, dash it, stick 'em down. If we're wrong, we must do it again, that's all. There. Now, in that case, R must be in the key word, and therefore in one of the top two spaces on the right of the diagram. That means that RS will be something T. But we know RS. If AT equals RS, then RS equals AT. Good Lord, so it does. Oh, that's fine. Oh, that practically proves that our S and T are correct. And now we know that AR must come next to one another in the key word. Harriet pored over the diagrams again. Can't we do something now with NX equals AW? Yes, look. If we put A into either of the squares in diagram 1, so as to make NX equal AW, then A won't come next to R. So either we're all wrong, or we can wash out diagram 1 altogether. Hooray! Brilliant woman! I always hated diagram 1, so we'll stash it. That leaves us with a very hopeful-looking diagram 2. I'm glad you think it's hopeful. How about this business of M and N coming in the same line? Can we do anything with that now? Why not? Let's try. Put M immediately below the N spaces. Now, that leaves 5 spaces between it and S, and only 3 letters to fill them, because we know that N and R are in the key word. So that M must come in one of the 4 spaces in the top left-hand corner. Now, we do know that NE equals MG. Obviously, G can't come immediately between E and N anywhere, because that would give us a keyword with M and G in it, which sounds almost incredible. But that still leaves us with several possible arrangements. Is there anything else we can do? Oh, we can fill in Q in the space before S. It isn't likely to be in the key word without its U, and we know roughly what has become of R. Yes, all right. There it is. Do any of these pairs of letters make sense in the letter itself, by the way? No. I've been trying to fit them in, but they're remarkably unhelpful. There's a group ATGM, which works out as RSEN, but that might be anything. And quite near the beginning there's TS followed by QJ. TS equals SQ, and you would expect the next group to be U something, but it isn't. QJ must be S something. So it is. Well, that shows we're on the right track. Q is an arbitrary letter stuck in to separate the 2 S's. It's curious how little one can get out of the actual text at this stage. Shows what an ingenious beast of a code it is, doesn't it? Look, wait a jiff. The group before that is MG equals NE. Now that gives us NESS. Perfectly possible and even probable. But it might be anything. Look, here it comes again. Whatever it is that appears to be important, it's the same word, BFFY, followed by NESS. But BFFY is simply baffling. I can see nothing for it but to go on struggling with the top left-hand corner. Let's write out all the possible positions for NE equals MG. I can see one thing, said Harriet, and that is we have got to have a vowel of some kind between M and N. And that vowel can't be A, E, I, or U, because we've placed those elsewhere. Therefore, it's got to be either O or Y. O for preference. The number of words with M-Y-N in them must be limited. But Y has got to be in the key word somewhere. The end would be the likeliest place for it. Perhaps it ends in M-O-N-Y. That gives us M-O-N-Y in diagram 1, and a word of 9 letters. Oh, well, that's quite plausible. And it's got to begin with E blank G. Well, that's less pleasant. EBG, ECG. Let's run through the alphabet. EHG, I think not. EIG, pronounceable, but we got I elsewhere. ELG, where's the dictionary? No, nothing there. ENG is impossible. We know where N is, same with ERG. My child, you could wash out all words ending in M-O-N-Y. They won't work on diagram 1 or on diagram 3. And as for diagram 2, I refuse to believe in a 14-letter word until I am absolutely forced to. In that case, you can wash out diagram 2 altogether. Right-ho, I don't mind. Though a 13-letter word ending in M-O-N is not absolutely inconceivable. In that case, either our word begins with M-O-N or it doesn't. But it does. We couldn't find any words beginning in E-G. Nor we could. Now then, we've got our E and our G fixed as well as our MON. Now we shan't be long. Fill them in. Oh, look here. I'm sure that F must go between the E and the G. It's so obviously the place for it. Harriet filled the diagram in with a quivering pencil. That does look better, she admitted. Now, let's see if it helps to get any sense out of the letters. Bother! What a lot of groups that we still haven't got. Still, no sense for BFFY. Oh, wait! Look, here's something. MZTSXSRS. Now, MZ is something U, and quite possibly RU. It's a 50-50 chance anyway. TS is SQ, and XS is S something, which means that the Q is just a fill-in letter. Now, suppose XS equals SI. There's no reason why it shouldn't. Then RS might quite likely be AT. There's nothing against it. And suppose all those supposes are right, then MZTSXSRS is RUSQSIAT. Knock out the Q, and we've got Russiat. Why couldn't that be Russia? Why not indeed? Ha-ha! Let's make it so. Write the letters down. M-O-N-A-R... Oh, Harriet, don't joggle. Look, I must joggle. We've got the key word. M-O-N-A-R-C-H. Monarch. Look, wait a jiff. That leaves 3 spaces before E, and we've only got B and D to put in. Oh, no, I forgot. Y, dear old Y. Monarchy! 3 loud cheers. There you are. All done by kindness. There. There's your square complete. And jolly pretty it looks, I must say. M-O-N-A-R-C-H-Y-B-D E-F-G-I-J-K L-P-Q-S-T U-V-W-X-Z. Oh, Peter, how marvellous. Let's dance or do something.
That was Have His Carcase by Dorothy L. Sayers, read by Ian Carmichael. We do hope you have enjoyed listening to this Chivers audiobook. For details of other Chivers recordings, please contact us and we'll be delighted to send you a catalogue listing all our titles, as well as information about our most recent releases. Our telephone number and address can be found on the box cover or catalogue.